for it, but I think of it as chilifying something.
Ah. So is it spicy?
It can be, but I'm going easy on you today.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to be too spicy today.
A bit of a wuss.
So in my cookbook, I have chicken enchiladas.
Okay, I was just going to ask that.
But today we're doing a vegetarian version.
All right.
So what I have in the wok, a little bit earlier before we started, I fried up some mushrooms.
Okay.
And the
so is this replacing the chicken then?
Kind of, yes.
Yes.
I find mushrooms are
they have a meaty
kind of a meaty alternative.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Same with eggplant is a common one.
Right.
I kind of like the zucchini a little bit better than eggplant, but
okay.
You can do what you like.
Okay.
So I fried up some onions and added mushrooms.
Okay.
And then we have a number of spices like ancho chili powder.
Okay.
Which is not a spicy chili. It's just a lot of color and a little bit of spice, but not much.
Okay.
Smoked paprika, some marjoram, Mexican oregano, salt and pepper. And as you know, mushrooms have a lot of water in them. Mm-hmm. So I like to sort of saute those for quite a while until they shrink
and lose
their water.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing the zucchini separately. Then we'll combine them.
Okay.
Because zucchini also can become quite mushy like an eggplant. Mm-hmm. And if I fry it a little bit, it's going to get a little firmer. Mm-hmm. And then we can add...
You said Mexican oregano, did you?
Yes,
did I hear that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What is the difference?
Mexican oregano is called that because it's oregano-like.
Okay.
But it actually has no direct connection. Do you want to put a little in your hand? It has no direct connection to the Mediterranean oregano.
But it smells like oregano.
It does. Yeah. So that's why it's called that. But it grows on a tree that can be up to 9 or even 11 feet tall.
Okay.
As opposed to Mediterranean as being a little herb
No, it smells
plant.
just like it.
Yeah, you can just throw it in that bowl if you like.
That's neat.
Okay, so what we're doing with the zucchini, just kind of firming that up a little with the oil. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to combine it with the fried onions and the mushrooms, which already have all of the spices and herbs in there. And really the meaning of the enchilada is that we're going to fry some corn tortillas.
Okay.
So these are 100% corn.
So what do you have in there now?
This is just some canola oil.
Okay.
And these are 100% corn, so there's no gluten in it. Not that you have to do that, but some people like it. And what we're going to do is fry it in the oil.
Okay.
But it can only be fried for a short time because if you fry them too long, they become hard and crispy, which is delicious. Mm-hmm. But we're supposed to roll them up.
Right.
You can't do that.
Okay.
So we're just going to do what I call a quick fry. And they'll still be flexible enough to roll. Mm-hmm. And then after we put the filling in and roll them up, we have a number of toppings over here.
Okay.
We have some raw white onion, cilantro, some lettuce, and some queso fresco, which is a fresh cheese.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
And then we're going to put this salsa on top, which I made earlier. It's called the salsa verde.
Okay. And now all of this is in your cookbook, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, except not the vegetarian version, but the chicken version.
So this is special then.
This is custom for you today. Now, that salsa verde, let me give you a taste.
Is this the spicy one?
It's not spicy.
Okay.
Just
warning if it's spicy.
Perfect for anyone born in the Oshawa area.
Oshawa?
That's where I was born.
That's very good.
Really unique. Very, just throw it in the bowl there.
A little bit of spice.
A little bit of spice.
I'm a wuss, I told you.
So what that has in it is this fruit here. A lot of people may not even know, called a tomatillo.
Ah.
And it looks like a tomato, and it's kind of related to it. But
where do you get that?
This particular one is a canned one. You would have to go to a Latin American market.
Okay.
There are several in the Kitchener area. Or once in a while you can find them fresh, but that's not very often.
So we have just about 2 minutes left. I want to make sure we talk about, you're working on another cookbook right now.
Yes, so my background is Mexican and Hungarian.
Right.
It's a bit of an odd combination. But my next cookbook is going to be partially Hungarian food and also some Mexican recipes that I didn't put in my first cookbook because I thought they were a little difficult for the first cookbook. So it's going to be called Hungary for Mexican food.
Nice. I like it.
I'm hoping it gets attention because people think I misspelled hungry.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Perfect.
Okay, so there's our quick fried tortilla.
Okay.
And we put our filling in.
Well, that looks good.
And you either have to let it cool or you have to have asbestos hands if you're in a rush. What we do is we roll it up tight. I would normally put 3 on a plate, but let's just get one out here for you to try. A little bit of raw onion. Salsa verde. Okay, so the salsa.
Fairly simple, right?
Yeah, very nice, and actually very nice if you have a party because you get everyone to do their own.
Right.
You make everything, but
you
say, here's how you fry it, here's how you stuff it, here's how you roll it.
So we've run out of time, but where do we get the book?
So you can get it at MexicanDinnerParties.com, then you'll get a signed copy, or you can get it at Amazon, Indigo, Barnes & Noble.
So everywhere.
Everywhere online, yes.
When are we anticipating the new one?
I'm thinking August, early September next year, 2020.
Well, thank you so much for being on the show today.
Thank you for having me.
Stay tuned. We'll have more after the break.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Hi, I'm Dave Carroll, host of Brant Life. Join me every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a brand new show featuring you and your stories and the things you care about right here on Brant Life on Rogers TV.
OHL action on Rogers TV.
Welcome back, and I'm joined now by Donna Schmidt-Kirk with Expressions Model and Talent Agency. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Natasha.
We're going to talk about fall, right?
Yes,
because here we are in fall already.
So, you know, Natasha, maybe you would like to start building your fall wardrobe. Maybe you already have. I don't know.
I don't know. I do not. I love fall.
Yes.
I love the fashion.
Yes.
But I am terrible at choosing things. And also, it sounds very expensive to have to build a whole new wardrobe. So
well, I need
help.
This is it. And a lot of times people will say that. So I've got some few little questions that I'm going to ask you today.
Okay.
And then 4 simple little steps that you can do. It's that easy.
Perfect.
I've brought along some pieces with me today, Natasha, that are all from
Cozy.
Ricky's and from the Cambridge Center.
Okay.
And you're going to be surprised how we're going to put it all together and make it happen. So the first question I want to ask you, what is the difference between fashion and fads?
The difference between fashion and fads, well, fads are very short-lived,
Yes.
right?
Oh,
and
good.
fashion would be something that you can use going forward.
Absolutely.
Right?
Perfect
Through
answer.
any
That's
trend.
great. Because fashion is something that repeats itself all the time. They're always recycled. Like our retro plaids have all come back again, right? Where fads, I always say they fade. So they come and go. So fashion, you want to spend a little bit more. Fads, you want to spend a whole lot less.
How do we know what is a fad then?
Well, this is it. You kind of have to do a little bit of reading, and fads often fall under the accessory category.
Oh, you don't want to invest in something that's not going to last.
Well,
right?
this is it.
Yeah.
Why would you?
Okay.
You know, like seriously, you wash it twice, it falls apart. Like, what's the point? So, yeah, it's just trying to educate the public as to how to pull their wardrobe together. The next thing is, what's an accessory? What would you consider an accessory?
When I think of an accessory, I usually think of jewelry, but looking at your table, I'm thinking, you know what? I don't think about scarves and stuff like that, but that is an accessory as well.
Well, it is, and I brought my little $6 socks. I mean, because we'll tell you later. And you're right, and scarves, because why not? They are an accessory. So you want to pick accessories that are going to work with your clothing over and over and over and over again, right? So the next thing is what's on trend. What have you seen out there? I brought a few with me. What's on trend? What's going on?
Well, you mentioned plaids, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's really big right now. And it's something that both my daughter and I love to wear because it's flattering on anyone.
Great. I think so too. Plaids are really, really big. Cutaway shoulders.
Ah, yes.
Sexy
They call
and
this the cold
sassy.
shoulder, don't they?
They do.
Yes.
I know. It's
Look at me,
very,
I'm so
very
smart in my
cute.
fashion talk.
See, you know more than you thought. the great turtlenecks and the infinity scarves, and they're all coming back. All kinds of different things and colors you're going to be seeing are grays and blacks. And you have to think about color, because you can do a punch of red, you can do a punch of mustard, or perhaps you want to go burgundy wine tones.
Right.
So you have to sort of figure which is best for you.
And those colors are flattering on pretty much everyone, right?
They are, yeah. So you figure out what's best for you. And then from there, you want to talk 2 transitional pieces.
Okay.
So what's a transitional piece? I know you and I have talked about it before.
I believe that's something that you can take from season to season, right?
It is. Awesome. So now you've got the big picture planned.
Right.
Step number 1, first thing you want to do is choose 2 fashion-forward pieces. Okay. So I have chosen a knit top. Yeah. This is on flow. And I have also chosen this very cool cold-shouldered sweater. Okay.
So this would be what you would start with.
I would.
Yes.
This is casual, right? This is very casual. You could keep it with a cute little skirt. You could add your jeans. You could dress it, more into the casual, sporty, fun kind of dressing, right? Whereas this one here, you're going to go a little bit more elegant, a little bit more sophisticated. However,
would you wear this to work, do you think?
Well, you could.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it depends on where you work as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and depends on, too, how putting the accessories together. But all the accessories we have work well with both of these tops.
Okay.
Second step you want to do is to choose what is your favorite trend, because it's overwhelming.
Right,
there are lots of things out there that you can look for, but what's your favorite trend? You told me already, you said you and your daughter love plaids.
Yeah.
I do too. But most people are afraid of mixing plaids with other patterns because they don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
So it becomes very complicated, and they get just a little bit nervous about that sort of thing. And the second one I picked is more of a fad, and it's fringes. That's the 2 that I picked. And then the third step is color. So the colors of the grays, kind of the beige and black, and the color of punch of red works good for me. So that's why I chose those. And my 4th step is my 2 transitional pieces, which of course is the poncho and the vest. Okay, so let's pull it all together. So first of all, Flo looks gorgeous in her beautiful knit sweater. All right, so next, maybe get you to
So this
grab
is something I would never...
See, you would never think to do this. This changes the whole pattern underneath.
I like it.
So we've got patchwork, but now we've got the curvature. And I was just saying to you earlier, I hadn't realized that all the hemlines are all curved, which is so cool. So now this takes this a little more sporty, because it gives it that. Plus, it's practical because it's super warm. So now we want to dress it up and make it really funky and have a bit of fun to play with.
I think a lot of times scarves are intimidating to me as well, because I don't know how to wear them.
Yes, and you can do
It's as simple as just put it on.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't overthink it.
Well, and it is, an infinity scarf, so it has its own style. But if you choose to, you actually could roll it twice, and then you can get that too, because it also has a curved neckline. So you could do that. But after all of that is done, the next event you need to go to is a little bit more dressy.
Right.
And so you're thinking, okay, what am I going to do now? This is where the poncho comes in.
Okay.
Spring, winter, and fall. It's amazing. And I chose one that has a button-down collar. So dress it down, dress it up.
Oh, okay.
You can take it
Cool.
off, right? It comes off. So now we take it to the next level. But notice we went patchwork, plain, plaid, and now we're going to throw the next plaid on top.
So you would wear this with the scarf?
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, that
Why
looks so
not?
nice. It's like they were meant to be together.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
That looks great.
It's just amazing. So now you've got that elegant skirt on, the jeans are off, but it goes with almost everything in your wardrobe. This cute little bare-shouldered top,
I love that.
You could do the exact same layering. So when you said, can I wear it to work?
Yeah,
you bet you
could.
can. Soon as you put this on and you put on this little vest, boom, gives a whole different line and becomes more casual.
Where do we get all this again?
From Ricky's.
Ricky's. And
Yes,
it's
at the Cambridge Center.
But it's very cost effective as well, right?
It is. I pulled all the pieces because you know that I'm Little Miss Practical, and they're all together under $200.
Under $200.
And I forgot the $6.
Did you know that a second of fun in the wrong place could change your life forever? Lots of kids in our child amputee program lost their limbs in accidents. Now, we help kids to play safe by sharing our stories and spreading our safety message. Take from us. We've been through it. Accidents can happen to anyone, anywhere.
Don't let it happen to you.
Spot the danger before you play.
Play safe.
Our ancestors came here from France to build a better life. We lived here happily for generations. Until the British decided they wanted our land. The men were called to a meeting and then imprisoned. They demanded we swear an oath to their king and took everything, regardless. We were forced from Acadie, the only home we knew. Mon Acadie n'existera plus.
From 1755 to 1763, over 10,000 Acadians were ripped from their homeland. Despite this, Acadian culture endures in Atlantic Canada.
Welcome back, and I'm joined now by Angela Veith, who is the president of the Kiwanis Club of KW. Thank you so much for being with me today.
Thank you for having me.
And I have Alan Chalmers, who is the committee chair for the Kiwanis Club of KW. Thank you for being on in studio. This is both your first time, so welcome.
Yep. Good to be here.
We're going to talk about your cash calendar, but let's give our viewers a little bit of background information on the club itself and what you guys do for the community. I don't know who wants to take that.
Well, our Kiwanis Club has been around for a long time. I just was installed as the president for the first time. Alan has been the president in the past, but we have a great group. We do lots of fun stuff for the community. We give back, and that's why we're here today. Our cash calendar is our newest and a very popular fundraiser. Organizations can make 50% off of their calendar.
But I'll let Alan. But I was trying to understand it.
So the club, our club. We run bingos to help the community. We, there's all kinds of.
You have a youth group as well.
We have, we have two key clubs that. So this is the high school group, our age level, and it's kind of a junior Kiwanis where they do fundraisers and get involved in the community. As well, this year we've taken over, or we've signed on a. Circle K Club, which is university level. So those students, I think there's 25 of them, and they do projects on campus to raise funds for the community and to be involved in the community. So that's kind of the fun part for us.
So the motivation behind it is to inspire others to give back, and kids specifically to look for ways to.
And our main target is youth. For children, I've been a member of Kiwanis for 47 years, and this is by far the best fundraiser we've ever had. It's phenomenal.
So how long have you been doing the cash calendar?
Well, 2019 was our very first one, and we guaranteed 3 charities: Hope Spring for Cancer, Hockey Helps the Homeless, and Food for Kids, and we guaranteed them $5,000 each. And we hoped to heck we would sell the calendars. And we did, and each of the organisations got $5,000. And we also had $13,000 over and above that went to the youth groups in the community. And it's just an absolutely phenomenal way. The calendars are $20 each, and if they're sold individually, they're $20. But if they go to youth groups, if they sell them, they get 50%. They get $10 for every calendar sold. So this year, as I said, we gave out $13,000 to youth groups, and the coming year, for the 2020 calendar, which is this one, we've already given out 2,500. They were clamouring to get the calendars because it was such a great fundraiser for last year.
So if I understand this correctly, if the youth group sells the calendars, if they take it upon themselves to sell them, then they earn 50%.
Yeah, and the calendars sell for $20, and they get $10 for every calendar sold.
So if they sell 100 calendars, $1,000.
For them to keep and put in.
It's difficult to raise money.
Right.
The youth groups nowadays. And we had, if you can see the calendars.
So that's why I was just going to ask, what's in the calendar?
The advertising that we got actually paid for all the printing. So the money and the revenue that we collect all goes to the charities, which is really phenomenal.
And thanks to the advertising.
For the advertising, and all the advertisers who went for the 2019 calendar, already went in for the 2020.
Wow,
and
okay.
they were so happy
That's great.
with it. Yeah.
So there are organizations that are looking to give back as well by helping you create this calendar.
That's right.
Okay, so what will we find in the calendar? We could turn it
Well,
around.
there's also every day of the year, and this coming year there's 366 days, so there's a bonus.
There's a chance to win.
There's a prize, and there's $10,000 cash given out.
Okay.
And it's a prize every day. $25 is drawn every day, and even this year, when your name is drawn, your name goes right back in. 6 people have won twice.
Okay,
which
and
is
these
phenomenal.
are people who've purchased the calendar.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
very cool.
Even the people
All right.
that,
so just giving, just constantly giving.
That's right. Yeah.
It's the calendar that keeps on giving.
That's good. I like that. Yeah.
Do you like it?
We'll use that.
We can use that one.
Okay, so I want to make sure that we talk about the 3 organizations that will receive the funding this year.
This year.
They're similar to last year.
Well, actually, we did 2 of the same: Hope Spring for Cancer, Food for Kids, and we're also giving to Kerry's Place, which is autism.
Okay.
We felt with autism needs to get the money. As you no doubt heard that they're desperate to have the funding is not there for them.
Right.
So we figured that we would donate another $5,000 to them.
So you've committed to $5,000 for each of these organizations. Food for Kids, I didn't know anything about it. Every Friday morning, 340 kids in 20 schools in our community look forward to picking up their backpacks with packages of food that have been quietly placed in there so that they have food for the weekend.
For their families,
That is heartbreaking. And
in this community.
How did I not know that existed either? So how did you get involved with them?
Well, our club actually sponsors a couple of breakfast clubs too, so that's kind of where it all started.
Nutrition for Learning.
Nutrition for Learning, right? So
yeah.
it's kind of because that's what we love to do. So then Food for Kids was a newer program starting up. So we thought that was a great way for us to help feed kids.
Okay, so we've run out of time, unfortunately, but lots of great stuff in the calendar. And where can we get the calendars?
Well, I just happen to have 3 here.
Yeah, we can head to
another 7 in the car.
kwkiwaniscashcalendar.ca and get more information as well. So thank you so much to both of you for being here.
Thank you
and
for
good luck.
having us.
I hope
Thanks.
you earn that $5,000 each. Welcome back, and I'm joined now by Staff Sergeant Terry Turner with the Waterloo Region Police Services. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
And Julia Manuel, who is the Director of Community Programs with the Waterloo Region Sexual Assault Domestic Violence Treatment Center. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
So the 2 of you have an event coming up in November the 4th and 5th. I'd like to talk about how your partnership started, just to begin with.
So our partnership started when we were part of the Family Violence Project.
Okay.
So that's 12 agencies that are located under one roof that respond to victims of violence.
Okay.
And the aim is to provide a seamless wraparound service to women who come through our doors.
Okay.
Also provide services to men, but a majority of the victims are women. So that includes our program, which is the Sexual Assault Domestic Violence Treatment Center, and the Domestic Violence Investigative Branch of Waterloo Region and Police Services.
Okay.
So we've had a partnership and worked side by side for over 13 years now.
Okay. And what is the goal of this partnership then? We know that November is Women Abuse Awareness Month, so you're working together right now to gear up to that, right?
That's correct, yes. So what we want to do is bring awareness to the importance of recognizing the signs of strangulation, and how do we work together to prevent that, because it is becoming more prominent in domestic violence cases. We're seeing it more and more through our program at the hospital, and a lot of times victims will come up and will have no visible injuries like on the outside, but the damage is done in the inside.
Okay.
So it's really important to bring that awareness to the public and especially to our first responders, because they're the ones who are seeing the women first off. And sometimes when the response is there, women don't necessarily think about the damage that could be done if they've been held or strangled or held by the throat. They're more concerned about the visible injuries that they're seeing. So it's really important to be able to recognize the signs and to know the questions to ask.
Why do we think this is becoming more prominent?
I think really it's more just education now. So I think it's really just coming to the forefront, and people are becoming more aware of how dangerous it is. It is really, and I think that's one of our biggest points is that this can be lethal so quickly within seconds. And so we really want to educate people about that and make sure that they're aware of the signs and symptoms. And so especially for first responders, that we're able to identify those signs and symptoms and then do a proper investigation and lay the proper charges in those occurrences.
So are women then, so you're saying, I've heard both of you say that first responders need to be able to identify this. Is this because women are not coming forward and saying that this has happened to them?
I think women tend to downplay it, as Julia said. I think they don't really recognize how serious it is. I think they don't understand that the perpetrator has no idea if they're strangling them for 3 seconds or 5 seconds or 10 seconds, where that line is for the lethality of it. So I think that's it. They really downplay it, as Julia said. They look at the bruises or they look at a broken bone, but they don't really see the damage that's been done inside.
Okay. So you have the event is coming up at Bingham Men's Conference Center, and that's November 4th and 5th. Talk to me about what the event will look like. You attend both days?
Yes, we attend both days. So we're doing this training in partnership with the Training Institute of Strangulation Prevention. So there are experts coming from the States that are going to provide the 2-day training. We are going to have one of our local Crown attorneys as well present to give the Canadian perspective, because there is a lot of obviously American research and things because the company's from America, but yeah, we will have that Canadian content as well.
So it will be speakers? Will it be different people giving different opinions throughout the 2 days?
It's presented more as lecture style, so it'll be training, literally training for the 2 full days, all day long straight from 8 till 5 p.m. and literally different topics on strangulation and how to identify it, investigate it, and prosecute.
So we have just about 90 seconds left. Who should attend this event?
So I think obviously first responders is most important, but it is open to the general public. In saying that, this is a very heavy topic. So if you are looking to attend this conference, that be prepared for it to be a very difficult conversation. But yeah, it is open to the public. But obviously, we're encouraging first responders to attend.
Right. And if I am part of the general public and I do want to attend, what would be my benefit of attending this? Like, who do you see benefiting most from this other than the first responders?
Well, I think as our early conversation, if you're a parent and you've got children, especially girls, if they're in relationships, you'll be able to recognize those signs and be able to have those conversations and know what next steps to take should that happen.
Yeah. Is this the first time this event has been offered in our community?
Yes.
Okay. So your goal then is to just educate first responders the best that you can and bring in experts and then open it up to the public as well. How do we get tickets to this?
Just go to Eventbrite. And then we're listed. It's listed right there on the Eventbrite site.
Okay. And if we can't attend both days, is it possible to do just one?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much to both of you for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
And for more information, like she said, you can head over to Eventbrite. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time in the studio.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Hick Talk, start the clock.
Critics everywhere agree you need to watch Letterkenny.
That's a Texas size 10-4.
Deftly crafted and oddly poignant.
We are in the platinum age of television.
Crave has every episode.
Can confirm.
Of every season.
Get it? Got it. Good.
Now that's a show.
Letterkenny, now streaming. Only on Crave. This is Rogers TV.
Hi, welcome to Guelph Life. I'm Scott Fraser. Today's episode comes to you from the South Residences at the University of Guelph. October 10th was World Mental Health Day. Each year for the last 20 years, the mayor has been hosting an event to discuss an important aspect of mental health. This year's topic, suicide prevention. Doug Blackwood has the story.
In January of 2008, my world got pretty scary. It got pretty dark. I was pretty isolated, paranoid.
This was the 20th annual Mayor's World Mental Health Day in Guelph. The guest speakers spoke from experience.
This is not your fault. Those were some of the very last words that we received in writing from our son Stephen, who died by suicide on February 10, 2013.
Mr. Mayor, how do you feel about this annual day?
I think it's a really important day. In fact, I wish it was not just one day a year. I think it's an opportunity for today to be one of those days that reminds us we need to talk about it more than just this day. But the theme about talking about suicide is obviously something that can be difficult to do, but it was a much needed topic to be discussed openly. So I was really appreciative of the speakers we had today.
Now, do you feel that all forms of government are doing enough to combat mental health issues?
You know what? Actually, I'm going to give some credit where credit is due. There has been a lot of movement, both at the provincial and the federal level over the last few years, of really tackling this issue, either with funding or support for research or other services that stakeholders in the communities across Canada, across our province and here in Guelph can use to help with this issue. And so, yeah, you know what? I think there's always more, right? There's more of everything, and that sometimes people want to rely on government for. Could we do better in this area? Of course. But I will give some credit where credit is due to both levels of government for taking this very seriously.
One of the ways that we often express suicide is to say that someone committed suicide. And I've never heard anyone say that someone committed cancer or committed heart disease. We say that they die by cancer or they die of heart disease. And suicide is not a sin, nor is it a crime. And so it's really important that we drop and shift, we drop that language, we shift to when we're speaking about suicide, that to say that someone died by suicide or someone attempted suicide.
It's World Mental Health Day. That means people all over the world are stopping to talk about something that we need to talk about. I particularly think it was lovely that we focused on suicide, because that is a difficult conversation to have and one that we need to have if we're going to create a suicide-safer community.
How do you deal with those contemplating suicide?
Well, I mean, the first step that I think we all need to remember is when someone's contemplating suicide, is to ask, why suicide and why now, and have a conversation and let people explain to you, what they're struggling with. The process of having them talk about the things that are creating pain in their life is good. It allows for them to de-escalate a little bit and settle, and then be ready for the next step, which is connecting them to some professionals who understand suicide, who can help them understand what's happening for them in their suicidal ideation a little more, and how they can stay safe from those thoughts. And of course, here in Guelph, the best way to connect to supports is through our Here 24/7, which is there 24/7, which is what's nice.
Has suicide hit close to home with you?
Well, as someone who's been doing this work for 15 years, yes, I have had suicide hit close to home. And, it has fundamentally shifted me, as it does many people that are touched by suicide. And it certainly inspired me, to continue to do this work. But make no mistake, it's not something that ever leaves you.
Okay, now name some of the groups and organizations which can help a person contemplating suicide.
Well, I think there are many, many places in the community where you can get support for suicide. And in the Here for Hope project, we are taking a whole community approach, which means everyone has a role to play. And we encourage everyone in the community to step up and figure out what that might mean for them. We encourage everyone to perhaps consider taking a Safe Talk or an Assist program, which is offered by the Canadian Mental Health Association, and that will prepare people to interact with and have conversations with folks that are considering suicide. But we are very, very fortunate in this community to have one door to access all services, and that's here 24/7. And that makes it, easy for folks to know and remember they're always there, here 24/7.
And how can a person get more information?
If you're interested in more information about the Here for Hope project, which is Wellington's and Guelph's life promotion suicide prevention program, best to connect with the Canadian Mental Health Association. We are going to be launching a website pretty soon. It's not quite there yet, but in the next month or so, you'll also be able to get some information on hereforhope.ca.
So thank you very much.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
It is time.
What's with all this technology? Do you find it a little daunting to use or learn it? I'm going to help simplify things and remove the fears with step-by-step instructions for your computers, tablets, and smart devices. Technically Simple, every Monday at 4 p.m.
If you're thinking of retiring in the near future, watch this next segment closely. Martha Adams returns with some tips for you to consider.
Hello and welcome back. We are here at the delicious, hustling and bustling Crafty Ramen right in the heart of downtown Guelph. One of my favorite spots in town for a quality carb load. I come here normally when there's something I'm excited about, and today we're going to talk about an exciting topic. We're going to talk about retirement planning, but we're going to talk about it beyond the numbers. The real starting point in retirement planning is in our emotions, how we feel about it. The numbers come afterwards. So often in a thought process in which we're so excited, we don't pause to think about the massive life change that we're approaching. We've known something for so long. We've known our work schedule, our life schedule, and that is all changing. A new chapter is beginning. At times, it can feel as though we pressed one button for working and then press the other button, and all of a sudden, that's it, we're retired and everything has changed. So let's talk today about some of those emotions that can come up so that you have a healthy, happy mindset around your retirement and you really are truly prepared. One of the things that I see the most is the feeling of almost a fear of the unknown. And that particularly comes when it is talked about the income. You know, we've known for so long that we go to work, we get our paycheck, and then we budget and live accordingly. We've had that constant inflow of income. And now we get to retirement where we don't have that in quite the same way. And with that can come a massive discomfort. Sometimes we talk about it and sometimes we don't. In this segment, I want to encourage you to talk about it, to acknowledge that. You know, when we think about that mindset, really your financial independence is what we're talking about. You are the one writing your paycheck. The thought process is ultimately the same then. You're getting your income and you are budgeting accordingly. The next thing that can happen is, well, your calendar's cleared up, so everyone starts calling you and you get these amazing opportunities to volunteer or do this or that, and everyone ends up filling up your schedule. One of the things that can help with that is knowing what it is that you want, what it is that you see for your retirement schedule. The next thing that happens really often is when we're married and one spouse is retiring earlier than the other. So that can, for some situations, be exciting, and in other situations, maybe not as exciting. So having the conversation of what the expectations are can really help with that. You know, while these might sound like little ideas or things that might not be of impact, I've seen them have tremendous impact on people's lives. And so getting our mindset around the life change can really, really help it to be a successful, happy, healthy retirement that I wish for you. I hope you found this information helpful for you or someone you know. And as always, I would love it if you shared the information and started the financial conversation. I look forward to sitting down with you again soon.
Tooth fairy? No, my dear, I'm the pill fairy.
There's a pill fairy?
Well, obviously you need one. What's this?
Those are for my back.
Well, you seem fine now. Let's just get rid of any dangerous leftovers, huh? Think about our fishy friends, huh? Ooh, I gotta go. I'm just gonna bring these back to the drugstore. Just don't make me come back.
The pill fairy doesn't exist. Return your meds to the drugstore.
Rangers action on Rogers TV.
This time of year, the water gets cold, the air is getting colder. You want to make sure you're prepared. Watch the weather, dress for the weather. In the event that you're out and you get stranded, you want to make sure your cell phone is fully charged. We also recommend that you wear your PFD this time of year, just because hypothermia comes quicker than in the summertime. In the event that you fall in, you're going to start to gasp. You have 1 minute to catch your breath. You have 10 minutes of dexterity in your hands and your legs. This will allow you to climb back onto your boat or swim to safety. And then after an hour, you have the possibility of having a heart attack. So it's very important that you wear your PFD or life jacket. Now the difference between a PFD and a life jacket is a life jacket will self-right you and keep your head above water, where a PFD will keep you afloat but will not keep your head above the water. If you're looking for more information about what I've talked about, you can visit Transport Canada website at tc.gc.ca.
Welcome back. In addition to our regular crimes of the week, Sarah Bowers-Peter has a special guest, Detective Constable Hugh Curry, who discusses the EPAC program.
Hi, it's Sarah from Crime Stoppers Guelph Wellington. Thank you for tuning in today to Guelph Life. We are at the Clare Road Emergency Services Center, and I'm joined today by Detective Constable Hugh Curry. We're going to talk a little bit about the EPAC program, which is taking place in the city of Guelph. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So maybe you can explain exactly what EPAC is.
EPAC is a collaboration between Crime Stoppers and the Guelph Police Service, along with the OPP, to teach parents and kids about internet safety and human trafficking safety.
Okay. And in your role with the Guelph Police Service, you have a background in cyber safety, and that's what you bring to the presentations?
Correct. I bring internet safety for both kids and parents, and the do's and don'ts for kids and parents, and what to watch out for in your child changing behavior and stuff.
Right. So that's, for these presentations, that's a key thing for people to understand, like from your perspective, how children are being approached online. And then from Crime Stoppers, we're looking at focusing on human trafficking and how cyber safety transitions into human trafficking. Is there anything that you can share as far as why a parent might want to bring their child to this presentation?
We do a lot of online child safety, so kids know what to look for. They know when they're being groomed by a predator. They know what sites to visit, the good and bad sites. And also, it's good for the parents to bring their kids to show that they're encouraging their kids to learn more. You know, being there for your child is a big step to your child being safe online.
Now, these presentations are free of charge, and we are available to attend any school, or it could be in a church group, it could be a sports center, really any venue where young people gather. We would like to hear from people by contacting us at Crime Stoppers, csgw.tips, to let us know when we can book your presentation. It's a tough presentation to give. Like the content can be rather challenging, right?
It is. It's challenging for both kids because they do know more than anybody else online, and I'll admit to that 100%. It's a lot of challenge with parents. Parents don't realize that they're seeing stuff that their kids are doing that they shouldn't be doing. And the kids don't know the parents don't know how to react to it, what to do with it. So we'll sort of give them some tools that they can keep in their tool belt when they how to talk to their kids and what to look for.
And that's the beauty of the program too, is that with the parents being in one room and the young people being in another room, there's that freedom and less pressure to ask the questions that maybe parents won't feel comfortable asking in front of their kids.
That's correct. And I know the last ones we've had a lot of kids come forward with questions that they wouldn't ask with their parents there, and vice versa. The parents are like, I don't want to ask this with my kids there, but what about this? Or I'm seeing this, what do I do? So we have some helpful tips for them.
Right. So if you're interested in a presentation, go to Crime Stoppers Guelph Wellington's website, csgw.tips, contact us, and we'd be happy to book a free presentation.
For sure.
This crime of the week took place just off the Hanlon. See if you have any information that could help us out with the investigation. Sometime overnight on Monday, July 8th, 2019, a break and enter occurred at a location on Hanlon Creek Boulevard in Guelph. Forced entry was gained into a construction trailer. Stolen were several items, including power tools and a generator. If you have any information about this crime or any other crime, call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS. You can also submit an anonymous tip online at csgw.tips. You never have to give your name or testify in court. If your information is used in an arrest, you may be eligible for a cash reward of up to $2,000. While this crime of the week does not take place in the city of Guelph, due to the nature of the crime, we feel that you may have information even though you're not in this location. Sometime between the hours of 6 p.m. on Thursday, August 1st and 6 a.m. on Friday, August 2nd, 2019, a theft occurred at a property located on South River Road in the township of Centre Wellington. Stolen was a 2013 Kubota tractor, a 2013 Kubota backhoe, and a 2013 Kubota front-end loader. Value of the theft is estimated at $50,000. If you have any information about this crime or any other crime, call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS. You can also submit an anonymous tip online at csgw.tips. You never have to give your name or testify in court. If your information is used in an arrest, you may be eligible for a cash reward of up to $2,000. Are you active on social media? So are we. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. And don't forget to check out our website, csgw.tips. And if you ever have any tip information, you can provide the information there or call us at 1-800-222-8477. Thanks for watching.
Looking for great seats to all the action? Rogers Super Sports Pack delivers. With NBA League Pass, get up to 40 out-of-market games every week, all season long. More dunks, more slams, more to love, live in HD. NBA League Pass, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today.
Hey folks, it's me, Giovanni Patiti, and Halloween's right around the corner. You know, Halloween, from the Latin word for teaching your kids how to extort stuff from complete strangers. Well, this time we got a very special treat for you. It's the Giovanni and me Halloween Marathon. It all starts Halloween night at 6 p.m. Remember, kids, candy is dandy, but Giovanni and me won't rot your teeth. Nice.
I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV.
Hey everybody, Ben Strasser here. Think Millennial, 9 p.m. Thursday nights. Join us on Rogers TV and our Facebook page. See you then.
We've been to the Children's Art Factory before, but a lot has changed since then, including where they call home. Here's a look at their new digs on Yarmouth Street.
Melissa, we're in the Children's Art Factory. Where did this great idea come from?
It came probably through a variety of ways. First, I went to art school. Second, I had children shortly after art school. And probably third, when I was going around with my babe and toddler at the time, and there'd be art activities available, but I often found that it was the parents doing the art and the children watching. It was very step by step. There was always sort of an example, and children never seemed to be very interested in what was available. And I guess taking my art background, where it was very hands-on, it was experimental, there was no end product in mind, I thought it would be something that children would be more interested in than what was being provided at the time. So sort of the seed started there, and I started doing programming with that idea. I called it Toddler Art, and I had a lot of people came, and I would do this once a month at the library, and it was a very popular program. So the seed grew from there, and I ended up finding a space when I was looking for a space for myself, and one thing led to another. It was a storefront space, so I thought, well, why don't I try this idea? And honestly, first time I opened the door, I was able to leave my job at the library, and it's just been a runaway train ever since, so I was just trying to keep up. There's definitely a need. Parents have embraced it from the very start, and yeah, I'm just trying to catch up, keep up with the demand. So that's why we've moved to the new space.
Okay, and that's it. You have moved to a new space. What is it you've been able to do here? What makes this so much bigger, better, and brighter?
Well, first of all, the location. It's an old yellow brick building right downtown, and it's windows on all there's many different windows, and so it does let in a lot of light. Our last space was 900 square feet. This is 3,300 square feet, so much bigger. Surprisingly, we have the same amount of stations as we did in our 900 square foot space, but we've just been able to place them more where there's space around things and stations, so we can allow in more people and probably provide a little bit more mess as well.
I think just looking around, it's a little quiet this afternoon because kids are back at school, but there are still children here enjoying the space, and it's just a happy sounding place. It must be a wonderful place to work.
Absolutely. I think it does keep me young in terms of my spirit as well as physical, because there's lots of cleaning to do. I think just having them around is just a joy for me.
And so there's lots of open free time that people can come and enjoy, but you also offer certain programs and opportunities for private parties.
Yes, we are open 7 days a week for drop-in, and we just finished summer camps. We'll continue to do that next summer, and we are offering PA Day camps. Starting in October, we'll have a kids' night out option, and we'll be doing morning programming, so baby programming, toddler programming, and we'll continue to do that as long as we have artists that want to come and share their expertise with us.
If people want more information about the Children's Art Factory, where can they find it?
I would say the best is our website, thechildrensartfactory.com. And we also have Instagram and Facebook. But go to our website, that's the best way to get information.
1, 2, call me your ring, so trouble.
This is your Guelph Chamber Choir in rehearsal for their first concert of the season. Here's more.
Charlene, welcome to Guelph. But you are no stranger to the Guelph Chamber Choir. Tell me a little bit about your connection.
Well, last year, of course, I conducted the February concert. I was one of two who were shortlisted for this position, and I'm very pleased to have been chosen. It's been quite a fantastic experience doing that concert last year and now joining them this year. And I sang with them as a soprano a couple of times, and so I know the organization through that experience as well, performing with them.
So tell me about this first concert that you've arranged.
October 27th at 3 p.m. at Harcourt United Church. It's called 5 Days That Changed the World, and the pivotal piece is by Bob Chilcott, who's a well-known British composer, and this is one of his pieces that highlights 5 separate days, events that he's chosen that he feels were very pivotal in human history. And what I see is that these were all 5 events that brought people together in some way. And in an era where we're getting so much negativity and so much polarization, we're maybe in the middle of an election in our country where that's really happening, and of course internationally and south of us, there's a lot of that happening. This is a really healing way of looking at the world and looking at humanity and realizing how much good there is and how much there are people who have brought fantastic things to society and can inspire us. So it's been a program that is highlighting the good, which is, I think, very welcome at this time.
I've been singing with the choir for 13 years. I moved to Guelph at that time and was looking for a choir and was lucky enough to join with them then.
Charlene is the new artistic director and conductor. How have the first few rehearsals been going?
Really, really well. It's exciting. It's like her background as a singer really brings a feeling of singing lessons sometimes to the group, which is really nice. We're getting this nice unified sound, and she's able to speak to us in sort of singer lingo about placement and tuning. It's been really interesting.
Yeah. You have some guest artists as well.
Very excited that GCVI will be joining us under the direction of Lane Osborne. So we have a youth choir singing. They will be doing their own set at the beginning, and then they're joining us for the Bob Chilcott piece. So it's fun for our choir to work together with the young people, and they bring a lot of energy and a lot of, it'll be a nice variety for the audience to hear them as well. We also have a percussionist. His name is Richard Moore, and of course Alison McNeil at the piano, who audiences will know. We would love to see people there. Let's fill the whole church with bodies, and it will be such an inspiring and uplifting concert. It's in the afternoon, easy to get to, all ages are welcome, and we really encourage people to come.
Well, that's it for this edition of Guelph Life. Thanks so much for watching. Best of luck to the students here at the University of Guelph in their midterms and throughout the entire semester. I'm Scott Fraser. We'll see you next time with more stories from your Guelph Life.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media. Rogers TV.
This is a powerful tool. One simple phone call and you can help to solve crime. I'm Nadia Matos. It was a fatal shooting, lack of information, and one of the most crime-ridden cities in North America that changed the face of policing forever. More than 42 years ago in Albuquerque, New Mexico, violent crimes detective Greg McAleese was investigating the killing of a young gas station attendant. With few details to go on, Detective McAleese appealed to the public for help, and this was the beginning of the Crime Stoppers program. He takes us back to his days as a police officer in New Mexico.
There was a lot of frustration on the part of the police officers that they weren't getting the support of the public. They felt as though the public had information about crime, but they weren't getting very much in the way of that information. And so really, as much as anything else, I started to analyze what the problem might be. And, you know, people don't understand that crime rates are usually driven by the community. It's not something where police departments have much in the way of impact on crime rates. It's the community that dictates how much crime they're willing to put up with. And so I started to take a look at why we weren't getting cooperation, and came up with two major factors. One is the fact that people were afraid, and the second was that people basically were just apathetic. And so I designed Crime Stoppers basically to overcome those two problems. And for the apathetic, we would offer a cash reward. They're not huge, but they're nominal. But they're enough as a way of saying thank you for helping us solve a case. The information or the rewards were paid only upon the indictment of somebody, so we didn't have to wait to the conviction of somebody, and so we were able to get the rewards out into the community much faster than ordinary. For those people that were afraid of retaliation, I designed the program so that they could remain completely anonymous.
A tipster is given a code number. That code number is used throughout the investigative process. Once an arrest has been made, the tipster receives a cash reward. But the idea did face some skepticism.
So it was a brand new concept. So therefore you didn't have anything to base it upon. There's no track record of any other type of a program like this. And there was a lot of resistance from the senior commanders of the police department. I think more than anything else, they were just afraid of failure. And so for about 6 months, they kept pushing it away, giving me other assignments, you know, and basically just trying to tell me to go away quietly. And I wouldn't do it. I just continued to hound them until we got to the point where they agreed to try it. Catalyst for this was the murder of a gas station attendant by the name of Michael Carmen.
You even fronted some money for it.
Well, I did. I took some money out of my own pocket because, again, you know, I mean, I know money speaks. And but we were also able to get Horn Oil Station, which was the owner of the gas station where Michael worked. We were able to get them to donate $1,000. So, you know, it became something where when we solved that case so quickly, then an awful lot of the skepticism about this program went away.
The Crime Stoppers program promises to protect the anonymity of its callers, and the Supreme Court of Canada guarantees it. But why is anonymity so important?
It's critical. It's critical. Well, because you're not going to be able to spend the money if you're dead. And with some of these tipsters, they're very, very close to who they're informing on. and these are not nice people. You know, the people that we're arresting as the result of Crime Stoppers tips, we're dealing with murderers, rapists, armed robbers, usually some very, very violent thieves. Crime Stoppers is especially effective in dealing with street crime, and so over time, the fact that not only do we offer anonymity, but we also are in a position where we back it up, where I tell people, listen, I'll go to jail rather before I'll give up your name.
And that's being challenged right now a lot of the times in different courts all over the place, right?
Well, they'll challenge it, you know, but again, it's something where we have case law on our side. We've been able to, over 42 years, establish a substantial amount of case law that allows us to protect the identities of tipsters. Most of the time we never even know who they are. You know, I mean, they're just a number. That's how we operate. We tell people, don't tell us who you are, just tell us what you know. And then at the end of the conversation, we'll give them a code number, and that becomes how we track the case through the investigative process.
The Crime Stoppers program is based on anonymity, and that's the most important part of our program, is ensuring that any tipster or any caller that is in contact with Crime Stoppers is guaranteed the anonymity.
Constable Daryl Paquette is the police coordinator for the Crime Stoppers program here in Waterloo Region. Paquette is responsible for handling all tips that are reported to the program. It is his responsibility to make sure that tipsters' anonymity is protected.
So the most important part is when we do receive information, again, is making sure that any information within that tip is sanitized to a point that we cannot identify the sex of the individual, the location, or the closeness to the people that they might be talking about. That's my primary function to do it, but at the same time, there's a responsibility on the tipster to ensure that they're not going around town and bragging to their friends that they've called into Crime Stoppers and has given information. The moment that you've done that, you've outed yourself, and we cannot protect you if you do that. So we try within every conversation with the tipster to ensure that they are aware of those rules, that they are not to speak to other people, they're not to be telling people that they've contacted Crime Stoppers, and to just not to identify themselves as anybody that has used the program. So to ensure tipster safety, our website now has included a tipster Bill of Rights. This Bill of Rights is kind of a standard that's been developed for all Crime Stopper programs. With this Bill of Rights, it kind of explains how the process of the tips work, what is expected when you provide information. So again, we'll highlight the areas that you're not going to be asked to go to court. We're not going to ask for your name. We're not going to ask for your phone number or any information that's going to identify you. So there's a number of things that are going to be there. Kind of gives the instructions and the basis of our program and what to expect when you do provide the information. When privilege or of anonymity will not exist is when we're looking in areas where our community members or our people are using the program to obstruct justice or to further a criminal activity. So providing information to Crime Stoppers to direct an investigation to go into another area because they may be the suspect, or using the program to utter threats against someone. And there's a variety of different criminal activity that can happen. But in those cases, we do let our tipsters know through this Bill of Rights that if you are going to use the program to commit a criminal offense or obstruct justice, then in those cases privilege will not exist and your identity can be found out. Now, that can cause some confusion with people because we do get often tipsters will call in and say, I'm not sure if this is happening, but I want to let you know. I'm hoping I'm not going to get anybody in trouble by giving their name, but that person looks like the person that you highlighted on your crime of the week. Those cases are fine. People are doing this of the goodness of their heart. they're doing it for the right reasons. They're not trying to mislead an investigation or giving us false information purposely. They're actively involved trying to help solve crime. When those cases happen, we often do tell them that provide us the information, and it'll be the police that will determine whether that information is accurate or not. And for the most part, if they're wrong, they were wrong. I mean, people don't really know if they were being investigated or if their names were supplied in the first place. But it just shows that your community members are active and watching and listening to what's happening in the community.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details. With NHL Center Ice, you get a premium ticket to the games you want every night of the season. With up to 37 out-of-market games a week to choose from, you'll get more goals, more saves, more non-stop action from the teams you love. NHL Center Ice, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today. Storm action on Rogers TV.
At St. John Ambulance, we're all about community. We teach life-saving skills and provide community support through our volunteer services. All St. John Ambulance product sales and training registrations support these important services. Volunteer, donate, or enroll in a program today so we can continue to have an impact on our community. Visit sja.ca to learn more. At St. John Ambulance, we do more than save lives, we change lives.
OHL action on Rogers TV.
More than 42 years ago, violent crime detective Greg McAleese created the Crime Stoppers program as a way to solve a murder case in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The program came to Canada in 1982 and first formed in Calgary. By the following year, Hamilton introduced the program to Ontario. Retired Toronto Star reporter Cal Miller played a vital role with the inception of Toronto's Crime Stoppers program.
Well, it was actually after Hamilton began their program. I was working for the Toronto Star, and the editors heard that they'd started Crime Stoppers in this city, and they suggested that I go over and find out what the program's all about.
And you did. What did you think?
Well, it was an amazing story because it was the media, the police, and the community working together. And not only was it a good story, but it was also something that the Toronto Star could be involved in to help the community. And it was a story that introduced Crime Stoppers to Toronto. And one of the things that I did was call the police chief to get his reaction to what Hamilton was doing. And at that point, he told me that they were looking into the Crime Stoppers concept. And a few months later, he called and he said they're actually considering implementing a program, and invited me to be on the steering committee because I appeared to be someone who knew a little more than other people in the community. And that's how it all began. I was involved in the program right from the beginning in Toronto, and became a board member, was the representative of the paper on the board. And after my retirement, we moved from the Toronto area to Burlington, and I became involved in the Halton program, which I'm still involved in.
Miller has written 6 books, including Crime Stoppers, The Inside Story. This book is co-authored with Crime Stoppers founder Greg McAleese.
And it's really Greg's life on how he came to develop the program to solve a crime. He had a horrific homicide, and it was in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where the program started. And he was a young detective. He'd only been on the police service for 3 years. But he was an investigator in the homicide department of the major crime section, as it was called then. And he made a commitment to the mom of this young murder victim, 20-year-old Michael Carmen, that he would solve the case.
Which is something you're told not to do.
Exactly. But I know how he felt, because it's a very emotional type of situation. He had sat with the victim who had been shot point blank with a very heavy gauge weapon, and watched him die. And that's
that has an imprint,
exactly. And I mean, you want to do something at that point, and he was caught up in that. And at the same time, he found out that it wasn't an easy case to solve.
Community engagement is a powerful tool in fighting crime. Crime Stoppers relies on its partnerships between the community, the media, and the police to be successful.
That success cycle is generated through awareness, and that's that's step number 1. And so, as a result, through the media, and whether it's traditional media or whether it's the new media, which is used substantially now by Crime Stoppers programs. But what will end up happening is that the public will be informed about a crime that has gone unsolved, or a fugitive that is still at large. And they'll be encouraged to respond to our request through the media, respond by giving us information. Now, when they give us the information, if it produces a case being solved or a fugitive being arrested, that ends up getting reported back to the media, because the media wants to know that their participation is important. That's one of the things that is extremely important in the relationship between Crime Stoppers and the media. We're a partnership. Right. And so from that point, when they report our successes, that creates awareness again, and that creates tips, that creates donations to the reward fund, that creates cases being solved, that creates arrests being made, that creates the report back to the media, and that's how Crime Stoppers is successful.
Hi, I'm Dave Carroll, host of Brant Life. Join me every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a brand new show featuring you and your stories and the things you care about, right here on Brant Life on Rogers TV.
We were born in Canada. We spoke English. On the streets, we weren't welcome. But on the field, we were the assassin. Vancouver's champions. Everyone cheered for us. Our people had a voice. Then Canada declared war on Japan. They took us from our homes, called us enemies. forced us into camps. But we brought the game with us. Baseball helped get us through the internment.
The Vancouver Asahi were among the 22,000 Japanese Canadians interned during the Second World War. The team never played another game.
What's with all this technology? Do you find it a little daunting to use or learn it? I'm going to help simplify things and remove the fears with step-by-step instructions for your computers, tablets, and smart devices. Technically Simple, every Monday at 4 p.m.
Hey folks, it's me, Giovanni Patiti, and Halloween's right around the corner. You know, Halloween, from the Latin word for teaching your kids how to extort stuff from complete strangers. Well, this time we got a very special treat for you. It's the Giovanni and Me Halloween Marathon. It all starts Halloween night at 6 p.m. Remember, kids, candy is dandy, but Giovanni and Me won't rot your teeth. Nice.
The Crime Stoppers program is a not-for-profit community-based charity. Since the program started, there are more than 1,700 Crime Stopper programs worldwide in 32 countries. The program's top cop reflects on the magnitude of Crime Stoppers.
Well, you know, we've been going now for 42 years, which is a surprise. It's very surprising that we would have this kind of longevity until you begin to analyze why we are successful. And we're successful because of the hundreds of thousands of people who have volunteered to be on the boards of directors, the thousands of coordinators who have given their, dedication and their skill to being able to take tips and to actually work with other investigators in order to create crimes being solved. And so, and the fact that the media has been involved all these years. It's very unusual, for the media to be, to stay focused on one particular program and to participate in that program for so many years. Because the media is changing all the time, the demographics change, blah, 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 blah. Management changes, and there's only a certain amount of time on TV or a certain amount of space in the newspaper or time on the radio to be able to publicize unsolved crimes. And so the fact that this has continued to be supported over all these years is probably the biggest surprise. I came out of the media. I used to be with the Associated Press before I became a cop. And I can tell you that I never could have foreseen that we'd still be going 40 years later.
Any of that experience that you took as a journalist that helped you in this endeavor?
Oh yeah, because I knew where all the skeletons were of all my other fellow journalists. So it was easier to be able to convince them to participate in the program.
Exactly.
Yeah, but seriously, the other thing is that I know what interests the media and how to present it. And these are important things. You have to be able to present this in a manner that is entertaining, but at the same time educating and is of interest to the public. And so if you do that, then this will work. But if you and one of the things that you have to be careful about is you can't become stale. You have to, it's like any other idea, you have to constantly be up to date, be willing to make adjustments and to continue the success. It's not easy. It's a real challenge to be able to do it. The countries that it would be great to have Crime Stoppers are those that are beset with tremendous crime issues as well as social issues.
Mexico, for example.
Mexico is a perfect example. Colombia, Central America, anything in South America, and in Asia, where I live. These are all things that are societal, and at the same time, they're also problems that we have from the standpoint of police procedures and the reliability and accountability of the police. So as a result, you know, countries that need this program the most are probably the most difficult to try to really get the program involved. I once had an interviewer say, well, how does it feel to be the man who has made more arrests or responsible for more arrests than any other cop in history?
How does it feel?
Overwhelming. I never thought of it that way because I've always looked at this as being a collective effort. Yeah, I got it started and have continued over the years in order to insist on keeping this within the basic structure of what we have. And also to strive for excellence with our programs. But to be honest with you, I look at this as being a collective effort from hundreds of thousands of people, and that's why this program has worked. It's just not me.
If you had to tell the community as to why this program works, as a pitch to the community, you were repitching it all over again.
Yeah.
How would you now pitch it with the perspective and the knowledge that you have?
I would simply say this: if you are tired of having a large amount of crime, of living in fear, of being worried about your children, the safety of your children, there is a weapon that you can use, and that is a telephone or a computer to be able to provide police with information on an anonymous basis and with the prospect of a cash reward. And that is by contacting Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers works. That's the simple fact of the matter. It works. A crime is being solved every 14 minutes somewhere in the world because of a tip to Crime Stoppers.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
When my legs get stronger, I want to play basketball, volleyball, I want to run. I was sick when I was a little baby. I had meningitis.
Even after they did the amputations, they said that it was likely he would not make it.
To now, you throw him on that bike and off he goes.
My bike helps me get my legs stronger.
Without the ramps, being able to afford his limbs and devices would be difficult.
Thank you for helping me get around.
NHL action on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
Welcome to Grand River Rides. I'm Vince Morenzi. Today we're going to talk about staying dry and staying safe. We'll visit one of the many great local bike shops in our area, and we'll show you one of the coolest bikes you've ever seen. But first, let's stop. If you have to make a quick stop on your bike, do you know what to do? It's one of the most important maneuvers that might save your life. So we've got our friends from Rider Training Institute to show us emergency braking.
So I'm here with Steve Keith. Steve's lead instructor, senior instructor with RTI.
Yes.
And the one I want to talk to you about today is that magic point where you know you've got to stop quick and work on those skills as to how quickly can you stop and how do you go about doing that without locking up your back and putting your back tire and putting your bike down.
Emergency braking, threshold braking, whatever you would like to call it. It's such an important skill that everybody has to continually practice with. It's something that I think a lot of our instructors and everybody should practice every spring. They've got their bikes put to bed for 6 months. You must come out and practice that. It has to be instinctual. When something happens in front of you, you have to know how to do that. And that's basically getting up to your maximum tire traction of stopping in the shortest, quickest, and safest and smoothest way possible. And it's you know, pulling the clutch in, using the front and rear brakes smoothly and progressively. We need to stop our motorcycle, so we continue on that brakes until that situation has happened for us. And not locking up the tires and hopefully not using ABS. The ABS is there to save us, but we want to be able to do this smoothly and smoothly. It's something that we practice on our courses in the Sunday morning, and we practice it all morning. We think it's so important that people have to do.
You know, it's interesting you raise the point of ABS because virtually every car on the road now has ABS.
Yes.
A lot of bikes do not. Some of the newer ones and some of the larger Gold Wings and some of the larger Harleys, some of the newer bikes, they have it, but there's a lot of bikes that don't. But even with the bikes with it, it's important that you get that skill down so you're not relying on that.
Yes. Because we don't always have the conditions like we have here. It's dry. Sometimes it is wet. So you have to know how to be smooth and that progressive of continually trying to stop there. And I know I practice almost every time I go out riding. I'll take 2 minutes and just see what my bike is. It's 500 pounds. Some bikes are 800, 900 pounds. Some are 200 pounds. There's different sitting positions. So they all act a little bit differently. And we want to make sure that we load up that suspension smoothly, slowly, and then continually do that front braking. And the front braking and the rear, the front is the majority of the power in all our bikes nowadays.
So you find that people have a habit of getting on the rears too hard before they get on the front, or is it the other way around? Like what do people tend to do?
It's a little bit of both. Depending if you're old school, some people never touch the rear brake, and some people just touch they're too hard on the rear brake. We want to just flex our ankle, not use our leg. And they get into that rear skid. And some people have been told by the wrong people not to touch the front brake. Your motorcycle will flip over. And that's just wrong.
We're not riding 10 speeds?
We're not riding 10 speeds. And if you're smooth and progressive and know how to do this and you practice it, so when that situation arises, it's not a panic. We don't want to grab, we don't want to stab the front brake. We want to be smooth and just pull it in. So when we have on our course, what we'll have our students get up into, start from a stop, they get up into second gear, and just a mid-level second gear, because they're just learning. And they'll practice that stopping, clutch in, both brakes, come to a nice easy stop, making sure they're in first gear. Then eventually we'll start introducing that emergency, because a lot of times they're covering the levers. We'll just ask them to stop now, stop now. They may not know when that's happening. So just coming down, and we may have an instructor do this, and we're going to have an instructor, just tell another instructor they're going to be coming down at a nice, easy pace, and they'll just put their hands up to stop. And then this is when they have to react, not panic, Okay, it's an emergency, but not panic. Clutch will come in, both brakes, tapping down to first gear, and making sure that we do a head check or a traffic check in behind us.
So the single most important thing you can recommend then on emergency or threshold braking is often getting out and finding an empty parking lot where you've got a few parking spots that you can measure yourself on.
Correct.
And practice your braking.
Correct, for sure. Yes.
Challenge yourself to, I could stop in 4 spots or 2 spots.
Yeah. You get different bikes and you have different conditions. Can you stop your motorcycle, whatever the weight may be, smoothly? Because it has to be smooth, because we have to worry about 2 wheels and balance.
Right.
And making sure that when we stop, we've just avoided something maybe in front of us, that we were in first gear, because something may be coming from behind.
I was just going to say that even though you're getting that stop done, you still got to be checking over your shoulders to make sure you're not getting run over.
Could be right behind you.
Thank you, Steve.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Now we're going to introduce you to our first bike of the week. This amazing work of art might be the nicest bike you've ever seen, unless you're a Montreal Canadiens fan. But it's also got a touching story behind the blue, white, and chrome. Take a look.
Smitty, who is the creator of this masterpiece, and I don't care if you're a hockey fan or not, or even if you're a Leafs fan or not. That's cool.
Thank you very much.
What's the history of this? Like, what made you build this one?
Well, I lost my son to cancer, and I didn't know what to do for him, and he was a big Leaf fan. And I'm sorry to say that's the only problem I had with my son. But
Wait. That means you're a Montreal or an Ottawa fan.
I'm a Montreal fan.
Okay, sorry.
So we had a rival of phone calls, and one day I sat in the garage and I had this extra bike, and I said, I want to remember him. I miss him like he was my best buddy. So I built this bike in his memory, and this is what I ended up with.
So how long of a project was it? How long did it take you to build that?
5, 6 years.
5, 6 years.
Yeah.
Of a lot of hours.
A lot of hours, and a lot of just push it in the corner. I'm a truck driver, so I just stay driving a truck. And
now, did you do all the paint as well?
No, Bev Finley did the paint. It was out of Mount Forest.
Okay.
And the powder coating was Gorilla powder coating up in Barrie. They donated all the powder coating.
Really? Because of the reason you were building the road?
The reason I was building this for, and it just got to their heart, just like everybody I talked to about it,
So now, do you ride it?
Oh yeah.
And when you're riding it, what are you thinking of?
How proud my son would be. Before he died, my son didn't ride. But one day he says to his buddy, he goes, listen, we're going to get bikes, we're going to ride with my dad. And I heard that and I was really happy to hear that, right? He says, but when we go on rides, keep your mouth shut, straight. So, he never made it. He didn't get it that far, right? I have a picture of him on my big decker, and I got that in my bedroom.
That's the thing a lot of people don't realize about bikes is when people start customizing them, there's often a really big meaning behind it.
Oh.
And for you, obviously, this bike or the picture on your decker, it means something.
Yeah.
It's remembering your son.
And that's all I do is I sit in the garage sometimes by myself, and I got it up on the hoist, and I just stare at it, right?
Dude, I don't have the connection to the bike that you do. And I can see myself sitting there staring at it too. That is a work of art.
Yeah.
And I can't even say that I'm a big Leafs fan. But it's cool.
I can understand that part.
Thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
I appreciate it.
That is a beautiful bike. And I look forward to this being out there for the people watching the show to get to see this. And the story behind it.
I put it in the big show in January at the Gorilla Powder Coating.
Okay.
And the people that went around, I was amazed. I entered the bike. I didn't win nothing because that show is set up just for certain people, right? But that's okay. It was okay just to see people like it, and they had their own memories. You know, like that player on the back of the fender. There's no number on it. You just think of who you want to think it is, right? So I look at it sometimes and I think it's my son. He loved playing hockey too, right? So I got to golf with him and a few things. He was 32 years old, so.
I can't tell you. I've got a son that's 23 years old. He just graduated with his master's. He's headed to law school. So for me to even try to say that I understand, I can't. I'm still, unless a parent has had to go through that, I don't know if anybody can really understand the emotion involved.
Well, the best thing to understand is when you see him, give him a hug.
Yeah.
I don't do that no more.
I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thanks for
hearing the story means a lot.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll head over to Tri-City Cycle and Sports to find out more about their business and how you can stay dry.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details. Rangers action on Rogers TV.
Hey folks, it's me, Giovanni Patiti, and Halloween's right around the corner. You know, Halloween, from the Latin word for teaching your kids how to extort stuff from complete strangers. Well, this time we got a very special treat for you. It's the Giovanni and Me Halloween Marathon. It all starts Halloween night at 6 p.m. Remember, kids, candy is dandy, but Giovanni and Me won't rot your teeth. Nice.
Welcome back to Grand River Rides. It's happened to every rider, that unexpected rainstorm. Luckily, there's something you can do so that a little rain doesn't ruin your day. But it's all about being prepared. We asked Randy Kuchman from Tri-City Cycle to give us some tips on being prepared for rain or shine.
So Randy, we all know the importance when you're riding to be dressed for the weather.
Absolutely.
If you're overheating, it'll tire you out. You'll get dehydrated, and dehydrated tide riders make mistakes. Or if you're cold and wet, the same thing can happen, or worse.
Yep.
So the importance of being dressed for the weather and ready for it.
It's a good jacket.
So
start it off.
Let's start with a jacket. As to what do you need in a jacket to be ready for all the weather?
What I normally sell, or like to sell, is this style of jacket. This is a sport tour jacket. We do have the leather. The leather is nice, but I find this here is waterproof, windproof. It's a 3-in-1. It has a zip-out inner liner, and it fits nice. And especially on long rides, it's a little bit longer on the back to cover your butt there, so a lot of the rain doesn't wash up. And I think no matter what, if you get caught in the rainstorm, you're getting wet anyway. Doesn't matter what you wear. I once came back from Kingston. I was wearing a one-piece rain suit, collar, full face, waterproof gloves, waterproof boots. By the time I got to Kitchener, I was soaked.
Yeah, water tends to pool in places that the seam is.
It's like a leak in the roof. It just keeps filling, right? So,
have you ever had to empty your boots out after a rain?
I have, and stuff after a little while, and I'm thinking, why am I doing this?
Yeah.
It's not fun.
I will ride in the rain if I'm somewhere and it starts to rain, so be it. But I can't think of a time that I have ever intentionally set out in the rain.
Yeah.
But to be ready for it if it comes.
Yeah, I hear you.
What about in gloves? Do you have anything that is a waterproof in the gloves?
They do make the leather. You can waterproof them, and then you have the waterproof coverings that go over top. It's still, it doesn't matter what you do. I think if you're caught in the rain, either pull over under a bridge and wait till it slows down, or park at a motel for the night. But just, there is a glove. It depends how cool it is. You can go with a sort of a wintry glove to stay warm. But honestly, the water's going to get you.
So on a jacket like this, does it have any of the reflective material in it?
Yes, it does. The whole back is reflective. All the pinstriping.
So
lights
if you're
up.
riding when the visibility is
lights
down,
up.
that'll all...
Yeah, lights up.
I was following somebody the other night that had a jacket like that on, and I was amazed by how well it stood out.
Yeah. Yep.
So you've already got your jacket. You don't want to go out and spend money on a new one. What else can you do?
Well, you can buy a rain suit. We have two styles of rain suits. This Frog Tog is super nice and light. It works awesome.
That's what
These
I
are
have
awesome.
Frog Togs, and I find that
Yep.
the advantage of Frog Togs over some of the rain suits, they're not like the old school vinyl rain suits
Right.
that you get more wet from sweating on the inside than the
Right.
rain would have got you. The Frog Togs, the air breathes out,
Yep.
but
Doesn't
it
let
keeps
it
the
in.
water out.
That's right. That's right. They are awesome too, and they're nice, lightweight, and they pack away nice. And then we have the old style, which you were just talking about. A little bit of vinyl, just pull it over top of what you're wearing and keep riding.
And it's fine on a cool day, but if it's a hot, rainy day,
Then it's hot.
it's
hot.
You get soaked from the inside.
Yeah, yeah. There's no real fix. That's why I like this. Maybe some pants. Even if you had rain pants with this jacket, it'd be a nice fit.
So, what about for footwear? As far as
Footwear, we do have boots, but I want to mention one more jacket for the hot days. This is the textile, which is breathable, and it has a zip-out liner. These are really nice. I wear one of these myself because, you know, for when I ride is nice days anyway.
Now,
So
on a jacket like this, that also has the pads in the key spots, like your elbow,
your spine,
back.
shoulder.
I like
Yep.
the one I have that I got from you.
Yeah.
Because it has the big shoulder pads, and it looks like I have much bigger shoulders.
Yeah, yeah. You carry a lot on your shoulders. Gloves, we have all sorts of gloves. There's short gauntlet. I will show you a couple styles.
So, Randy, what's your answer on this? Why is it important to wear gloves when you're riding?
Well, if you've ever fallen off a bicycle with no gloves, then the first thing to go is your palms.
It's the first thing you do to catch yourself.
You're sliding down the road. So I tell everybody at least wear gloves, a nice jacket, some boots, jeans, you know, and if it happens, tuck and roll.
I know that, you know, it's your job to sell the stuff.
Yeah.
But what do you think when you see the guys riding with, you know, flip-flops and shorts and a t-shirt?
Yeah, it's pretty scary. It's pretty scary.
What's that expression? Dress for the slide, not the ride?
Yeah. Yeah, and nowadays it's even, you know what, you always have to be aware of what's around
I think I
you.
just alienated half of the viewers.
Yeah, you could have. Well, these are the nice gloves. I like to wear the short gauntlet with the knuckle protectors. Suzuki has a pair, an Icon. They're nice leather, and you know what, they'll still absorb water. You can spray them. You'll still get wet hands, but they help. They help.
Well, as you can see, they have virtually any of the gear that you want if you get caught in the rain. I don't know of any riders that want to get caught in the rain, but if you get caught in the rain or you get caught in the sudden cold weather or sudden warm weather, you can be prepared for it and enjoy the ride no matter what the weather is. Yeah, you still might get wet, but you won't be as wet as you would be if you didn't have the right gear. I can tell you that hail on an open face helmet at 80 kilometers an hour hurts. Randy, any other tips you can give us on being ready for the weather?
Find a bridge and park underneath it.
Stick around. When we come back, we'll talk some more with Randy and find out which he likes more, working with motorcycles or working with his family.
Safety tips with John Percy.
One of the questions that we get asked when it comes to working smoke alarms in the home is, what do I do if I can't hear the smoke alarm go off? In Ontario, it is required that you have a working smoke alarm in every level of your home outside the sleeping areas. So the kit that I have here has been very kindly donated by the Canadian Hearing Society down in Kitchener. And this is for people who may have hearing impairments. So what happens is, when this smoke alarm goes off, twofold. It actually sets off this radio. It will give you a verbal command. A light will go off. But what's really important, as an important feature, is when I set off this smoke alarm, this is a vibrating pad that will go underneath your pillow on your bed. So you probably won't hear the smoke alarm. You may or may not see the light on the radio, but what should get your attention if there is a true fire is this vibrating pad that should wake you up if you're sleeping in the middle of the night.
Welcome back to the garage. We've already been to Tri-City Cycle in this show, but you might not know about the business. I headed over to their unique shop to find out what they're all about.
So we're here with Randy Kuchma at Tri-City Cycle and Sport in Waterloo. Tri-City's been around a heck of a lot longer than I've been riding.
25 years.
25 years, is that this year? Is it an anniversary of 25 years this year?
Yes, this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Come a long way.
So, has it always been in this location?
No. It started off on Lexington in 2 units off Lexington there, and after a few years, it was about 8 years, I believe. That's when I started looking for buildings, and that's where we found this one. And then I thought it was big enough, and it was too small. And then we added on the other building behind, which we'll be going over to after to see the clothing. And we're still too small to this day.
So what sets Tri-City apart from all the other bike shops out there?
We're more family oriented here. Actually, when I first started here, my father, who was semi-retired, came in and started helping out. And then my brother came on board in sales. And now my son is a technician downstairs.
Wow. So who is the boss?
I am. I am. But it's come a long way like that, and it's worked out well. A lot of work. You do a lot more than you'd ever think. You know, we're between the big shop and the mid-sized shop, and I don't think I want to lose the touch between the customer, the consumer, and myself. I think that's a big point.
So you'd never want to move out of this facility into something
no.
all on one floor?
No, it's like going to the big car dealerships and you feel that I do know the owner of some car dealerships, and that's who I want to talk to, right? I don't want to talk to somebody who's going to shoot me a line just to make a sale.
Do you ride when you're not here?
I ride horses.
The old style?
That's right.
Not the steel
The real
horse.
horsepower. No, I do ride. I test a lot of bikes every week while I'm here on customers' bikes. If there's issues, I still ride, and I still repair, as that's where I started from.
This is I think the term I used was unique layout. Yeah. Is you have the showroom area on this floor, and then your service is downstairs.
Right.
And then in the house out back is where all the gear is.
Yeah. Yeah, we used to pack the clothing in here, and it was just unbelievable.
The logistics to try to keep all that staffed and the service level up must be tough.
It's good exercise.
So, what brands do you sell here? I mean, I know you sell used bikes as well, correct?
Yes, we do. We sell used, and we take trades. We sell Suzuki, Yamaha, and Polaris ATVs and snow. So, and we're into Yamaha outboards, and Yamaha generators. And well, the ATV is Suzuki and Yamaha and Polaris.
So, in the bikes, is the cruiser, sport bike, enduro class? Which one's the higher volume for you now?
Every year it changes. This year it seems to be more of the Dakar style, the Venture style, like the Suzuki DL. Yamaha has one also, and the one you're sitting on actually. That's a sport tour bike. More people are finding the more upright ride is better than the bend over crotch rocket.
I would have a hard time with a bend over crotch rocket because I don't know that I'd be able to reach the handlebars with the stomach getting in the way.
All right, I see that. Yes, might be a tight fit. Yeah, but it's all over, and even the kids at dirt bikes this year are doing very well, and in the enduro style.
A lot of the manufacturers have really changed the bikes that they're making, whether it be Honda, Yamaha. They've all moved away from their larger V twin class. In fact, I think Yamaha, the largest they're doing now is the 950.
Right.
Everything above that in the V twins they've dropped.
Yeah.
Honda dropped all of their V twins.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the market, whatever the market bears, and I don't know who decides out of the manufacturer what location in Canada should be or what should be sold out there. But yeah, all of a sudden you think one is doing well, and then they take it off the market. So, and then the U.S. has everything.
So over the years, you've seen a lot of changes.
Yes.
What do you think has been the biggest shift, or the biggest change in the riding community?
A lot of people used to ride sport bikes, and because of insurances, the issues with insurance in Ontario, have switched back to the sport bike here, the sport tour bike. It's easier to insure, and it's a lot cheaper.
Boy, the insurance topic's one that we could get on and talk about for a long time.
Yeah, and it's hard to figure out.
Yeah.
It's hard to figure out that one.
So for a new rider, what would you recommend? If somebody's just starting, they're a reasonably responsible young adult getting their motorcycle license for the first time, what would you recommend to them?
I always like to start them off with something they just came off at the course. Whether it was a 250 Yamaha XT or this little guy here, a 300 Yamaha, and Suzuki makes a GSX 250 also. That way I always mention to, get comfortable riding what you already rode and then eventually move up.
And I mean, even a little 300 like that, it's certainly more than capable of traveling on the highway or virtually anywhere you want it to go.
Yeah, you can still ride everywhere and safely. And always make sure, I always tell people that, make sure you can touch flat foot or close to it. Because you see more accidents at the lights, people are tippy-toeing or trying to hold it up and then they accelerate too quick and then all of a sudden they're laying on their side.
I made that mistake on a bike, the used bike I picked up for my wife.
Oh, did you?
Yes, 1980 Maxim.
Nice.
Not the right bike for her.
I can imagine. Yep.
So why don't we take a walk through the
Sure.
through the showroom here,
Sure.
and then we'll take a trip out to the where the clothing is.
Absolutely.
So how many bikes would you have in inventory here at a time, say on the new bikes?
Well, we have a storage facility out back, and we have anywhere from 80 to 150.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, like we were talking about over there, there's the other part of your shop,
Right.
kind of in a separate building where you have all the ride gear.
That's right.
And so, what all do you carry out here?
We carry all the necessary needs: the jackets, the helmets, the half helmets, the cool weather riding, to the warm weather riding, to gauntlet style gloves, to the shorties, to the fingerless, t-shirts.
So for the fat old bald guy, up to the young, up to the young.
We can fix
young.
you up. We can fix you up. We can fix you up with everything. Yep. And it's been here for a while now, and it's actually it does well.
With how full your other shop was, no wonder you needed more space,
Yeah.
because this is pretty full out here too.
Yeah.
To imagine all of this being jammed into that same building, it would have been awfully crowded.
It's tight. It's tight. So here we are, and it works well. And then we just switch over to winter.
So basically once a year, you'll switch over from the motorcycle season to the
Around
snowmobile
October.
season.
Yep, around October we'll bring out the snowsuits and the snow boots and helmets,
And then by December, you get rid of those, right?
and then we're back
Because
to
that's early spring.
we take a lot of the product to the bike shows, and we go to all three of them. Well, there's 4 now, but
I've seen you at all of them,
yeah, and they're a good workout.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
So you carry a whole range of helmets from the entry level all the way up to, I saw some Bell and Shark and
Yeah. We have a Rise. We have all sorts. And every year it changes which model is most popular. So it's hard to keep up. So you take them to the show and you try and move the old stock and bring in the new.
And it's a huge price range on helmets, anywhere from $50 up to over $1,000.
Easily. Yep. Same with the jackets.
I guess when you have limited brain capacity like mine, protecting what's there is kind of important.
And you know what? And you're right. And there's a lot of nice helmets that are nice and light that fit you well, and that's what you should buy.
Well, thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate you
Thanks.
taking the time to show us through all 3 of the spaces, whether your service shop, the main showroom, and then out here.
Yeah. Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Grand River Rides. We'll be back with another cool bike of the week next time, so be sure to join us again. Be aware, stay safe, and enjoy the ride.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
We got a mission.
That sounds like the bad guys teaming up.
It's only just begun.
Whoa.
Rogers TV.
Welcome to the C-Suite, where we're going to help you to change the conversation that you are having with yourself about money. Martha Adams is a financial planner, author, and she's an educator, and she's helping women to change the conversations that they have with themselves and their financial planners about money. And we're going to be talking about the emotions that happen when we have conversations about money across our career. Thank you, Martha, for being here tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here.
Nice to have you here. I'm
you.
excited to talk about money.
Yes!
So how different is that?
That is so wonderful, because that is what we need to have the positive results that we're after. So often with money, we have these negative, daunting, weighing emotions. And when we have those emotions, our results directly reflect that. To change our results, we change the emotion. In changing the emotion, we change our thinking, and then we can have what it is that we desire, which are the positive results.
And I love the fact that you talk about changing the way we talk about money and the way we think about money. So specifically women and money and how we talk or we don't talk about it. Kind of where is that coming from, the whole idea about not talking about it or being ashamed to talk about it?
So it comes from so many different sources. And we have a difficult time connecting with that, because the only way that we're really taught to talk about money is in our thinking. So what do? We focus on changing our results from thinking only. So for the practical side of things, budgets and cash flow. That's really where the starting place of the financial conversation normally is. But what ends up happening? We will start a new budget, we'll start a new cash flow, feel good about wanting to have that change, but is it really lasting change? More often than not, it isn't lasting change. And there's a reason for that. The reason is that it's not a complete equation. We're starting with our thinking without connecting to our feelings. Our feelings are linked to so much negativity around money. And if we think about that, we recognize that we didn't have money conversations growing up. So many of us didn't. And if we did, we heard the negative. Scarcity. The mortgage is due, the bills are due, the job isn't the same, and so we're dealing with less and less money and the negative emotions of that. So we learn not to talk about it or to talk about the negative. Then we grow up and only hear about the thinking side of it, the to-do list of money, which is daunting when we haven't built that connection with ourselves to begin with.
So women are in the workforce, we're earning a paycheck, we've got the money, and it's at some point we need to invest it.
Yeah.
But there's potentially with these emotions that are driving us towards not having a conversation. How do you shift the conversation around money and your career? Because over your career, the money is going to change.
Absolutely.
Which means the conversation will change.
Yes. I love the word shift that you used, because with that, we need to shift our emotions from the negative to the positive. That's how we can have a productive conversation around money that actually moves us forward. So looking at our emotions as a positive thing, not a negative thing, right? So understanding the way we feel about it will help us choose the positive. So normally we lock our emotions away when it comes to money, because we're taught that emotions on money can only be to the negative. If you feel something about money, you're going to lose money. A great example of that when it comes to the investing world is that you'll only make bad decisions on money if your emotions are tied to it.
Okay.
But why does it always have to be a negative emotion? It can be a positive emotion that helps make a positive decision. Does that make sense?
It makes absolute sense. So I'm trying to think, so when you're starting to, these conversations, when you're getting into your career and you're starting to earn money and your income, so really when should women be sitting down with a financial advisor to start the conversation around their money and their income and what to do with it?
When should they sit down with a financial advisor?
Yes.
When they've made their decision, when they know what they want.
Okay.
So they don't necessarily have to have made the specific job selection, but know what it is that they're after. What I mean by that is when you know what it is that you want and you're seeking the advice of your professional team, the answers that you get will be related to what it is that you want. So this is something I'm always looking for when I'm sitting down with a client is what are they asking me that they're not asking me? Because if they haven't made the decision yet on the specific career path or job that they are looking for, sometimes what they're actually asking for is justification or a way out. But if you know what it is that you want, then you're actually going to get the responses that you want in explaining, what the benefits or what the balance is financially for you.
So it's not like when you start off in your career, you sit down, you create a plan, and as you get bonuses and raises and increases, you should sit down with your financial planner again. What I'm hearing is more around the money can come, but until you really know what you want to do with it, you need to know that first before you sit down with someone to really start planning it out, what to do with it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because that way, the numbers have a meaning. Otherwise, the numbers are just numbers. But the meaning comes from you, your knowledge of yourself, your desire, and your career path. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Now, what if something happens in a career and it's like, so we talk about transitions. So women's having a transition, that the income is going to be different, or it may not even exist for a certain period of time. How does that shift the emotion behind the money conversation?
One of the things there is in our psychological income. Are we happy with our job? It's not only in the numbers, it's in what we are getting from our job all together. Now we know from a positive standpoint what we want to be asking our financial planner. So we're not looking for justification or we're not looking for a way out. Now we're looking at, okay, how do I find or how do I support my balance? Maybe I'm earning less, but I'm much happier. And then through that happiness, if I'm interested in earning more, I can now be more free in my own mindset to search for other income opportunities or have other income opportunities that come to me as a result of my life balance.
So when someone is coming to talk to their financial advisor specifically about money, they know what they want. Is there a checklist of questions that they should have ready?
Great, that's a great question. So yes, they should be looking for their what their benefits are going to be like, what their obligations are, what their lifestyle is like, what they want to achieve moving forward. Perhaps they're making the career change because they want to make more or they want more flexibility. What does this new career path or position afford them?
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing all of these tips and the fact that it's not just about the money, there's a lot of emotions behind it. And that's driving it, but it can move you forward to where you want to be.
Yeah, emotions can be positive.
And money conversations can be fun.
They can be the best.
Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing today.
Thanks so much for having me.
No problem. If you're looking for a tool to help you shift your mindset around money into one from lack into abundance, stay tuned. After the break, we're going to learn that tool.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Hi, I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV.
This time of year, waterfowl hunters are out, and we encourage them to come out and enjoy their sport. We want them to be safe as well. This time of year, the water is cold and the air is cold, so it's very important to have all your safety gear. Have a plan, and let somebody know the plan and when you're going to be back. Always carry a cell phone fully charged and wear your life jacket. Hunters can hunt 30 minutes after sunset, but as soon as the sun goes down, when you're out on a boat, you have to have your navigational lights on when operating. We want to see people out here with their lights on so they can avoid a collision with other hunters. When you're out hunting, it's your obligation to know the rules and the regulations. For more information and to find these regulations, visit the ontario.ca website.
Is your mindset around money one of lack or complete abundance? Penny Norcat is a self-confidence coach and author who helps women to release their emotions and limitations around everything that's holding them back in their career and their life, including money. Penny is going to be sharing with us today a tool that can help you to shift that mindset and the conversation around money. Thank you, Penny, for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me, Danielle.
Absolutely. So when we talk about abundance, what does abundance mean?
It can mean many things to different people. So it can be abundance in love, it can be abundance in relationships, or it can be abundance in money.
And now, when we talk about abundance of money, is this just cash flow coming in, or what can it involve?
Absolutely. So give me the money. Show me the money. It can be cash. It can be savings. It can be all the, your retirement savings and your TFSAs and for your children. The abundance of having that money to provide for your life and for your dreams.
And what do you find with the work that you do is sometimes a holdback from women understanding that they are worthy of receiving abundance and the money that they are deserving of?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that we have been brought up in a mindset of lack. So many of us have, we heard those sayings that you're greedy for wanting money, or, oh, they're rich, and with a very negative tone. Mm-hmm. And it gets into our psyche, that our subconscious, that it's bad to have money, it's bad to want money. Mm-hmm. But money's just energy, it's just paper, it's just energy, and money is a tool to use to receive the things in life that you want and to do the good with what you want.
Now you have a really specific tool, a really neat technique that helps women to kind of release the emotional blockages that they may have, so not just around money, but anything else that's really holding them back. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Yes, it's called Emotional Freedom Technique Tapping. And basically, it's acupuncture without the needles. So it's a tool that you have at your fingertips. So you don't have to go to the acupuncturist. You have it right at your fingertips to do anytime. It's inexpensive. You have you have your hands. You've got it right there. Anyone can do it from young to, I taught my mom at 81 to tap.
Wonderful. And what is the process of tapping? Can you take us through an example of it?
Oh, I'd love to. Okay. So what the very first thing is that we have to acknowledge what the problem is. Okay. So let's say someone is wanting a promotion, but they're too afraid to apply for that job. Mm-hmm. And so what thoughts are going through your head? And so the very first thing is, what is the question? What is holding you back? And so that's the negative thing. And so you just say it. Even though I don't think I'm going to get that job, I choose to love honor, and accept myself. And it's on the karate chop point, because this is the point that you're acknowledging the problem. You're shaking hands with the problem. Okay. And so we do that 3 times, and then we go through all the negative thoughts that are going through our head. Things, do you want me to do a complete thing?
Yeah, if you can do it, actually done it for us.
Okay, yeah, so what it is, and the very first thing is you take a nice deep breath in, and a deep breath out.
Now, is this something viewers can actually do along with you?
You can follow along with me,
great.
yes. So follow along with me. So what I want everyone to do now is take a nice deep breath in and a deep breath out. And when you think about money, where do you feel it in your body? Where are you feeling it? And so I'm just going to make a guess that maybe you might be feeling it in your stomach. You're feeling a lack of it or feeling a negative thoughts towards it. And you may be feeling it in your stomach. You may be feeling it other places, but I'm gonna just assume. And so you make a score from 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. So when I take a nice deep breath in and out, when I think about money, fear of not making enough money, I get about a 7. And so then we go and acknowledge that, whatever that issue is. So then it's like, even though I don't feel rich, I choose to love, honor, and accept myself. Even though I'm afraid I'm not going to get that job, I choose to love, honor, and accept myself. Even though I feel really yucky when I think about money, it makes my stomach turn, I choose to love, honor, and accept myself. And then we move on to the very point, it's called the eyebrow point. It's the little bone right beside your eye. And you tap here. You can tap with 1 hand or 2. I like 2 hands because you get more bang for your bucks. And it really is, you're touching the meridian points. Okay. Just like where there would have been a needle for acupuncture, this is, you just tap with your fingers. Okay. You just lightly strum. So then we just start, and I'm just going to randomly say some money thoughts that some of our viewers may have. And if you have a thought about money, say that aloud to yourself, because your thoughts are what is going to be needing to be released for this fear in your stomach to go away, or wherever you're holding it in. So we'll just start here. So we've acknowledged it, and then we move on saying, money makes me nervous. I'm worried I'm not going to have enough money. I feel really yucky when I spend it. I don't really feel I deserve money. I really feel scared that I'm not going to have enough. Money scares me. I'm really worried about money. I'm worried all the time. How will I afford my retirement? How will I pay for my children's education? How will I survive? Last point here is the chest point, and this is a really great spot for fear. So any fears you have about money, just tap here and say them out loud. I am so nervous that I will not be able to make the money that I need. I am really terrified. I am so scared to ask for a raise. I am afraid. And then at the top of the head, we start to release that and going, I am worthy. I am worthy of receiving money. I give such value to this company. I should get this promotion. I should get a raise. I really am giving more than enough. I deserve to receive a raise. I deserve the money that I'm receiving, and I am not afraid of money. I can handle money. I can handle large sums of money. I can handle this raise. I am amazing. I am worthy. I am rich. Oh, I am rich. And we just let go. I don't have to hold on to any fears about money. I'm letting it go. And we just breathe it in and out, and we let it go.
Well, thank you so much for giving our viewers this tool to help them shift that mindset around how they feel about money.
Thank
you for being here, Penny.
That was so awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Up next after the break, we're going to be talking about the financial benefits that can come to you from entrepreneurialism. Stay tuned after the break.
Hick Talk, start the clock.
Critics everywhere agree you need to watch Letterkenny.
That's a Texas size 10-4.
Definitely crafted and oddly poignant.
We are in the platinum age of television.
Crave has every episode.
Can confirm.
Of every season.
Get it? Got it.
Good.
Now that's a show.
Letterkenny, now streaming. Only on Crave.
Hey everybody, Ben Strasser here. Think Millennial, 9 p.m. Thursday nights. Join us on Rogers TV and our Facebook page. See you then.
Storm action on Rogers TV.
This is Orange Key Tag. When you use a key tag, you protect your keys. If you lose your keys,
the finder can call the number on the back of the tag
or drop them in any mailbox,
and the Warrants will return your keys to you for free. Order your key tags today at warramps.ca
and make a difference in the lives of amputees like me. Thank you.
Are you looking for some opportunities to increase your income, but not necessarily leave what you're doing during your day job? If so, there are many financial benefits to entrepreneurialism. Christelle Maines is from the Business Center Guelph Wellington, and she's going to be sharing with us today some benefits, financial benefits of entrepreneurialism. Welcome, Christelle, to the show.
Well, thank you for having me.
Anytime.
Yeah.
So you have owned your own business, you've worked for a business, and now you're really, really passionate about helping women entrepreneurs.
Absolutely.
Where does that passion come from?
I think it was because being an entrepreneur myself, I found that it was a wonderful opportunity. I've been actually an entrepreneur 4 times over, so I've been very fortunate to do that in my lifetime. But I always felt that women were treated a little differently, and it sort of started me on my journey to looking at what were the differences and why that was, and through long partnerships and co-founders and a lot of funding that happened, we ended up coming up through a program called the RISE Project that sort of identified that yes, women were a little bit behind the curve, but we had some room to grow and to start providing services and opportunities for women to catch up and be entrepreneurs. And so it's possible, whether you're looking at it as a full-time position or if you're looking just to make some extra money, and how can you make the best of it.
Nice. I like that you say that entrepreneurialism isn't necessarily a full-time position.
No.
It's something you can do part-time.
Absolutely.
It's not something you have to totally jump into either as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I encourage a lot of people who are just on the fence about that, because if you love something and you enjoy doing it and you're thinking about it as an opportunity to start a business, you want to sort of do the research, and that's how you do it. You start part-time, you start making things, whether it's a product or a service, and you work your way up to it. You sort of figure out what's working, what's not working, and from there you can make the decision at that point if there is some financial aspects to it that you can be gained by it. Then you can sort of think about making the leap into entrepreneurship, because it's a big leap.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you talk about some of the, like, you take the small steps, you're doing your research. So what is some help and support that the Business Center provides to women entrepreneurs who are in that just ideation phase and not necessarily ready to commit?
Absolutely. So at the Business Center, we've been around for 20 years, and we've been helping entrepreneurs sort of think about the ideas. So even if you're starting to think about something, if it's literally in that ideation stage, we offer free 1-hour consultations so you can come in and talk to a business advisor, and they can sort of work you through it and walk you through all the things you need to know when you're going to start that business. So whether it's what type of licensing, if I'm going to rent space, what should I be thinking about? How am I going to operate it? How am I going to financially be responsible? Do I need a loan? Do I need money security? What do I need? So our advisors do that free of charge for you. And then from there, we can sort of help you in the journey, whether it means maybe you decide you'd like to take a program. So we offer different programs that you can do training and advice and be matched with a mentor. Yeah. And if you decide to take that step, then we can actually help you get you launching your business.
Okay. And so when you're launching your business, you were mentioning before, there are some definite financial advantages of being an entrepreneur. Again, even if it's part-time.
Sure.
What are some of those financial benefits?
Well, the financial benefits are a lot of things. For women, the flexibility of owning your own business, you can be flexible in your hours that you work. So if you have small children at home, maybe you don't work you can tailor your life around other than 9 to 5, right? So if you have your children during the day, and then at nighttime when a spouse or a partner comes home, you can then work on your business. That's a flexibility, and that's a wonderful thing. There's also flexibility in your income levels. You can work as as hard as you want to or as least as you want to. I mean, that's one thing that as an entrepreneur, you're in control of that, right? So there's, and also the idea of job creation. You are in fact creating a job when you start a business. So whether that opportunity leads to something for yourself, or maybe you're able to expand your business along the way and add people into your business, those are all positive things for the economy. And it doesn't take, it starts from small business. I think what everybody forgets is 90% of the money that comes into Ontario is actually generated through small business.
Wow.
So people don't know that and they forget that. So even a one-person little small business that started from a hobby is helping better the community that you live in, just by being there. So that's why you should think about it, and it's a lot of fun. And again, you're a captain of your own destiny, so it's a great way to do it.
That's a great quote.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of captaining your own destiny, do you have to captain the ship alone, or because can entrepreneurialism be you by yourself, or if you're not necessarily comfortable working by yourself, is there other ways to do it?
Sure there is, yeah. Sometimes we have people, I always say that you sort of, for a lot of our entrepreneurs, they'll start on their own, and I always say pick your poison. Do what you do well, and then find friends or find family members or other community people that can help support you in the rest of the piece. So for example, if you hate doing bookkeeping, but bookkeeping is a necessary evil for counting all those dollars you're making, then what you do is you farm that out to those specialists that do it and concentrate on selling and building your product and doing that. We have a lot of people who go into partnerships and things like that, or they'll go into with friends and family or other like-minded people. We talk about that a lot, and we'll counsel you a lot, because a lot of times it can be a great situation, but it also can end up disastrous. So there's certain tips and trades that you need to do in order to consider partnering with other people in the community, and we can help you with that. We can walk you through it and set you up for success, so that if you decide to do it with somebody, that you start off at the right place.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you're starting out and you're looking to commit and start growing a business, is there, like, what kind of financial costs are involved in that? Is it a lot? Does it vary based on what you're doing? Or
it does vary based on what you're doing, but you have to start thinking about, if you're looking at it a full-time position, if you really want to jump ship and go into this full-time, you've got to think about your salary and how you're going to get paid, because I hate to say it, but as an entrepreneur, you're the last one who gets paid. So that's why we get people working on actually doing their cash flows and financial projections. Most importantly, looking at their expenses and their costs and what it takes to actually produce that product or service, and then what are they going to sell it for, and what kind of margins are they going to make from it. And these are all things that it's like, this is scary stuff. It really isn't. That's our job. That's our job, to help work you through that, so that you might be very good at what you know. And so if I'm going out to be a graphic designer, I might be great at being a graphic designer, but I have no clue how to manage my money, or I have no clue how to do marketing, or I have no clue how to go network and knock on doors. So those are the skill sets that we will help you with, so that when you do decide to do it, you launch and you go out there with you've got all of us walking behind you, right? That's what you need. So whether you're on your own, you still have your team.
So the Business Center is all about supporting entrepreneurs from, again, that idea, the growth, and then the
launch in the business.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's really something to celebrate then.
It is. Well, we're celebrating, actually, and thank you for saying that, because we're over 20 years old this year.
Yay.
And so we're having a big party on November 22nd. So I would ask anybody who's interested to contact the center. It's going to be a great big breakfast, and we're super happy. We'll be bringing back all the successful people that have been through our center. We've got tens of thousands of people that actually walk through our center. Wow. So we're going to bring some of them back to share their stories all these years later.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for being here today to share your story.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. When it comes to talking about money and your career, the first conversation you need to have is with yourself. Our guests today have showed you a few different ways of how to start that conversation. And join us next time for different conversations around your career here on the C-Suite.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
WHL action on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
Well, Carla, we're here in the loom room, right? And what are we looming today?
So we're taking cotton, basically pants that haven't sold. We've had volunteers who have cut the pants into strips and color coordinated items together, and Liz here is feeding the material back and forth through the loom. So I think that's something that's really important for people to understand, is you don't have to know how to weave. Very few people know how to weave.
Yeah.
And it's something that we can teach anybody who's interested in volunteering to learn the craft and try your hand at doing it. So yeah, there's people that are needed to cut the material and to prepare it, sew it. Lots of jobs that people can get involved with and just learn something completely different and a different art form that's been around for a very long time.
Yeah, that's so neat. So could you walk us through just quickly how we would be able to just, as a 101, how would we even start to begin to weave?
Yeah, so first you're starting with a pair of jeans and cutting out the seams. So waistbands are off, button zippers, seams on the side are out. Then if I can just interrupt Liz for 1 second, they're cut into long strips, and each strip is overlapped and sewn together, and then trimmed, the surplus material is trimmed off then. And they're loaded on this, which is called a shuttle.
Okay, neat.
So the material is just around.
Oh, I see.
And then we're ready for weaving. So to start the mat, we have a nice fringe edge on it, which is using some warp to kind of get it started.
Okay.
So it's a nice white edge to start.
Okay.
And then as I said, the material is just fed back and forth through the loom. And Liz is bringing the bar back to compress the material so you get that nice tight appearance that you see there.
Oh, that's so nice. And then when do you know when to pull it?
Advance it?
Yes.
Pretty much once you can't get the shuttle through anymore. So it's getting, you've built enough of the material up that you're going to push the shuttle through, and then it just gets tight as you build it. So then you're using the lever to the right just to advance that loom.
Oh, how neat. And so you can just make it as long as you want it and just keep going if you want to.
So your limitation is the width that the loom has been strung. So ours are 27 inches wide, so they fit really nicely on a standard door frame.
Okay.
And yes, you could go forever.
Yeah, and it looks great. As soon as you start pulling it and get the advance going, you can really see how the patterns are coming through and coming to life. And so these pieces right here where we see the white coming through, this is also going to print through and be your piece that holds it all together, basically.
That's right.
But also gives it a nice pattern and a texture to it.
So the gifts that people bring, I mean, folks that are just enjoy color and like to color coordinate things, they can just go through the different pieces that are left over from the pants that are cut up and put coordinating colors together. You might be a sewer and you're interested in, just preparing the material, or, we have a lot of volunteers who just want to come and contribute, and they sit at a wheel and they just cut a hand wheel to get the strips going, so everybody can play a part.
Yeah, it seems kind of relaxing to do.
It is. It's very nice. So I wish I could spend my time doing this, but unfortunately I have other things I need to focus on.
And that's quite fine too. And it's great to reuse these items and make something out of it again, right? Giving it a second life, which is great.
And all the proceeds from the mat sold goes for the charity, so it's a real win-win-win.
Yeah, great support and great cause behind it as well, and I love it. Well, thank you so much for sharing how it's really done behind the scenes, because I had no idea. And now I know. Thank you, Carla.
The one thing that I do want to point out is there's a current trend right now of distraction theft.
Oh, what is this?
Essentially, it's a two-person team.
Okay.
They're going to be behind you in the line of the supermarket or in a store. They're going to shoulder surf to see whether or not they can see your PIN.
Okay.
And then somebody outside the store is either going to bump into you, they're going to distract you in some way to grab your wallet. And by the time you get back to your car, get home, and realize your wallet's gone, they've taken your credit card and they started to make spends.
Wow. That can be really scary. And even thinking about airports too, I bet you that happens a lot there as well. Is that an occurrence?
There's a number of different things you need to watch out for as far as airports are concerned. One is attaching yourself to free Wi-Fi and data. While there is legitimate stream for free Wi-Fi at the airport, there might be somebody else that's in the near vicinity that might be offering that by using technology where you're actually then going through their computer system first. There are routers that allow that to happen. So don't be so quick to jump on the free Wi-Fi and realize that you're giving up your information.
Yeah, so Wi-Fi's, hotspots, all that stuff, just be aware of them.
Just be aware there's people out there that are trying to gain access to your phone, gain access to your computer, possibly then use that to view. If you're trying to do business transactions, you're going to your banking information and they're watching all of that because you didn't check to see what you had connected yourself to.
And so say a local business person wants to go to the coffee shop, do their work on their laptop. Do you feel it's safe for them to use the Wi-Fi from the coffee shop?
I would say it's safe, but make sure that you talk to the person behind the counter. Say, what is your Wi-Fi connection? What's the name of it? So that they make connection to the right one. If there's a password, ask for that. That's probably the best way to go. Because there could be somebody sitting outside the coffee shop in their car with a router that allows them to see that thing.
Yeah, and then I've also heard this as well too. You can actually protect yourself with certain luggages because some people can just walk past you and kind of scan all your data as you're walking past.
Again, we're talking about myth as far as
another myth breaker.
Debit and credit cards. People have talked about walking past and being able to scan your debit or credit card. Now, Interact will tell us that that's not possible. And if you look at your credit card and you see how close you have to get in order to tap your card, it's only really maybe a couple of centimeters. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I know it has to be very, very close. So if you think about that, if somebody does have a device that has the ability to read that, there is an algorithm that the two devices have to talk in order to get any information. So while it's possible if they're making contact with the card to steal that information, they would have to be very, very close. So going through luggage, going through a wallet is difficult unless they're actually making contact with you.
That's great information because, again, that's another myth because I thought, someone can just walk past you, grab your information, and then there you go. We are with the lovely Cher from the Home Girls, and we're going to talk about how using small spaces can be used wisely. So let's go right into it. How do you go into this?
So when we were renovating this house, kind of what you see from those walls onwards, that was the original house. From behind the camera forward, that is the addition. And so it kind of created this awkward stair landing when we had to marry the two homes together. So I thought, okay, how can we best utilize this space? And I thought it would be such a cute little reading nook. And we even made the conscious decision of instead of framing this out as a 90-degree, we would keep it the original. And we've used it now to kind of make a floating bookshelf. And then this is just enough space. Put a few personal items, one from our wedding, and then a chair, and that's all you need.
Isn't that so nice? And so relaxing too. You can kind of have your own little cozy space, whether you have a big home or a small space. You can definitely utilize the space, and that's what's most important and key, right? We don't want to lose out on that. Do you have any advice for anybody out there that does have small spaces that wants to maybe amplify it a little bit more, but just doesn't know how to even start, perhaps?
Yeah, I think like just think about what makes you happy. You know, if you like to meditate in the morning and it's a really small space, you just need a little meditation pillow, maybe a little hard surface for your tea. If you like to come home and read, same thing, right? If it's even smaller than this, I mean, you don't need a chair. You can kind of put up some nice cushions and a throw and lay it down. And then, of course, I'm a dog lover. So if it's a nice small space, you know, you can put your bowls out, you can put some food, some toys, make it a little nook for them.
Cute. I love it. Again, it's the lifestyle that you have, right? So kind of catering it to that, and which you have, of course, here, and giving that great advice to everyone out there that's looking for how to make their space look really great and enjoyable, right? And that's what it's all about. Do we have something exciting for you? How to actually use your storage space so that you can, you know, enjoy it a little bit better. So let's talk about small spaces and how that will work. Let's take it, Kiki.
Thank you. So for this particular area here, when Cher and Chris were renovating their home, they were very intentional with their custom cabinetry. So they did something that suits their life. So for example, if you just add this little unit, you know, around the built-in, around your fridge, and then stylize it to what you need, it's a good use of space. It's intentional. So, you know, your dining table is just to the left here. So if you need your bottles of wine and your decanters so you can easily just serve guests, it's there, okay? Cookbooks, you can just run over, keep it away from the foods and the smells and the moisture, but still within an arm's reach.
Great idea, love that.
And then for anyone like me who loves their coffee, this is a dream. So we have whatever different small appliances you want to sort of put, whatever you use the most, they're accessible. And then anything like a deep drawer storage, that again is suited to this particular purpose. So you can, you know, it's deep enough for even these tall mugs, so you can just come on over, and it's a one-stop shop, because we love one-stop shops for everything that you need, either for yourself to get your coffee going in the morning, or again, because the dining table is right there for hosting, for bringing your dinner party guests a coffee or a tea after their meal. And just really simple things like an acrylic tea organizer to house the bags, right? You can even invite someone to just come on over, and they should feel totally comfortable helping themselves to coffee and tea, instead of being like, hey, where's your, you know, where do you keep your cups? Oh, where do you keep your spoons? Where would you like me to throw out this tea? I think they can sort of help themselves and not feel like they're, you know, going through all of your cupboards. And yeah, it's just really intentional and a good use of space. And then anything deeper below, you can keep travel mugs. If you have a bigger appliance, or maybe if you have a dinner of 10 to 15, it can go there. So just being intentional with your space, making the space work for you instead of you working and hustling to do something with that space.
Absolutely. I mean, even small spaces can have ample storage, and we just saw that right now. So that's really great. Is there anything else that you would have people wanting to try in their small space as well too? Not just in the kitchen, maybe perhaps somewhere else?
Yeah, again, it goes with your lifestyle. If you are an animal lover, if you have a few pets, maybe that means in your mudroom or in your storage area, you need that bench, you need those baskets for toys and leashes, maybe your walking shoes that you wear only through the muddy trails when you're walking the dog. It's whatever suits your lifestyle, and I think if you just design with intention, you're going to make your day-to-day so much simpler.
So now we're going to look at our battery health. So how often should we be maintaining the battery health?
So the battery in a car is something that a lot of people don't have top of mind. But it's a very important piece. And we recommend that you check it in fall and spring. But if you had to check it once, fall is the most important time.
And why is that?
So a lot of people may not know, but in the summertime is really the time when your battery is going to be impacted quality-wise.
I see.
And we have had a lot of extreme temperatures. So those really, really hot days, and in the winter, really, really cold days. And so during the summer months, the battery can be drained over time. So it's important to check it before winter, because if there is damage, it's likely that it's going to not work on those really cold days.
That's a good thing to know. And what about if we grab some moisture on there with the battery? What happens then?
It's really important for a few things to keep in mind with your battery. You want to make sure that you keep it dry. You also want to make sure that you're checking for any corrosion. So looking at your battery battery parts here to make sure that you're not having any white or blue powder. That's really what to look for. That's what corrosion will look like.
Okay.
And making sure that it's bracketed really solidly in the car. You don't want it to be moving around a lot.
Yeah.
Those are kind of the 3 big things that you want to make sure. We always just recommend, though, if you go in for your winter tires, make sure you ask for your mechanic to check the battery as well.
Yeah.
Some do it automatically, many don't, so it's good to ask.
And if you have some corrosion on there, how would we be able to clean it?
Yeah, so the best and easiest way to clean it is actually using baking soda and water.
Oh, nice.
So just put some baking soda on there, put some water on, it'll clean it off, but just make sure absolutely that it stays dry before you reconnect or do anything.
Yeah.
And I always suggest that if you're unsure, just bring it into your maintenance.
Yeah, that sounds good, and don't have your car like vibrating on you, right?
Exactly.
Is that a key sign if your battery's loose, if the car's vibrating?
So there's a few things to look at if you're looking at your battery health and making sure that you'll get through the winter.
Yeah.
It actually is more so when you're in the vehicle.
Okay.
So you want to be listening for cranking or grinding when you're starting the vehicle.
Okay.
If your vehicle has stalled at any time before, then it's likely maybe that the battery's ready to get checked.
Yeah.
Or if your lights are dimming when you're idling, but then when you start driving or revving, they turn back up.
Okay.
That's another way that you can tell.
That's an excellent point.
And really just keeping an eye on the time. So an average battery lasts about 3 to 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to remember, when was the last time I got a battery? If you can't remember, probably not a bad idea to get it checked.
Yeah, and say for example now you have to get a new battery. What do you do with the old battery?
So most facilities will be able to deal with those in an environmentally friendly way.
Good.
At CAA, we have a battery assist program, so we can actually go to see members wherever they are and change their battery on site, and then we'll make sure to dispose of the battery properly.
So awesome. And it's probably important just to have the jumper cables in your car as well too.
So a lot of people have jumper cables, and traditionally that's always been something to kind of stay prepared.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that we recommend though is to, if possible, don't try to boost a battery yourself.
Okay.
There's a couple of reasons for that. Over the last number of years, as we all know, there's a lot more computer systems in our cars, and if you improperly boost a battery, there could be electrical surges that go into your car's system.
Okay.
And so replacing a computer is a very expensive thing in your car, and so if you can avoid it, it's best not to do that.
Those are great tips that you just shared with us, and I can't wait to look at my battery now because I probably haven't checked it for the fall. Now it's winter, so let's get on that, right?
It's always good. No one wants to be the person early morning going to work and they try to start the car and it doesn't turn on.
Thing, we want to get our mind off of not feeling great.
Okay.
So instead of worrying about, oh my gosh, I'm not going to fit into my dress, oh my gosh, this isn't going to work, that's not helping.
Yeah.
It's causing negative energy, and it's also keeping you stuck in that place you don't want to be, is you want to focus on feeling great in that dress. Okay. Next, you want to increase your water, because then you can actually slim down in a couple of days if you're making sure you're getting enough water and you're releasing all that extra water. You also want to look at cutting out the processed foods like the whites or the flours that so many people may have difficulty digesting, and then it just sits in your stomach, making you feel bigger than you actually are.
Right, that bloating.
Yes, and you want to be careful with increasing a whole lot of vegetables at once, because that's fiber, and maybe that's going to make you bloat as well.
Okay.
So just stick to foods that you know you can properly digest.
Okay.
Drink a lot of water. Lean protein is great, and then just positively focusing on that vision. Cut the alcohol. Alcohol is another big one, right? Because when we're eating and drinking at the same time, your body wants to burn the alcohol off first because it feels like a poison to the body.
Okay.
So you want to ditch the alcohol as well. Stop eating after 7 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Give your body time to fast.
Okay.
Just have lots of water, maybe some herbal tea. That should help you in a couple of days.
Awesome. Well, that's a good key advice.
Yeah.
I mean, what about a glass of red wine? They always say one glass is good. Or
well, I
healthy.
think if you're wanting to get into something and you got a goal, don't tangle with it.
Don't.
But if you're on a lifestyle program and you've got more time, absolutely everything in moderation. But if you've got that event, then you just want to cut all that stuff out. Anything with salt, anything high sugar.
Okay. All right,
Donna. So we're going to go into how to style for a budget.
And I'm going to start with Ricky's because I gave myself a budget of $200 and I just went a little bit over. So I ended up getting 6 amazing pieces, which I am able to develop and turn into 12 different looks. Or if I add accessories, I can maybe get 13 or 14 looks out of it.
Are you serious?
On just that simple. And it's easy, anyone can do it. So I'm just going to give you some great tips on how to shop. Let's take it from fun right through to workplace. And you'll be able to get some fun looks, some workplace looks, and they're all current trends and fashions.
I can't wait. Let's see what that looks like.
Okay, terrific. Ricky's has some wonderful, wonderful sales, and they've always got sales. And I want to encourage our shoppers to go and check out the sales because a lot of times people don't, and they really should. So how do we start? All right, I need to go to work. I need to have stuff for home. She's a mom, so she's going to need something practical to drive her kids all over the place. So we're going to get 3 bottoms. Always start with 3 bottoms. So I'll just borrow those for a second, maybe. Thank you. That's terrific. So our first bottom we're going to get is this fabulous little skirt. And it's great. So we're looking at a nice plum shade.
I love that
Plums are very, very popular. And it's a nice pencil skirt just slightly above the knee, which is perfect for her height. Okay, because generally they say if you're 5'4" and under or 5'5" and under, give or take within the petite range, your skirt should always be at least 1 inch above your knee. So it's a beautiful look, unless of course you're going into a prairie look where mine is and it's a longer look. But for the office, this is perfect.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, they always say as long as it's right here where your fingers are, that's workplace appropriate. So that's just a great spot for it.
It is. It's excellent. I love it. So it's a great color, good trend, good fit, and a nice look. However, we're teaming it up today with this nice camisole. Everyone needs to buy 1 cami. Okay, so what color of cami you choose is up to you. I've chosen gray because it's intermixable with the wine shades. But some people might want to go more for the teals, which are popular, or whatever. So you choose the color that you think is most complementary to your face, your skin tones, and build upon it. But you need 1 cami and 1 pattern top. Why do we need a pattern top? Because patterns are a trend. They're popular, so pick the trend, pick the pattern, pick what works for you, whether it be flowers or plaids or whatever. So I've chosen petite flowers because she is a petite body and it's very complimentary. So we have 1, 2, 3 pieces there. This is piece number 4, and this is piece number 5, which is the dressy denim. And I'll just put my little scarf there for a moment. So a nice dressy gray pant, which is really gorgeous. And piece number 6 is this fabulous sweater. So I'm going to get Leanne to put this sweater on. As she stands, she has technically 3 looks going on here. So we could start, if it's a warm day, with just the cami and the skirt. It's quite nice for the office. Or we could go with the cami, the skirt, and the sweater. But if we want to layer it down for fall, winter, which we are, we're going to take the top, the cami, the skirt, and the sweater. Right? So we're going to work that whole look together. So in essence, you've got 3 or 4 different images you could add there. Now, Leanne has to get home, and she's got to run her children to 5 different places at the same time. And this is true for her, too. So we need to have something else that's trendy. What's trendy? Distressed jeans.
Beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Aren't they great? A beautiful distressed jean works well with the cami. It works well with the top, and it works well with the sweater. So again, a warm day, just the cami, or layer it down with the patterns because it's all trends, or layer it down again if it's cooler in the evening with the sweater. So you can go into that particular route. So now we're finished all of that, and her husband's come home, and she needs to go to a dinner. All right? So what's the other piece you really need to have when building a wardrobe? A pair of dress pants. Gray, black, brown are staples. And technically denim is a staple as well because denims go with everything. It's so interesting. You can dress them up or down and it's so cool. But now she's going out for dinner and she could wear it as such.
Oh, beautiful.
Which is so pretty.
Goodness.
So she can wear the dress with the cami, with the layers if she wishes to, and or with the sweater.
Oh my goodness.
You do not have to buy a lot of pieces to be in style, because Leanne probably has 10 or 15 things at home that are going to go with all these things too.
Yeah.
So if you have a few pieces that are going to work into your wardrobe, and if I can build 12 different looks from 6 pieces, you can too. So 3 bottoms, 2 tops, 1 sweater. Works really well.
It's beautiful.
I'll get
It's
you
so
to hold
sharp
that for
on
a
you,
second.
too.
It is
Oh
really,
my
really
gosh.
pleasant. And would you mind taking your sweater off? We're going to add a scarf, because scarves are so popular. Again, you don't need to have a whole lot of different scarves, but you do need to have at least one that works in the color theme. And something that's very important for our shoppers to know is you can mix patterns. We've been talking about this for a couple of years and people are afraid, but you can mix patterns as long as the colors remain within the same color theme. And so that's basically what we've done. And we're just going to let Leanne play with that a little bit. And whoops, there goes the loops. But it's so cute. But how trendy is that? What a gorgeous little look, and you can work that too. So now we can switch this whole top with this bottom or this bottom again, and we could, if we wanted to, add the sweater if it's cooler in the evening. But 3 bottoms, 2 tops, 1 sweater, 1 scarf, $200 plus a little.
Amazing.
And I'm within my budget, and she's always going to be dressed fashionable.
Absolutely.
And she can
You're
wear
having
it.
like a brand new outfit every single time with these pieces. It's
Technically,
so
she is.
beautiful. Oh my goodness. And I love the feel of this scarf. It is so nice on a nice fall day. You can just feel that comfort, coziness, but you look so chic in it as well at the same time. So
it's
you can't go wrong.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love it. And so I decided, well, since I'm dressing Leanne, I might as well continue. So I decided to go shopping to the Hudson Bay Company.
Okay.
They have amazing designers.
Yes.
And I want to encourage people to buy designer labels.
Yes.
You sometimes might spend just a little bit more, but they're timeless. They're transitional, and they are going to take you into many, many places. And you can keep them for years and years and years. So I picked out a few pieces that I thought would be so cute on her.
Yes, let's see.
This is definitely a transitional little knit dress. Very, very inexpensive. It's a new label, Core, so keep an eye out for that one. But I love that little dress.
Yes.
She could use this to pick up the children. She can add, you know, a nice sweater with it. She could put a nice legging to it. She could put one of her jeans that she has underneath it. It's so cute. She could add the scarf onto here. What a great little piece.
It's a multifunctional, and I loved it because you put it on her, but the booties look so good on it.
Fantastic. And the booties, of course, are from the Bay as well.
So nice.
And booties are something that I consider transitional too, because they're a fall, spring, winter, and gosh, sometimes I'm even wearing them into summer.
Yeah.
And I love them. They're so versatile. But again, it's a dress, you know, and again, people sometimes think you can't take a dress and do much with it, but you really can. You just need to stretch your imagination, and something as simple as this, a transitional piece in a basic staple color, because the grays are one of our staples. It's fantastic. You can work with that.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So it's so sweet. And then I thought, well, she's a styly girl. She really likes to have lots of things, and I found this most amazing sweater.
I'm already having a crush on it. It has like the beautiful, beautiful fringe along it.
And this is why I picked it up, because fringes are popular. And so she can wear this for many years. It matches the color theme that's going on. It is a designer, it's a Lord & Taylor, but I love it. If you put it on for me, Leanne. Thank you so much.
Stunning. Oh,
but we all mix and match labels and stores, and it's so wonderful. Isn't that beautiful? That designer piece has just taken this whole outfit and pumped it right up to the next level.
It's stunning. You will stand out.
Designer labels at the Bay are always amazing, and they too have lots of great sales, and they're going on daily. Don't be afraid to check out the sales and mix and match with your different stores and labels, because it's very doable.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Hi, I'm Dave Carroll, host of Brant Life. Join me every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a brand new show featuring you and your stories and the things you care about right here on Brant Life on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
And again, welcome to my kitchen. The last few episodes have been about my travel experiences and flavors that are infused into these recipes from those experiences. We've visited England. Now today we're headed to France. One of my bucket list vacations was to go to Paris, France, and I had the opportunity to go there a few years ago, and it did not disappoint. The baked goods, the food, the atmosphere, it is just everything you dream it to be. So today I'm going to introduce you to a couple of things that I fell in love with while I was there. One of those is, some people call it a cookie, some people call it a little cake. It's the Madeleine. It's this beautiful little scalloped treat that every time you ordered a coffee while you were there, they would usually have one on the side of the saucer, and you just enjoyed it. You could dip it in your coffee or just devour it all on its own. So it is one of those more kind of technical, probably a little more fiddly of a recipe than I normally make, especially for the quantity of the recipe that you get. But again, this isn't something that people are eating, you know, several of at a time. It's a complement to a beverage. So if you're having some ladies over for a cup of coffee in the afternoon to catch up on what's going on, this is the perfect accompaniment. And once you master a basic recipe, you can certainly make your own variations. So to get started, we're going to start with 2 room temperature eggs. We're going to just break those right into our mixer. This is one of those times where you're going to want a stand-up mixer, because this recipe does take about a good 10 minutes to really come to fruition. So 2 eggs, we're gonna get those beating. And we're gonna add about 3/4 of a teaspoon or just a little, you know, drop of vanilla. I always use pure vanilla, so it's very flavorful. This is actually beautiful vanilla right from Mexico. My sister so thoughtfully brought that back for me. Oh, I dropped a bit on there. So we're gonna incorporate our eggs and our vanilla, and we're just gonna beat it until it, you know, starts to get light in texture and all of the egg is nice and beat and whippy. I don't know what the technical term for that is. So as that's happening, then we're gonna add a little bit of sugar. We're gonna add 1/3 cup of sugar. We wanna make sure that's nice and level. And then once the sugar is there, we're going to let this kind of do its magic for almost 10 minutes before we start to fold in our flour and our butter. So I'm just going to give this a little bit of a stir. Make sure all that sugar is incorporated, and it's just going to do its thing, and it's going to really change in texture. It's going to become lighter, a little more ribbony, because all of that air is getting into it while it's beating. So while it's doing that, I'm going to zest a lemon. We're going to incorporate some lemon into our cookie. I love lemon. The ones that I had mostly in France had lemon in them. They were lovely. So we are going to be putting some butter into this mixture as well. We're going to be putting a 1/4 cup of butter in. What you want to do is, before you get going, you actually want to melt your butter. It has to be melted, not just softened like a lot of recipes. So you're going to melt it. You're going to kind of want it to come to more room temperature because you don't want to put hot butter in there. It's going to kind of curdle everything. So I've got this here just sitting aside while my ribbons are happening. This isn't a grater, well, it's a grater on one side, but it's a rasp on the other. So, because you want really fine lemon, you don't want big grated pieces. This is a delicate cookie, so you want delicate flavors. You could use orange if you wanted. You could omit a little bit of the flour once we get to that point and add a little bit of cocoa if you want a chocolate madeleine. So many different options. Add different extracts if you want an almond. So again, it's a very versatile cookie. Just like I said, it's a little bit of a labor of love because you get about 12 madeleines out of a single batch. So I'm just going to lightly zest this. And again, you don't want to go down and get the pith. You just want the zest from the yellowy flesh on the lemon. Just smells so nice. Anything with a little bit of lemon is just perfect. There you go. So not even a half of a lemon rind, because again, we're only making 12 cookies. This recipe will double very nicely. I wouldn't recommend necessarily like quadrupling it or, you know, making really large batches until you become very confident in making this cookie. So we're getting there. It's been about 5 minutes. We're just going to continue to let that beat for a few minutes. Texture of our madeleine butter sugar mixture has started to ribbon. It means it's just going to run really nicely off the spatula when I kind of scoop it up, and the color of it is lovely. It's beautiful. It's always so much quieter when this turns off. This beautiful pale yellow color, it's gorgeous. So we're just going to pull this up. We're done with the mixer for now, so we can just take the beaters right out. Throw those in the sink. So this is where we're going to be working from by hand now. So I've got a little sifter here that just goes across the bowl. We need about a half a cup of flour. So we're just going to incorporate a little bit at a time. We're going to sift it in. Because it's a delicate cookie, we just don't want any lumps in it. We want it to be just lovely and smooth. And then you're just gonna fold it in until the flour is incorporated, not over mixing, over blending, but you want to make sure you get everything from the sides of the bowl. It doesn't look like much in this bowl. You're gonna be like, how am I gonna get any cookies out of this? But you do. And to make a madeleine, you do need a madeleine pan. They're available in most, places that you can buy bakeware nowadays. They're probably about $9 at best. And I like to use the no stick ones. You can get ones that aren't necessarily no stick, but why would you want that? So let's make everything as easy as possible. So I'm just going to put the rest of this in here. Give it all a nice sift. Continue folding this. And then once this is folded, we're going to add our lemon zest, and then we're going to fold in our melted and cooled butter. Now you have to remember, you don't want to melt it to the point or cool it to the point that it now has solidified, so don't do it too far in advance. Just as you're getting everything started, that's long enough. So you can see that the texture of this is really changing. It's thickening up. It's looking more like a batter and not just, you know, some eggs that we've beat. So I'm gonna put all this lemon in. If you want more or less, that's completely up to you. Just gonna give that a quick little stir to incorporate. And then now we're just gonna add all this butter in there. Now that's given me a craving for popcorn. My mind is always on food. It doesn't matter if I'm making one thing, I'm thinking of another. So just gonna fold this in. You have to make sure that all of the butter is completely incorporated in there, because otherwise your cookies are going to bake up uneven. You'll have kind of a part that's a little bit runny, and you're not going to get those beautiful scalloped shapes that you desire. So we've got this beautiful lemon infused batter, and then you're just going to take a tablespoon. That's about all you're going to need, and we're going to fill all our cups. You're going to get kind of a nice little arch out of each cookie as they bake. They're going to be plump, they're going to be golden on the outside and nice and cakey on the inside. It's kind of like one of those mysteries of the world. Is it a cake or is it a cookie? So I just know they're yummy. And if you are gluten-free, you can make this recipe with some gluten-free flour. I like to use the Robin Hood. I find it really interprets well for altering recipes from regular to gluten-free. You're gonna find a little denser cookie, of course. It's going to have that grainier texture that you know, gluten-free recipes usually have, but that's okay. The flavor profile is going to be there. So really with gluten-free, that's all that matters, as long as it tastes good, you know, because you're using real butter and all the yummy stuff. I hear my cats fighting. You can tell I'm baking at home today. There's no cat fights at work. So there we go. So these are all filled up. You can give it a little jiggle if you want, but they'll spread as they bake. You're gonna have your oven will have been preheated to 375, and you're gonna bake those. So I'm just gonna set these aside right now. And I'm going to plate some beautiful ones that I've already baked. I have this gorgeous vintage cake plate that was actually a gift from a lovely elderly neighbor of mine. So it feels just you know, perfect to plate these. So once they cooled, what I did was I just went around with a little spatula and I loosened them. And you can see that you just get these beautiful little shell-shaped cookies. And I like to serve them on a plate. I think they look so pretty. And then I love to dust them with just a little bit of icing sugar. Just makes them look that much more delicate. They don't take long to cool, so these are kind of those cookies that you can eat almost immediately. I have a little bit of icing sugar here. You don't need much. How pretty are those? Icing sugar just makes the little shell pattern just stand right out. And there you go. Those are our beautiful Madeleine cookies from France.
program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
What's with all this technology? Do you find it a little daunting to use or learn it? I'm going to help simplify things and remove the fears with step-by-step instructions for your computers, tablets, and smart devices. Technically Simple every Monday at 4 p.m.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Are you a new Canadian to Canada? If you are, welcome to the region of Waterloo. Please remember 911 is the phone number for emergencies for fire, police, and paramedics. Call 911 for emergencies only. Here in the region of Waterloo in the province of Ontario, one of the leading causes of fires in the home is smoking. Please smoke outside. It could save your life. Do you use candles in your home? If you do, when you leave the room, blow out. Instead of using real candles, we recommend that you use flameless candles so there's no fire hazard. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Your mouth can do a lot of amazing things. And your mouth can save a life.
Hi, I'm Tom Wong. I'm just one of close to 1,000 Canadians in search of a stem cell match. We need your help.
A simple swab is all you need to register on the National Stem Cell Database. You could be the one to save a life. Find the hero in you.
In France, Paris, France to be exact, and I'm going to pretend that my kitchen is the Bastille Market today. One of the yummiest things that I ate while I was in France, I don't know whether it was just because I was in the market surrounded by so many beautiful foods or the fact that it was cold and rainy that day in Paris, but I stood with my sister under an umbrella and we ate a warm crepe right there in the market. It was unbelievable. So I'm going to try and recreate that today. So crepes are very easy to make. I'm just gonna, I've got a nice little bowl here. I'm going to take, I've got 1 cup of flour. I'm gonna get that ready. Set that here. But first we're just gonna start with some eggs. We're gonna start with 2 eggs in our bowl. We just wanna get those kind of cracked in there and whisk them. What I love about making crepes, I used to actually make crepes a lot when my kids were younger. For dessert, I would do them with caramelized apples. Crepes keep really well, so you can even make them ahead and put them in the freezer, just layer them with paper towel or parchment in between. And they're a great make-ahead dessert. You can do them warm with ice cream. Like, it's just endless. I could go on. So I've got my eggs whisked. Then I'm going to add in 1 cup of flour. Going to get that mixed together. Whoop. Now, sometimes you can make crepes without any lumps. Sometimes there's some lumps in there. Don't be discouraged. They're going to taste really good even if you have a few lumps in there. So I've got 1/2 cup of milk I've just put in here, and I'm going to just continue to whisk the eggs and the flour mixture. I want to try and get as many of those lumps out as possible. This is where you get your upper body workout to kind of work off the calories that you're gonna have when you're having the crepes later. Not that I really care or count calories at all. Now I'm gonna get 1/2 cup of water. Just tap water is fine. It can be a little bit warm, it can be room temperature, doesn't really matter. Pour that in there. Unlike pancake batter, crepe batter is very runny and thin. Actually, that's what makes them just cook so quick. You're doing one at a time. You're not doing these on your flat grill like you do pancakes and make 20 of them at a time. This is a little bit painstaking, but they cook so quickly that it really doesn't matter. So then we're just gonna put 2 tablespoons of butter in there. The butter is what's gonna help give them kind of a nice golden color. I'm gonna put a little bit extra in there when they're cooking. That fat in the recipe. So I think I managed to eliminate most of the lumps today. I'm quite excited about that. So I'm gonna bring my measuring cup over with me because you wanna try and measure about the same amount for each one. Most recipes will call for about a 1/4 cup. I like to use about a 1/2 cup. I like just a little bit thicker crepes.
I took this picture of my wife when she was near death, waiting for a liver transplant. And this is her now.
Hello, I'm Lise Breckenridge. A liver transplant saved my life.
What can I say? You be the judge.
Your donation will help Canadians understand the importance of pledging to be an organ donor.
And it will help save the lives of so many more.
As it has for us.
It is time.
Action on Rogers TV.
Hi, I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV.
So I'm just gonna come over here to my stovetop. I've got a really nice, not too large, just a medium-sized crepe pan here, or a frying pan. It's no stick. You don't need any butter, any oil in there if it's a nice no-stick pan. But of course, you know, whatever you have, just cook however you normally would. Just gonna bring this to kind of a nice medium-high heat. You don't wanna put your crepe batter in there too quickly, or else, you know, it's not going to cook evenly, and it's not going to cook as quickly as it needs to. I have a nice little plate right beside me because as each crepe is made, I'm going to just transfer it right to the plate and, you know, be ready to go. So it feels like we've got some nice heat going. That's the beauty of working with gas. So this is a 1 cup measuring cup, but I'm just going to fill it about halfway. So I have about a 1/2 cup. So this is where you want to be a little bit ambidextrous. I'm going to pour this in and I'm going to roll it around, and you can see how quickly it starts to cook the second it hits the pan. And it's not going to be like pancakes where it's going to bubble all around. You're actually going to see where it gets a little bit dry around the edges. That's when you know it's starting to bake to cook. So I don't like to use metal in a metal frying pan, but I like this little spatula because it's a little bit curved, helps me to work. I am going to use my fingers as well. I always say if I was ever to get arrested, I would have no fingerprints because I use my hands so often with hot food. Oh, I'm doing that just a little too soon maybe. If you rip one, don't worry, because we're actually going to fold them over so you'll never even see those imperfections. And you know, I'm pretty sure none of us are inviting the Queen over. So, you know, if they're not too perfect, don't worry about it. But you can see how pretty easily that flipped over. You could leave it a little longer if you wanted to get a little more brown, but you don't want them to be too rubbery. Crepes, you just want to have them just cooked. So, and as you're pulling it out, what I like to actually do is I like to flip it like that and then just put them on the plate. So I've got some Nutella. We're going to use some Nutella. I'm going to get a banana. And hang on, I've got some extra whipped cream left over in my fridge. There we go. So you just get your beautiful crepes, and we had them on a plate in the market, and they put some Nutella on it. Doesn't matter, I know Nutella is Italian, but they use it all over Europe. You don't need a lot because it's going to melt all over. So nice little bit of Nutella. We're going to get a banana. I tell you, this was so yummy, and they just make them right there. They've got these big, round, flat grills, and so they make the crepes, and then they make a galette. A galette would be more savory. It would have like ham and cheese and vegetables and that. But my sister, of course, got the galette. I got the dessert. That was my lunch. I was in France. There was absolutely, I don't count calories in Canada. I'm certainly not going to count them when I'm on vacation, especially in France. So we'll get a little bit of whipped cream. And there you go. That is as easy and as yummy as it gets. A beautiful French crepe with Nutella. Really hope that you've enjoyed traveling to France with me today. You'll have to stay tuned and see what country we visit next on our Sweet Escapes. Thanks for joining me today. Make every day a sweet occasion.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Hey everybody, Ben Strasser here. Think Millennial, 9 p.m. Thursday nights. Join us on Rogers TV and our Facebook page. See you then.
Storm action on Rogers TV.
Hey folks, it's me, Giovanni Patiti, and Halloween's right around the corner. You know, Halloween, from the Latin word for teaching your kids how to extort stuff from complete strangers. Well, this time we got a very special treat for you. It's the Giovanni and Me Halloween Marathon. It all starts Halloween night at 6 p.m. Remember, kids, candy is dandy, but Giovanni and me won't rot your teeth. Nice.
This is Rogers TV.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Get to the Point. I'm the host, Gord McLean, and I'm here with an outstanding Rogers TV All-Star panel. Great to have everybody aboard today. I'd like to introduce you, if you don't mind. To my left, Andrew Shackleton. Great to have you. You usually sit farther away from me, and we argue quite well that way.
So this isn't good.
There's a problem. When people sit close to me, I don't argue as much with it because I'm afraid. Like you're within punching distance.
Fisticuffs. I don't believe you, by the way.
Oh, it's true.
We're going to have a great time.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, there's just water in the cup, so don't get your hopes up. In the center, of course, we have, but not center politically, I don't think.
No, not at all.
We have Daryl Fletcher. You may know him as Chef D from Chef D TV. Great to have you here. Thanks for taking the time out because I know how busy you are.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And, of course, another very busy person we have is Mark Benkovic. He hasn't been on the show in a little while, but it's great to have him back. He's a mortgage broker out there in the KW area.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you aboard again today.
Nice to be here.
Hey, guys. Of course, you know the election was just a day or two ago, and everyone's still talking about it. I don't know if it was a surprise to you. The Liberals got a minority government. It seemed that that's the way it was heading, particularly in the last week of the election. But it's the repercussions now that Trudeau's been elected to this minority, because the way the election was fought, I think it's created a lot of problems for him, particularly the divide between the western provinces, particularly Alberta and Saskatchewan, and Quebec, because it seems the Prime Minister pitted those two regions against each other in order to garner more support in the East. I don't know if that's true, but let's just start by discussing the thing as a whole. Daryl, I'm going to start with you in the center.
I'm wearing my blue shirt. You know, you all know that I'm a conservative, and yet again, they did a horrible job at running this campaign. They had it handed to them, really. And Andrew Scheer went on to, and I like the man, went on the debates, and all he did was point fingers at Trudeau. There was nothing said about, you know, how we're going to change, what we're going to, you know, do differently to govern this country. We're in debt up to our eyeballs. When you start talking about that, you know, when you start, you know, making some policies, some changes, and there was nothing. It was just like throwing mud at each other, and no wonder he didn't win. And once I saw, when I turned the TV on, we were doing an event that night, and I saw that Trudeau had 26 votes already from the East. I'm going, this is not going to go well for us, you know? So yeah, I was a little bit disheartening, and hopefully, I think Scheer should step down. Me too. You're right, everything you said.
So. Now, Andrew, you're not conservative by nature, are you?
No.
Okay, now you thinking Scheer should step down. Is that because of his ineptitude in running a poor campaign, or like, why do you think he doesn't represent the conservative cause?
Oh, I don't care, to be honest. It's just the Liberals tend to eat their own. The knives will be out for him in no time. And Chef D was spotting the money. I watched the debates as well, and all he was doing was attacking Trudeau, and there was no substance about what he wanted to deliver. You were spotting the money.
I don't know. I think when it comes to Scheer, there are a few problems. I think that he's not the charismatic candidate that you would need to run against somebody like Trudeau, because Trudeau's just based on charisma.
Oh,
as far as I'm concerned,
no substance there.
I would call him an empty suit. However, he doesn't like to wear a suit jacket.
Right.
He just likes rolling up his sleeves and loosening his tie.
Yes.
Because
he's working all
so
the
hard.
time.
Oh, he is like the hardest working. He's burning the midnight oil. Working on the books, creating a humongous deficit we'll never recover from.
Exactly. Hold it. Not us. It's our great-great-great-grandchildren that will never.
I'm just worried about me.
Okay.
Well, you know what? And I'm worried about this government. Mark, what do you think? Do you think this government's going to last 2 years even? Because I'm thinking this. He has to get support from, and it'll be the NDP, because that was already in the, that alliance was already in the bag.
Right.
Oh.
But doesn't the Bloc have way more seats?
But the NDP's against, the NDP's against the pipeline.
Yep.
But if he wants to unite this country, and like he says, and I know he's talking right now while we're doing the show, he wants to get the West, you know, wants to get them to like him. So he's going to have to go for the pipeline. They need the pipeline to the, but the NDP's against it. So, I mean, is that going to be the thing that finally collapses the government? What do you think?
I know it's flipped. Honestly, on a personal level, I hope they don't last 2 years. I don't think they will. I read some great pieces about Trudeau, and personally, I don't like the man. I don't like the party. But then I could say the same thing this time around about all the parties and all the leaders.
You don't
very
like anybody?
It was very difficult for me to vote this time because it was very disappointing.
There's so many different ones now. We have extra parties.
Extra parties.
Well, maybe that one will finally just go into the abyss.
What, the...
Bernier, he's done. He's
Bernier's?
done. Yeah.
I want to know where the money's going to go from all those candidates that put that money into the pool to become a candidate. And didn't he have like 300 of them? I'd like to know where all that money went, you know? They didn't do a huge job of marketing themselves, you know? And I want to know how much Bernier got out of all that.
What, you mean personal gain?
Yes.
Are you accusing him of some kind of embezzlement?
I don't know about that, but...
Or are you just speculating?
I'm speculating.
You know, I don't think it matters. I could see... I think the whole exercise there was he didn't get the leadership.
That's exactly it.
So
he's mad about
he left in the huff, and it was if we can get enough traction, then we could lose an election, both parties, the PCs and the People's Party of Canada, could both lose in the election, but at least if he got some seats and a good percentage of the votes, he could say, okay, and then it would be like let's merge the parties together, and that way he could claim the leadership.
Yeah.
And that could still be in the cards.
I don't think so. I think now that they saw that, you know, as Canadians, you know, it's still the three parties, as much as the Green Party was that little, you know, party that
blip.
Could. Yeah, or couldn't. Depends on how you look at it. Yes, they got some more support throughout the ridings, and I think that's great. And, you know, and I think the other leaders, and I think both Liberals, Conservatives, as a majority of, you know, who got the majority of the votes, should really look inside themselves. And I'm saying that as a Conservative. I think we definitely have to look inside ourselves as a party, whether it be Scheer, and come back out and have a different policy, have a different mandate, have a different mandate, have a mandate, you know? And I really hope we last longer than 2 years. This costs us millions and millions of dollars that we don't have. Governments don't make money.
Funny thing is, I want to talk about Bernier. That guy actually, as you guys know, I'm not a conservative. Bernier, though, I remember him under Harper. He had tons of charisma. I think that the Conservatives really actually messed up not giving it to him. He might have actually given Trudeau a run for his money. Aside from, you know, questionable things like hanging out with strippers that were tied into the Hells Angels.
Oh, that's the least of your worries with that.
But he had charisma. He really did.
Oh. You know, I think it's sad that they have to put up a candidate that has charisma.
It matters.
Right? You can't put up a qualified man anymore.
No,
you need
exactly.
somebody who's going to showboat it.
Yep.
Yeah. Against Trudeau, though, what choice do you have?
And I'll tell you, that's not the person you really want to lead the country. I mean, look at this guy. Look at the guy that's in now, right? Justin Trudeau. Okay, and I know half the country, 37% of the country supported him.
Right.
Yeah, but that charisma thing matters. Like Jagmeet Singh came up because of his performance.
I think it matters to the worst element.
You're right.
Because it's like, oh yeah, well I like that. He's sexy.
Yeah.
Who gives a
But that's the saddest commentary about this whole election. Has become a popularity contest. But ever since in my lifetime, since the 70s, I've seen just successive protest votes instead of, you know, positive progress. People are protesting against the previous guy that screwed up, and we have this accumulated massive screw-up.
Well, it wasn't always a popularity contest, or else Diefenbaker wouldn't have been prime minister.
That's true, right?
Ed Stanfield wouldn't have been the leader of the Conservatives at one time.
Yeah.
But I mean, the whole Trudeau era with Pierre Trudeau, the father, that's where it kind of started for us.
Yep.
But I think the Barack Obama thing in the United States, that cemented Justin Trudeau getting in.
Oh.
A person who wasn't qualified, who had zero experience, and then suddenly he's the leader of a federal party and then prime minister, almost instantaneously.
Pretty much.
Gord, you say that, and he was an MP for 6 years before. How can you say he doesn't have experience? He didn't just come out of nowhere.
He wasn't exactly like the legislator.
No, but he had more experience.
Okay, how many
than
bills
Scheer.
did he bring forward to Parliament?
Can you answer that?
I think the answer is 0.
That makes sense. I would believe you on that one.
Well, anyhow, you got this guy in there, and I'm telling you, he ran an election. Correct me if I'm wrong. You jump in anytime you want, because and I won't interrupt you.
It's almost the end of the segment.
Sounds like a politician.
No, it's not that. It's another thing. I'll talk to you about it later. Anyways, the guy ran the campaign, and I think he ran a very divisive campaign, demonized conservative voters, not just Andrew Scheer, but the people that vote conservative. Demonized a lot of conservatives in Ontario in particular. Alienated the Western provinces. And that was essentially his keys to those were his keys to victory. And now he comes out, and here's the worst thing is, okay, Scheer's giving what essentially is a concession speech, and our prime minister comes out and decides to come out during the guy's concession speech, and knowing that they'll cut him off and go to the PM.
And they did. I watched it.
They did. Well, because it's the prime minister, you have to. I mean, what are you going to go with?
That was low beyond. That was beyond low.
But he knew. I mean, that was engineered. They knew what they were doing. So, and then comes out and says, I'm going to unite the country.
No, you're not.
All he's done is divide it.
That's the ultimate hypocrisy when he did that.
Well, why do you think, Mark? Go ahead.
Because he doesn't respect anybody. You know, the guy is just all about himself, and he thinks that he's doing something, but exactly. His father started. I never voted for the Liberals in my life, and it started with his father back in the 70s. And so now this is like the ultimate joke of a little puppet there that thinks he's responsible for what the party is doing, and he represents all the good that he's supposedly done, but in reality he hasn't done anything. He, like you pointed out, he's divided the country more than ever. I used to live in Winnipeg, so their attitude about the East and Ottawa has never changed. It's now just more highlighted than ever before.
And we've become a red Ontario in the federal part of it, you know, and I think, and we were talking off air, I think, you know, the Doug Ford, again, came into play on that, right? Like, oh no, Andrew Scheer is going to become just like Doug Ford. It's cut and slash, or, you know, do the hide and seek where, you know, you take some money from here and you give some money back here. So I think that was the other big part of it, is that Ontario, you know, because everything happens here, is that, you know, that's where they really won the games. Like, you looked at the Kitchener-Waterloo riding where we're in, is all red.
We have to take a break, but when we come back, I want to talk about Doug Ford and his impact on the election. Folks, we're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more election talk. All that in just 2 short minutes. Stay tuned.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Our son is one.
My father was one.
I am one. Are you one?
Safety tips with John Percy.
Fire Prevention Week 2018, this year's theme, look, listen, and learn. Look, make sure you check to see if there's any smoke or fire hazards in your home. Listen for working smoke alarms in case of a fire. And learn 2 ways out of your home or your apartment in case there is an emergency. Matches and lighters are for adults. They're not toys for little ones. If you have children around, please keep them up high so they can't touch them. they could start a fire. The holiday season is almost upon us. Unattended cooking is the leading cause of fires in the home all year round, especially during the holidays. Make sure you stay in the kitchen when you're cooking. If you're using holiday lights, make sure they're not damaged. If they are, replace them. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out, waterloo.ca/fire, or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Hi, I'm Dave Carroll, host of Brant Life. Join me every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a brand new show featuring you and your stories and the things you care about right here on Brant Life on Rogers TV.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the show. We were discussing the federal election. A whole lot happened during the break. I hope they can bring some of the energy to this segment. Anyways, I'm going to reintroduce the panel very quickly. I have Andrew Shackleton, I have Daryl Fletcher, and I have Mark Benkovic. Guys, welcome to the show. It's great to have you. And wow, that election. Before we went to break, Daryl, you had brought up Doug Ford. Do you think it was a problem that they hid
Yes.
Doug Ford for the last 90 days?
I really do. I totally get it because he can go off the cuff pretty quickly, but he changed the Liberal government to a Conservative government here in Ontario. Do you not think he'd have some grassroots supporters that would be maybe looking elsewhere, whether it be the Green, whether it be the PPC, where they might have gone Conservative and changed some ridings? I don't think it would have made that big a difference, but you just can't hide them.
Hey, the PCs were down 40,000 votes in Ontario.
I know, right? So where does that come from? The grassroots.
Yeah. Well, because you know what? Like him or not, he motivates. Mm-hmm. And I think he motivates more grassroots Conservatives than he does Liberals or NDP to vote against something.
Yeah.
Daryl's pointed out a really interesting thing because the Conservatives at the provincial level killed the Liberals at the last election. And it shows how fickle people are. They went from being ticked off at the Liberals to being ticked off the Conservatives in no time, and they forgot about everything that was messed up for the previous 4 to 16 years.
See, really, I don't think they were, in this federal election, I don't think they were upset at the Conservatives. I just don't think the Conservatives motivated them enough.
Not at all. No. Not a chance.
What do you think, Andrew?
I think anybody who's of liberal mind, pretty much anywhere in America and Canada, is kind of scared of this upwelling that you've seen of nationalism, of conservatism worldwide. And
what do you mean, populism?
Yeah, well, nationalism's part of that, right? And I think a big chunk of the Liberal voters are scared of what we've seen in America, scared of what we've seen in Australia, scared of what we've seen in Britain. And so our reaction to the Conservatives...
What specifically are we scared of? What are we afraid of?
Let me see. Well, talking about conservatism. So Conservatives generally poll higher on things like being anti-immigration.
No, they're not anti-immigration. Anti-illegal immigration.
Right.
Pro-legal immigration.
Just general.
Hold on. Where in the world? Okay, here's where you and I go.
Yeah.
Folks, start your PVRs.
All right.
Where in the world do you get that idea from? Not one populist party in the Western world has come out as being anti-immigration. Anti-illegal immigration,
that's not what I said, Gord.
Certainly.
That's not what I said. I said if you survey conservative people, generally they poll higher on questions like we're bringing too many immigrants into the country.
That's
No, I'm talking about a survey. I'm not talking about what a party says.
But it's the way you're wording it. And I hate, and I see people in the media do this all the time. Yeah. They twist it. It's like this word migrant they keep using instead of illegal immigrant, which is what they are.
Gord, I didn't use any of those words.
You just say immigrant.
I just said,
you just blanket it with immigrant.
Yeah.
People are against illegal immigration.
I can't.
They don't mind going through the process because 99% of us, our ancestors or even ourselves came here by doing it the legal way and going through the process. And I don't know what this hyper reality is now, where people are like, oh well, just open the doors, let them in, no need for borders. This is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And you can't just use this blanket term immigrant, Andrew.
I'm talking about a poll, Gord. So anyways, that's one issue.
What poll says immigrant? Well, then the poll's invalid.
Mm-hmm. It's a valid question to ask. And
no, it isn't.
Well, what's your take on it? Should we let in more or less? Right now, we'll have a poll.
I believe in legal immigration.
You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I did.
Are you comfortable with current levels of immigration in Canada? Would you like them lowered or would you like them raised? That's a poll.
I'm comfortable with the, yes,
with where they are right
immigration.
now. No, it's not what I asked you.
I'm uncomfortable
Levels.
with the redefining of what a refugee is, because now it's economic.
But that's not what I asked you.
Persecuted.
I just said, are you happy with current levels?
I'm giving you a comprehensive answer.
Current levels.
I'm not filling out an ABC questionnaire.
But that's all this was about. Anyways, people tend
it's all playing tricks.
No,
folks, don't fall for this garbage, because they're going to play tricks on you all the time, using words like migrant, immigrant, this and that, trying to paint somebody that's for something legal and maintaining a system and maintaining our borders and our security, for this blanketed. Oh well, use the word migrant because nobody can figure out what exactly that is, and now everyone's basically a refugee because, oh well, if you have economic hardship in your home country, well, you get a free pass. That's BS. I mean, there's a system that you can follow, and then it brings people over because immigration does enrich our nation.
No, it doesn't.
Legal immigration does.
It does.
But just open borders doesn't. And that's the thing. And I just hate how we're getting tricked by words and how the media likes to express these
words
things.
Matter, Gord.
Yeah, they do. And I'll tell you, the propagandists know that better than anybody else. That's why they invent all these new terms for what is simply illegal immigration.
I'm very glad, though, you participated in the survey. But if you ask, generally speaking, conservatives are more inclined to say we have too much immigration of any kind in the country. That's what that was about.
I don't agree with that. Look at all the problems in Europe with illegal immigration, because people just come over and there's this swath of millions of people that have caused all kinds of problems in all of Europe. It's
not to mention
what we're experiencing here is a drop in the bucket. Exactly.
I mean, just in Great Britain today, they discovered a semi-truck with, 39 bodies in it. People that were, it's essentially human trafficking. They pay these
exorbitant amounts of money and try and get in a better way.
Yeah, there's no air in there, my God.
Rather than go through the process and try and legally.
Yeah, from Bulgaria, I saw that. That's just absolutely brutal.
This whole conversation reminds me of a documentary I saw about 2 years ago where the Swedish professor was talking about how, in terms of percentages, the problems of the world have shrinked a lot in the last 200 years. But in terms of actual numbers, we've got more slavery and more rotten stuff happening now in terms of actual numbers than ever before in history. And these are the things that the governments are not dealing with to try to change them, and probably they can change them, it's just too much. But they're great at doing what you guys were just explaining and demonstrating with using words to deflect from the real basic issues.
No, I was never deflecting from anything. I made a statement and Gord challenged me on it. That's all it was. You can poll people and they'll have opinions on things. That's all I've...
Opinions, that's the problem. We've
got
7.7 billion
That's
opinions.
what polling is, though, Mark.
We can't all be right.
It doesn't matter. A poll's a poll. If you ask somebody a question, they have an opinion on it.
But a poll is it really anything other than that person, or you can warp the poll to say anything it wants, and the polls through this whole election were nothing but crap, and
they're paid polls, right?
Well, you actually see, speaking of what we're talking about, Bernier ran billboard ads saying "Say no to immigration." So this is exactly what
him.
But that's what his party was standing for.
That's his party.
And it happened to be very
wasn't
conservative.
a big topic in the whole election,
It
so
was,
why
no,
are
it
we
was
spending
for
time
him.
talking about it?
Well, there's people that are conservative that I know would absolutely agree with Bernier, hands down.
Well, I guess the massive country didn't agree with Bernier.
Well, I don't know. I'm glad for that. But what I'm saying is, the people on the left, the people that are liberal, are scared of people like the PPC.
Now,
very much so.
You're sticking. You rode in on this horse, and you're sticking to it. And I give you credit. I give you credit. You keep using the word immigration. You don't say legal or illegal immigration. You don't say migrants and
illegal's tiny.
Refugees. So I'm going to just take you at your word that the billboard said, say no to immigration.
Yeah.
Not illegal immigration or open borders or anything. So if it said that, well, that's good and fine. But you can't blanket all conservatives with this guy.
No.
I didn't. I said it was a certain...
Ultra-right.
He couldn't even win his own riding.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? So
he should have been the leader of the conservatives.
No,
he had charisma.
have.
Why?
No.
Why do you say that?
He shouldn't have been.
Well, you guys are complaining about the election being lost. he had more personality than Scheer.
Well, he didn't have enough to win his own riding, for Pete's sake.
That's because he went off on this crazy tangent. That was his mistake, starting this own party.
Look, Hitler had tons of personality too, but
yeah.
him as a leader.
Good point, good point.
You know, they need someone that's charismatic, but they also need someone that agrees with primary conservative values.
But to take this to a whole different election, a different subject, is I laughed at how many, all the leaders got up and said, oh, we won. No, you didn't. Trudeau, you lost seats. Scheer, you didn't win anything. And the NDP, really?
Yeah, they lost like 20, 30 seats.
So how do you say that you actually won anything on this? Yes, the NDP now is going to be that little party that's like a bug on an elephant's rump.
They don't
right?
They don't even have as many seats as the Bloc.
No, I know, and it's ridiculous. It drives me insane. And I know it's democratic, and I know, this is kind of what we live in, and it's going to come out. But nobody won this, folks. Nobody won this.
The country lost.
The public won this. Coalitions are great.
They totally lost.
Coalitions are great.
No, they're not.
Tell that to Italy.
Look at the bureaucrats that are going to be behind the scenes stalling everything.
They've always been in there stalling everything. That's what bureaucrats do.
Oh gosh, darn it!
Yeah, bureaucrats are a stain on democracy. It doesn't matter who's in power. The democracy we live in, of course.
That's an illusion. We just had that conversation before the show.
We don't live in a democracy, anyways.
Look, I don't see how a coalition government
is going to last more than 2 years.
Is going to last more than 2 years, and we've got to go through this whole process again. And it's expensive, and obviously emotionally for the country, it doesn't unite us. I mean, if the country's this divided after this election, once this coalition government fails, and it will fail as they all do, how much more divided is it going to get?
But the thing is, it's not the boogeyman people make it out to. Italy's had coalition governments for years.
Yeah, and they can't. Look at Italy.
Are they in the abyss? No. Is it civil war? No.
They're a mess. They're bankrupt.
It's
okay, well, how about Israel?
Disaster.
Israel's doing just fine. How about Germany? Doing just fine. I mean, these are major countries in the world. Germany's economy is the biggest economy in Europe, and they have coalition governments constantly in their fine.
Germany has a lot of problems, my friend. One of them.
So do we.
One of them is open borders.
Right. Big problem.
That's why.
But all of Europe's got that problem, though.
Especially Germany, because it is the strongest country economically, and that's why all the
but open borders has nothing to do with coalition governments.
There is no open borders. People are just spilling over because they can.
I know, but that has nothing to do with my point, which was coalition governments are successful.
Yeah, well.
Look at Israel.
Doesn't look that
Tell me what's wrong with Israel.
Right now is thrown into chaos.
It's always like that, and the country itself, though, is fine.
It's in chaos. As of today, I was just reading the paper. There are problems in the streets now.
Again.
Because the country's so divided.
Yeah.
But over politics or over the Arab-Israeli thing?
Over politics. Over the Knesset.
That might be because Netanyahu needs to be in jail.
That's a whole other topic.
I got to do a special with this guy.
It's going to be one-on-one with
whole new show.
Oh my God!
Put the gloves on.
Did I just hear it was 30 seconds to break? 20 seconds to break.
Hey, did you hear about Netanyahu's wife on the plane?
Go ahead.
She lost her mind on the plane.
We got to take a break, folks. We'll be back with I don't know what in 2 more minutes. Please stay tuned.
Looking for great seats to all the action? Rogers Super Sports Pack delivers. With NBA League Pass, get up to 40 out-of-market games every week, all season long. More dunks, more slams, more to love, live in HD. NBA League Pass, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Do you use candles in your home? If you do, when you leave the room, blow out. Instead of using real candles, we recommend that you use flameless candles so there's no fire hazard. Here in the region of Waterloo in the province of Ontario, one of the leading causes of fires in the home is smoking. Please smoke outside. It could save your life. In the province of Ontario, it's mandatory to have working smoke alarms on every single level of your home and outside all sleeping areas. Regardless if they're battery operated or electrical style, please make sure you test them once a month, change the batteries once a year. check the expiry date. They typically expire after 10 years. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety tips with John Percy.
What's with all this technology? Do you find it a little daunting to use or learn it? I'm going to help simplify things and remove the fears with step-by-step instructions for your computers, tablets, and smart devices. Technically Simple every Monday at 4 p.m.
Rangers action on Rogers TV.
Hi, everybody. We're back. This is Get to the Point. I'm still Gordon McLean. To my left, Andrew Love Shack Shackleton.
Here we go again.
In the center, we got Daryl Fletcher. You may know him as Chef D. Of course you do. Jeez, the guy's poof. It's all over the place. Great guy. And Mark Benkovic as well, returning guests. Hey, we're going to shift gears, but not really, because this is going to cause problems. I can just see it. Down in the United States, they've got the Democratic primaries going on. And Bernie Sanders was quoted as saying, we don't need the billionaires. Yeah. We got the 1%, 2% of the 1%, the 0.1%, and they got to be taxed. He wants to get rid of billionaires. He thinks that they're not paying their fair share, that they're too wealthy. It's obnoxious they're so wealthy. Says a man who owns 3 homes, including a beach house.
Right.
And has only worked for the government.
Hypocrisy is tantamount.
Anyways, so he's out there saying that. Elizabeth Warren has her own proposal to tax the rich.
Oh, they're both nuts.
I'm not going to start with you because
Okay,
I know where it's going to go.
Say nothing.
No, you will. I'll get to you in a minute. See, you got a big finish.
Got to lead it in.
Mark, I'm going to start with you. What do you think about all this nonsense?
I think they're just trying to...
Is it nonsense?
It is nonsense. They're trying to appeal to the masses. I believe that both...
See, I got to interrupt you there. I know there's somebody watching that hates that. Maybe they're not. I hope they're not watching. Hell with them. I'm going to interrupt you. I don't think that's what the masses want. I think that's like 20%. It's the far left. The United States it will never be socialist. It's against every grain that runs through their free blood.
Right. Being financially successful is their whole thing. So they are going against the grain of that, and they think they're trying to. They think they're going to appeal to people by doing that. It's nuts. You know, you hit it right at the crux of it. The American economy is built on people coming in, having nothing, and building up to the top. So we've got, people that have billions of dollars, some of whom are doing amazing things through their philanthropy. And here the government wants to take different amounts of their hard-earned, legitimately earned savings and have it in the government hands, where you got to deal with bureaucracy, red tape, inefficiency, waste. Forget about it. I think this is completely stupid.
Hard-earned, Mark. Don't you know how capital gains works? There's a lot of people down there not doing a damn thing.
You're supposed to be last. Is that why Trudeau wants to...
I'll get to you in a second, Andrew. Daryl, I want to ask you. What do you think? Do you think income redistribution?
No, because it's not going to go to the end result anyways, right? It's going to get stuck in some government whatever, and it's going to go somewhere else that it wasn't supposed to go, and they're going to spend another $1 trillion somewhere else. I think this is a load of crap. Yes, it is playing to the people who vote for Trump. They're thinking, as the Democrats are thinking, that it's getting the people back on our side. I know where you're going. I know where you're going to go. But I just think that they're so far out of touch with their voting populace that, again, they're grasping at straws. So they're thinking, we're going to steal from the rich and give to the poor. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Those billionaires own some companies that keep people employed, right? So what? You don't want them now making their share? Like, that's what free society is about. And if you're gonna tax it, then they're gonna go somewhere else, or they're gonna hide their money somewhere else.
Oh,
But that's not what it's about.
I agree with everything.
You guys,
it's about punishing success.
No.
It always has been.
The laws about where tax rates are set by politicians. And guess who influences politicians? Wealthy business people. Corporate tax rates, personal income tax rates, they have no power. They have no power at all.
Really? Whoa. Are you out of your cotton-picking mind?
To affect legislation, come on.
The Trial Lawyers Association, which is essentially a union, is one of the. What about the teachers' union?
They have no power over setting policy.
How much money does the teachers' union have?
Let's talk about this.
How much?
When do you ever hear in the media any discussion at all about corporate tax rates?
Because it's the media.
Right.
But guess why they don't talk about
the
it?
bill for the media, the corporations.
Exactly. That's my whole point. If you look at tax rates in the 50s, personal income taxes on the highest income earners were 70% of income.
It seems like
why do you shake your head? You can look this stuff up there.
I can look it up, but you know what? Do you have your own corporation? Do you work for yourself?
Of course I do.
I know how much money we put out on a regular basis. Not only do we put money out for our employees, we put money out when we want to build a new business, we give it to the municipalities, all this stuff. So don't be giving me this, that it's the corporate tax and this, that, and the other thing. We give our fair share. I think everybody who gets going and becomes successful, we pick on them.
I'll tell you this right now, because I pay taxes too. Anybody that's in business for themselves, compared to a guy earning an hourly wage or a salary, right out of the gate in my business, I've got tons of advantages compared to a guy who's earning just a wage.
Ton of advantages, but you're paying out 10 times more than that guy with the wage to different taxes everywhere you go, whether it be buying products, whether it be
but it's not you and me I'm worried about. It's the guys that have billions of dollars.
Well, because they started where you and me were, and they got a lucky break, or they had an advantage, and some of them had an advantage because
probably a third or half of the wealthiest people in the world had money handed to them.
How did Bill Gates get his money handed to him?
You're using one example.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Right.
Yeah, there's
the Apple guy.
The guy that owns Amazon.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about
coming out of China.
The guy that owns Alibaba.
Let's talk about Galen Weston. Let's talk about
Elon Musk.
Let's talk about
he's
Galen
sending people to Mars.
Hey, Galen, his father.
And you know what that
mines.
is? That's ingenuity. And people self-supporting and going out there and trying something.
His father owned mines.
And if you tax these businesses and stuff, they're going to leave, and then they won't employ people.
I know,
here
but
anymore.
my point about all this is you guys pretending that it's picking on the wealthy. 55 years ago, 6 years ago,
that's
they
what
did.
he wants to do.
No, they did. So how do you think rates got from there 50 years ago to where they are now?
You know why?
Corporate lobbying, and that's not right. That's not democratic.
If you want to talk about paying to rebuild Europe. In order to halt the communist menace and pay for the debt that we incurred fighting the Nazis and Tojo, well, yeah, that's going to cost you some money. But we're not doing that right now. What we're doing is expanding economically, or trying to, and we've got somebody that wants to use that economic expansion in order to pay for everyone's university because he thinks he's living in freaking Sweden, and I'll tell you he's not, because that model that socialists use for financing medicine and education is based on countries that own the natural resources. Like Sweden and stuff, they own their mining and forestry, etc. So they have a direct profit from that. Whereas if it's businesses like here or in the United States, then they want to tax everyone to pay for it.
But the average person,
that's why they can get away with it in these
life.
small populated areas. Like our countries.
But let's talk about the ordinary person. The average person in America, the average person
in America has the right to be a bum or be a billionaire.
No, the thing is, their wages have been flat for 40 years straight. So is ours. And real earning power. Our wages for an ordinary person have been completely flat. And meanwhile, the wealthy are going like this.
And
worldwide.
How is tax policy change is going to change because the jobs have disappeared for economic reasons to places like China and Mexico and India where they can do everything cheaper.
When you talk about income and stuff being flat, well, actually, in this current administration in the United States, in the last 3 years, income has gone up over $7,800 U.S., okay, per person. That's how much it's gone up. It was flat during the Obama administration. In fact, it was negative. So you got to update your stats on that one.
I'd love to see those questionable stats, Gord.
Oh, just look it up.
I will.
Just try to get off the Huffington Post.
But anyway, the thing is about all this stuff, ordinary people's income.
Wall Street Journal.
I read it. You have to read all this stuff. You have to know everything that's going on in media on all sides of the debate. But the problem is the average person's lot in life is flat.
What about what about entrepreneurialism, which is the thing that made America great, and has made our country great as well? It's people starting small businesses.
What I have issue with is all the talk, especially from conservative governments. We've got to slash the hell out of everything. Well, guess what? You have no money coming into your tax coffers because you're not taxing the people who can afford to pay it. That's why I have issue with this. We're broke. Oh my God, let's try taxing people higher. Then we'll have more money.
It's no different whether we're talking about the billionaires or the average person. Every time they raise taxes, the economic result is the government's worse off. It doesn't work, and it doesn't work because of what you said.
No one's
because the billionaires are mobile.
No society has ever taxed itself into prosperity.
No.
Name one.
And the billionaires are mobile, as you pointed out. If they don't have their money in offshore jurisdictions like the politicians and billionaires already do, Microsoft, and I could go on and on and on, they could easily do that in a really short period of time. So this policy of taxing billionaires, it's a joke.
It does not make it right. And you think about what was causing these sky-high taxes.
The world is not right. The world is not fair. So to expect fairness from an unfair world that is chaos just doesn't make sense.
If you want to increase corporate taxes, and I see your reasoning behind it, they're making massive amounts of money, and I'm not, so that's not fair. So let's have a level playing field.
It's not about me.
But I'll tell you, but you know what the repercussions are? Here's what they're going to do. They'll pass on not their savings, they'll pass on their deficit to you, the consumer. So that'll just raise prices. So they'll lay off employees.
What's the alternative? Slashing everything and saying, "Oh, we got no money," and making everything miserable for ordinary people?
The alternative is promoting growth. And with growth, to me, it's not a bad thing. Maybe it is to you. With growth, there's profits.
Profits are okay, Gord. Like I like money as much as the next man. I'm just saying all this talk all the time of the government saying, "Oh, we're broke, we're broke, we're broke."
Well, they are.
I know, but guess why they're broke?
They are. Well, I'll tell you one reason why they're broke is because 46% of the people just pay only 46% of the people pay taxes. That's the problem. Everybody wants free shit, and those days have got to stop.
Everybody pays taxes.
Oh gosh, darn it! How about a little austerity?
Agreed.
I mean, and it's not only free what I said before.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it.
Believe it. The shame is sometimes we run in the morning. Oh, but if you're letting your kid watch this, shame on you. There are plenty of other choices out there. Oh, besides my ugly mug.
Rating on this show.
But
it's fun though.
But no, it's like, going back to your immigrant thing, too. It's like, okay, you want open borders? That costs money because these people come here with nothing. And then they have to be re-educated because they probably don't speak the language, and they need housing, and then they need medical care, and they need schooling.
It's worse because some of them know about all these policies and just come to abuse it.
I need to take a break. We've got 20 seconds left.
Oh.
The things I do for you people at home. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Anyways, we're going to take a break. When we come back, oh, geez, there's lots more to happen. All that in 2 minutes. Please stay tuned.
Most people living with it don't even know they have it. I'm Alex Lifeson. My family, like many of yours, has dealt with the conditions that cause kidney disease. If you have diabetes, high blood pressure, or a family member with kidney disease, you are at risk. If you are overweight or over 50, you are at risk. And certain ethnic groups are also at higher risk. Please talk to your family doctor and have your kidney function checked regularly.
Hi, I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV.
Hey everybody, Ben Strasser here. Think Millennial, 9 p.m. Thursday nights. Join us on Rogers TV and our Facebook page. See you then.
Safety Tips with John Percy.
Here in the city of Waterloo, the region of Waterloo in the province of Ontario, the leading cause of injuries in the home is unattended pots on the stove when it comes to fire. If you're under the substance abuse of alcohol or drugs, please do not cook. It's not safe. Stay away from cooking. Have someone else cook for you. Please remember, 911 is the phone number for emergencies, for fire, police, and paramedics. Call 911 for emergencies only. In an emergency, if you see us, the paramedics or police coming with lights and sirens, it's the law to pull over to the right and stop. It could save someone's life. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety Tips with John Percy.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the. We're in the. Oh, we've hit the clubhouse turn.
No.
We're in the home stretch.
No way.
Yes, it's the last segment, fellas.
It's been exhausting.
That went by,
boom. It's flown by.
Really? It did?
Instantaneously.
Well, the breaks go by quick for me. That's
Suck the energy right out of
the
the
other times I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to reintroduce you guys for the final time since it's the last segment. Andrew Shackleton, Daryl Fletcher, Mark Binkovic. Great to have you here. It's been a joy.
A wild one again.
Even, you know what? I do enjoy arguing. I hope you feel the same way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I take the Prozac when I come here.
I think just when I think you're fine, you go ahead and take another crazy pill. It's like, I thought this way, because you had me fooled at when I first met you. I thought you were kind of right wing.
That's because they dress nice. That's all.
No.
Not as nice as you, mind you.
He thinks liberally.
Yeah. But anyways, it's great to have you all aboard. You know, I've got to switch gears here, and we can always finish. If this doesn't go the length, we'll finish with some more crazy arguing. Anyways, I know it as Narcan, Nooxolone. Nooxolone? Anyways, it's the medicine that you give someone either by injection or inhalation to bring them back if they've OD'd from an opiate, particularly fentanyl. Because of there's this opiate crisis going on, and it really is a crisis. I mean, gee whiz, I think it was last year in Ontario, 1,800 people, or over 1,800 people died from opiate overdose. And I'll tell you, I've heard, like in this town where we do the show, that when you hear an ambulance going, like 80% of the time, it's to go get somebody that OD'd. I mean, so it's not just hurting lives. I mean, people can say, well, who cares? The guy's doing drugs or whatever. They knew what they were getting involved in, so to heck with them. Well, that's all good and fine. You can say that, but then think about this. It's also a huge drain on our resources, not just economically, but emotionally as well for these people that have to go deal with this stuff constantly. Meanwhile, when an ambulance or a first responder is on a call for somebody who's OD'd, gee whiz, like your mom could have a heart attack or something, and they're not there for them. So, I mean, this is cause for concern for all of us. Now, they have these home kits of the Nooxolone. Patty, what is that called? Nooxolone. I like calling it Narcan. Anyways, that people can use to assist, and it could alleviate a lot of problems. Now, there's a pharmacist that's gone out, and he went to, out in the Toronto area, went to a food fair or whatever and was distributing kits. And he got in a little trouble with the pharmaceutical College of Pharmacists over it, but he's just trying to do some good. Is he doing any good? Should these things be everywhere? What do you think, Darryl?
I think so, and just listening to some reports now that when Kitchener opened up their new safe injection site, that the drug dealers are just hanging around there, and it's free market for them, right? So, and like you said, it is a stretch on the resources, and I don't know what it's like to be dependent in that type, but you're taking away another section, and like you said, yeah, there might be somebody else that needs that ambulance that's not going to get that ambulance, right? So I think if we can help out, and whether it be first responders or whether it just be people that are around the safe injection that could do that, it might help that whole process. And I think as we've seen, it's getting worse, and it's flowing into, not only into, but into sports, into, I just heard a report on The Fan the other day about, in some hockey players, right? So I think we're in for a big eye-opening of how massive this really is in not only this part, but it's stretching out into all different aspects of our community.
Now, what do you think, Mark? Do you think we should get this stuff out there as much as possible? Or, there are people that complain like, this is subsidized. Why are we paying for this?
Well, it's not subsidized in Canada. Everything's subsidized. But to me, this is more like the tail wagging the dog. We're talking about the Band-Aid instead of preventing the wound or healing the wound. And I do agree that it should be everywhere. It should be in the hospitals, the ambulances, the fire stations, the doctor's offices, the pharmacies, and it should be accessible. The problem is that the people that end up overdosing, they're dealing with issues. They're not dealing with issues, so they're going to alcohol and drugs instead, and they're not thinking, I might die. A lot of them probably don't even care. And they're in places that are away from all these places that I just mentioned that has
I think you're reading that wrong. I think a lot of these people wrestling with that kind of addiction understand perfectly that they could die.
The big bang on the way out.
They're at the point where they don't care.
And I'm not saying, I think they do care, but the addiction takes such a hold of these. See, I think you're misplacing what the addiction really is about. It's not a joy for them to do the drugs. It's the only way they can
experiencing physical or mental pain, and this is the way they're trying to deal. No, it's not even
at that point. It's physically just to stay alive. They have to consume the drugs because the withdrawal itself could just kill them,
right?
Or it could feel worse than death. So they've chased this dragon, and now there's no stopping it. And it leads to so many other problems.
I live in a condo unit. We don't have Noxalone there, and I know people are using drugs in our buildings. So what are you going to do? Put one in every unit?
Well, you can go to the. If you go to a pharmacy, you can pick one up. But I understand that I believe 56% of pharmacies aren't participating in it, even though their costs are covered plus they're augmented as well. They get an education fee because I think it takes about 5 minutes to teach somebody how to use it. Andrew, I'm not shutting you out. What do you think about that?
I think the whole issue about this, we talked about this before, like Chef D, you were talking about that, the whole bringing the drug dealers near the injection sites, that's a problem they're not fixing. But this naloxone thing, think about it. The fireman that sees the guy dead, the ambulance driver that sees the guy dead, the cop sees the guy dead, they've all got psychic damage from having to see this person die. They have family who've been psychically damaged because they're dead. So if we're bringing somebody back to life and not letting them croak, that's a win for everybody. That's plain and simple. Because otherwise they're dead, and then people are miserable. I thought about that, like people who commit suicide, how god-awful that is for those cops, for those first responders.
Their families and friends and everybody.
Every day they're taking home this psychic baggage from people dying. That is the only reason I'd say, okay, give these people this naloxone stuff, because the first responders, they don't deserve that. They've got a hard enough job as it is, and then seeing some poor bastard dead, right?
Well, I know one of the problems associated with this is if you equip, once you equip not just paramedics but police, fire, etc. with it, these guys aren't in the business of performing medical procedures. As minor as this one is, I mean, it has major repercussions, but however, it's a minor thing to do.
I know a captain.
And it gives them a different responsibility, both legally and morally. And I mean, that's a lot to ask of people that are already over stressed.
Yeah, they hate it. They hate it. I know a guy who's a captain in the Kitchener Fire Department. They hate this opiate crap, like just with a passion, because it wastes so much of their time. Gord, you're right.
Yeah. Now, Daryl, what do you think about this? The safe injection sites. Do you think that augments the? I was on the show a couple of weeks ago, and I was saying I thought it augmented the problem. Because it just makes, once you make something easier to do, more people will do it.
I agree with you 100%. And it really opened my eyes. I didn't even think about it when I heard that report about the drug dealers just walking around and here, they're all there. Everybody's there, right?
Yeah, well, it's like putting your cattle in a
in a
corral.
Yeah, so I just, it's disheartening. It's just disheartening, and to see people, go through that. And I didn't even think about the first responders that have to go and revitalize a person, or again, pick up the remains of a person. So, and the stress that plays on them, and as they go forward, not only the stress on the system, but the stress on the actual person taking that home with them, or whatever. And it's really disheartening right now with this. And I don't know the answer. I really don't. I don't have a good answer for this.
Now, I guess we could all agree, I don't know, I can't speak for all of you, that the distribution of the Narcan is a good thing, and the more people that have it and understand how to use it, the better off we can all be. It's like I carry in my car and in my golf bag and stuff some baby aspirins.
Mm-hmm.
For heart attack, that's a good idea.
Yeah, well, it's not just for me. Yeah, it's just from the show alone.
Have some now.
Oh, jeez.
It's like carrying a first aid
Oh,
kit,
the stress of this show combined for my love of fried chicken. Oh. Anyways, I'll tell you. No, but
that's like a good thing.
Especially when you're golfing. People have heart attacks on the golf course constantly. It's a good place to, and these baby aspirins can save somebody's life. And it should be like that. I've got them in the car, put them in the golf bag. My wife has some in her purse. And it's not just for you. See, that's the thing. There's the Naloxone or Narcan. It's not just, I'm not addicted to fentanyl or heroin, and nor is any of my loved ones. Why do I need this? Well, what if, somebody around you, it happens.
Accidents happen all the time.
How crazy would it be, say, to have people in high school so we can create a new generation? They're trained on how to use it, like St. John's Ambulance and stuff.
And always with society, though, you've got to have a cost benefit for, okay, how much money do we spend? And I'd say
kids are cheap.
I know, but high concentration areas. Like, for example, downtown Galt, they've got in Galt they've got a big opiate problem downtown. So should businesses and places down there they should concentrate their efforts where they're going to do the most impact?
Well, any urban center. I don't suggest going out to Port Rowan and training.
Yeah, or the suburbs, but downtown cores, yeah, absolutely.
Because they like the meth out there. They swing the opposite way. They like to get all hyped up. But no, in the urban centers where opiates present a problem, it's easy to identify where the problem areas are.
Yeah.
Why not blanket them?
I agree.
Yeah. And just give out the kits, train people. Like I said, it takes 5 minutes to learn how to use it. And if everybody had one, geez, if they get out of 1,800 lives, if they could save 30%, wow, what a change.
Yeah.
It's only part of the solution. I guess the way I handle it, and the more I think about any societal problem, it really gets to me. It depresses the hell out of me.
Well, on that note,
but here's the thing.
On that, I gotta go, man.
Oh man,
you can't stop this.
You can only control your own actions.
This is a force of nature. Hey, everybody! Thanks so much for tuning in this week. Hope to see you again next week. I don't know after what I said on this show. Wink. But anyways, love that you could join us. Having a great crew here today. Thanks to all the tech people involved in putting the show on. And I love you, Mom. Bye-bye, everybody.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
With NHL Center Ice, you get a premium ticket to the games you want every night of the season. With up to 37 out-of-market games a week to choose from, you'll get more goals, more saves, more non-stop action from the teams you love. NHL Center Ice, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today.
Hey, did you know?
More than 4,500 Canadians are waiting for an organ transplant right now.
Right now. 4,500.
People are dying.
And you could save a life. 90% of Canadians say they're willing to donate their organs.
But only a few are registered.
So what are you waiting for? Get registered.
It's easy and it's free.
Leave a legacy. Be a hero.
Save a life.
Find out how to register today. Go to kidney.ca.
This is Rogers TV. The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome to Sex Talk with Kelly. I invite you to spend the next 30 minutes embracing your sexuality and exploring your edges. We've got an illuminating show for you today with Dr. Martin Dragon, clinical sexologist, and Joanne Flannery, also a clinical sexologist. Stick around, let's get this sexy show on the road. Welcome back. So we are here with Dr. Martin Dragon and Joanne Flannery, both clinical sexologists. So Sex Talk with Kelly is all about how to explore and embrace your sexuality. And for some people, it's hard to do that. It's hard to embrace their sexuality, even explore it, particularly if they're in a relationship with one or more persons. What are some of the strategies, the ideas that you guys often share with your clients around how to bring the topic of sex up with your partner or partners, especially if it's been a certain way for so long and then we're wanting to pivot or change? Where do you guys usually start?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough and difficult thing to want to bring up, right? A lot of people might have fear about, hey, I want to try something new, but then does that mean that my partner might think that they're not doing something right or something else? So a lot of the time it's like, how do we set the stage? Do you just, during breakfast, like, hey, by the way, let's do butt stuff later, may not be the best approach.
Right.
So it's one of those things where for a lot, it's like, hey, you know what, maybe after some sort of intimate encounter that they've had, like, hey, I really enjoy that, and I'd like to also maybe add some other components. So I think integrating it into already an intimate setting makes it a little easier to talk about, especially if, maybe they're winding down, just because, it's something the pressure is already off. So it kind of makes it a very approachable way that might work for some.
Yeah, and it sounds like that's when people might be feeling more open and connected too. So it's like a safer time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's so funny because I usually tell people don't have that conversation like right before, during, or after a sex act.
Yeah.
But the only reason not to have it after is so that it doesn't seem like it's a critique or like it's critical of what just happened. So I think that is a good idea to do it right after when people are feeling close. Just so long as it doesn't come off like
a critique, yeah.
A critique.
I mean, that's the important
hurtful,
part. Yeah. Because you don't want to say like, hey, that was great, but I give you 8 out of 10 on that, but then this was not great.
The dismount was.
Yeah, no. So it's one of those like, hey, how do you make it encouraging, right? More than anything. So I think that's a pretty important aspect to it. So caveat to the after discussion, like this was good, and not using, that was good, but that might take the discussion down a different path.
So trying to be encouraging and supportive and saying it in a way to add to their sex life, or to even just say like, I feel really close to you right now. I want to share something that's maybe been on my mind with you. Like, it sounds like that's an opportunity versus bringing it up at breakfast or saying, good, but we could do better. So just being really delicate and courteous around how it could be received on the other end.
Yeah, even to the point where maybe it's one of those like, hey, you know, I enjoy this, and there's something else I'd like to add. And I think owning it too, making sure that it's something that you want, not like, oh, can you do things differently? Because then it makes it, you know, it puts the pressure on the other person to then perform, and it's not about that. It's like, you know, I want to feel something, and I've been curious to explore this sensation of this feeling or this sense of pleasure, and that really makes it a lot more like, oh, okay, so, you know, this is something that we can both work towards together rather than me telling you what to do.
Yeah, I really like that. It's about taking accountability and ownership. And if you can step up and say, like, you know, I would really like to actually experience this or feel this, then you're almost giving your partner or partners permission to do the same as well, versus them maybe feeling defensive or reactive. Like you said earlier, maybe they feel like they're not doing enough or doing it right. Yeah.
It can even offer a way for them to also add their perspective, like, well, hey, that sounds great, or I'd like to help, and you know, maybe they can add some feedback, or they might have a way to help both of you get to that point too. So making it a dialogue and exchange, something that you're both working towards together, rather than saying, well, I want to do this, and I need you to be there with me and go about things this way. So, you know, there's a little bit of fine tuning that, you know, people might need to do, but it does offer a way to at least get that conversation started.
Get that conversation started. No, I think that's great. Would you add anything, Joe?
Of course. When would you add something? Yeah. And so I like to get people that are going to have the conversation into like a good state of mind before they have it. So I don't know if that means like going for a run, if you want to get some exercise in, so you're feeling good, you're feeling confident about something. Not that you need to feel like you can conquer the world, but it doesn't hurt to go into a conversation that could be hard, feeling good about yourself. And even if your partner can be in a similar position, often I bring it up when people have coffee, like on a Saturday or a Sunday or something, and I wonder if that's because coffee like gets you going, it gets you excited, and it gets you feeling confident. You know, like, yeah, we can try that. So, so that might be a good dose of coffee in there. And I think otherwise, Dragon got it. Yeah. Pretty good. What about you?
No, I think you're both touching on something that's important. It's about trying to find the time that works best for you and the other people involved, where you're both feeling, whether you want to feel close in that moment in order to have the conversation, or you want to feel confident in that moment to have the conversation. But it does sound like being in the right frame of mind to have a more vulnerable, uncomfortable conversation, as long as that both people are committed to hearing each other and really listening to understand, and then trying to evolve and keep the conversation going throughout the relationship, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, ongoing. Yeah, it should be something sex should be revisited and renegotiated as frequently as people want to.
Yeah.
You're telling me you don't like set up a contract at the start and for all of eternity that's the way it is?
I think that's what people think marriage is. There we go.
Yeah, you're both like, people change and evolve, and your sex life will change and evolve, interests will change and evolve.
And it's subtle shifts too, so being able to revisit it, you know, a partner might not realize, like, oh wow, I didn't know that was something that had, you know, changed, or it was different for you now.
Right.
It's not like it just happened suddenly. It was an insidious kind of, just sort of like, oh, a small little subtle change that's now become a bit of an impact.
Yeah, and taste can change and sensations can change.
Erogenous zones can change.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of change. Well, speaking of change, we are going to change segments. So please stick around, and we will be back for more with Joe and Martin.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
We got a mission.
That sounds like the bad guys teaming up. It's only just begun.
Whoa. OHL action on Rogers TV.
I joined because I wanted to help others.
To be a part of something bigger.
To show my kids what's important.
I joined to make my community stronger.
To make a difference in someone's life.
To acknowledge that our freedoms come at a cost.
I joined to honor my mom.
My grandpa.
My neighbor.
Everyone who served.
Who are serving still.
I joined.
I joined.
I joined the Legion.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Sex Talk with Kelly. I am joined by Dr. Martin Dragan and Joanne Flannery, both clinical sexologists. So we got this party started by talking about how to bring up sex and sexuality within a relationship and how to talk about sex, right? And how to introduce new ideas, wants and needs and desires into the relationship. So I thought all of that was awesome. But then on the break, we started talking about, well, what happens if someone's not interested in something, or if someone presents something and then the other person's like, no, actually, like that doesn't do it for me, or I'm not interested in doing that. So talking about how to say no and how to navigate that within the relationship.
Yeah. Or like a maybe, you know, yes, no, maybe. So instead of a hard no, but maybe, let me do some reading on that. Let me find some more resources on that. Learn more about it.
Yeah, because I think it's important that one person doesn't push it on the other, like, okay, we have to do this, or this is how we're supposed to do it, or we need to do it this way.
Yeah.
And I think
we're married, so you need to do it with me like this because that's what our contract is. So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please carry on.
But a good point, yes.
Thank you.
And it goes into that whole idea of, well, all right, that sounds interesting, but maybe we can do it this way. Or being able to say, well, not right now, or I just want to learn a little bit more about it.
Right.
And, you know, it could be again, it has to be that sort of dialogue too, right? Like it can't be one, let me read just these particular sources, like the ones that I just give you that happen to mention all the good positive things that I want you to see. That's not fair either.
Right.
That's borderline coercive.
Right.
So it's really important that, you know, a no is, okay, right now, that's not yet. That's a no. That's a set boundary. So don't force it or the issue any more than it has to get past this point. Let me try to learn more about it. But making that learning process integrated for both, so that you can both explore what that means. Because one person might have an idea of how things are when they start. But as they learn, is that they explore it too. It's like, oh, actually, it could encompass a lot more than what I initially thought.
Right.
And that could be, oh, okay, really exciting, or it could be, oh, that's not quite what I was expecting either.
Right.
So just making sure that, you know, you're both, if it's a partnership that we're talking about, that you're both sort of learning and setting the kind of ground rules and what's what together, rather than one person coming and saying, well, here, let's do this, and I want to do this, and the other person has to go say, no, I don't want to.
Right. Yeah. And if someone were going to say no, I could see it going better if they were to say something like, I understand what you're saying, and you want to try anal sex, because Dragon's been bringing that one up. If you want to try anal sex, it's just, you know, I love you and I really want to be close to you, and I want to do like fun sex stuff with you, but I think that one is just, it's not something I've ever been interested in. But it doesn't mean that I don't want to do other sex stuff with you and have a great time in the bedroom, but that's just a no for me. And so kind of like reminding them that you love them, that you're attracted to them, that you want to do other, you know, let's pick something else, who knows, to talk about, but probably not that specific sex act.
Right.
Yeah.
That sounds like a healthy dialogue.
Yeah, or even trying to understand, well, okay, what about that particular sense of pleasure that you get out of that? Like what makes it so appealing to you? Is it like a certain sensation? Is there a certain setting or something about it? So maybe we can't do things that certain way that you're expecting, but maybe we can explore those sensations slightly differently. So rather than saying like, oh, we have to have, I don't know, sex on the beach or sex outdoors, well, you know, that's going to be tough. Sand gets everywhere or whatever else. And if we're going to do something outside, well, maybe we can kind of just, you know, make something a little bit different. Maybe there's some other compromise because I'm not comfortable going all the way with that particular activity. But maybe there's elements that we can incorporate from that into something else.
Right.
If, you know, your sense of adventure or that sense of excitement is really important to you, maybe there's something else that really, you know, speaks to that as well.
Yeah,
get creative.
Yeah, exactly. And I really love how both of you keep talking about how to go back and forth and to navigate this conversation. And so one thing that's coming up for me as you're both sharing is that to check your defenses or your discomfort when you engage in these dialogues. And because if your partner or partners are saying something that maybe might feel off-putting to you or might be hard to hear or even like, oh, like I wasn't expecting to hear that, try not to go into that old construct or belief that's around that and engage in dialogue where it's seeking to understand what does this mean for them, how might this feel for them, why is this exciting for them. So it doesn't mean that you necessarily their experience with it or what they're trying to convey might not be what your initial reaction is. So trying to have that back and forth dialogue, I think that you're both like hitting on that. So again, if you feel a reaction, try to take a few deep breaths and then ask more curious questions.
And then sit with, so take a couple of deep breaths. I thought that was really good, and speak with your partner, but also why are you having that reaction is something that you can look at too. What is it bringing up for you? What does it remind you of? What's going on for you? And so I think it would be a consensus that, you know, your sexual relationship is most important with yourself. I mean, if you're having a conversation with your partner and they say that they don't want to do something sexual with you, you have yourself to fall back on. So you want to keep that relationship flourishing. So keep checking in with yourself. You might as well gain more information while you're having this difficult conversation about what's coming up for you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes people might react a bit, you know, especially if it's something like really new or just unexpected. You know, someone might see that reaction in their partner of like, whoa, what? And that sense of surprise and that, and you know, don't take it personally like, oh, crap, I said something that's now upset them. You know, you have to really consider that, okay, this is something that is new. They might need a little bit of time and a little bit of context to understand where is this coming from. So for people to sort of get that reaction or see that reaction, they might get defensive, and that's not a great place to go to when you immediately start getting defensive and like, no, that's not what I meant, and I was just joking. You know,
jokes.
Jokes. So it's important to, like you say, and we've been talking to have that dialogue to make sure, like, well, you know, hey, here's what I was thinking and here's why. That context becomes important.
Yeah, I agree. So I want to keep this conversation going, speaking of that, but we got to take a quick break. So stick around and we'll be back for more with Joe and Martin.
Sometimes, for a wish to come true, it takes a kingdom, because together we're stronger. Tied tight, united we stand, in honor of one child's wish, to fuel the fire that will grant many more. Join the kingdom.
Storm action on Rogers TV.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Here in the region of Waterloo in the province of Ontario, unattended cooking on pots on the stove is the leading causes of injury fires in the home. I've got a pot on the stove. If this ever catches on fire, you take an oven mitt, slide a lid over it. That takes away the oxygen from the fire. If you take the lid off, the fire starts up. Whatever you do, please do not put water on this. In the province of Ontario, it's mandatory to have working smoke alarms on every single level of your home and outside all sleeping areas. Regardless if they're battery operated or electrical style, please make sure you test them once a month, change the batteries once a year, check the expiry date. They typically expire after 10 years. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to the show. We are honored. I'm honored that Dr. Martin Dragon is
honored
here.
Too.
I think I'm honored.
Honored.
There's a lot of honor going on.
We.
Okay, I love partying with fellow sexologists. Like, it's so much fun. I just have to say that. Like, it's been a wonderful experience spending time with you guys.
Thank you.
On the break, we've been delving into a little bit of sexual development and how fantasy is natural and healthy. So, Joe, can you tell us a little bit more about why you feel like fantasy can be a healthy outlet for eroticism and sexuality?
Sure. Yeah, sure. When we were talking about kind of like bringing a sex act to your partner that you want to try, and I was thinking about what might be going on for the person who's presenting this new sex act, and if they have some sort of fantasy that they're finally sharing or some sort of new fantasy that they want to put it on the table. And so fantasies are totally normal, and they can be as outrageous as you want them to be or as they are, and that's all fine. That's all in your mind. And when you have fantasies, you can either share them with people if you want, or you don't have to. And sometimes when you share them, it's good to say if it's something that you want to act on or something that not necessarily, that is just a fantasy that you wanted to share. And also, I was thinking about how our sexuality develops even when we're pre-verbal, so we don't even have words to talk about it. It's really deeply ingrained in us, and just so people don't feel ashamed when something comes up for them, that if they are having a conversation with their partner and they do start to feel ashamed or they do start to feel like something is coming up that doesn't feel so good, please just be really delicate with yourself, because this could be the first time that you're, unearthing this type of thought. And like, you're a very valuable, like, delicate being. So let's all take care of ourselves here.
Yeah, I think you're hitting on some good points too, though, because sometimes when I'm working with partners or partnerships, that bringing in the energy of a third can be really helpful to ignite desire, eroticism, like throughout a relationship, just that sexual energy and that vitality and life force within the relationship. Because again, how can you desire something that you already have? So even just by saying like, oh, I had this thought, and sharing that's bringing a different energy into the relationship that can be really exciting or uplifting even.
Are you talking about a third person?
Just like a third, it could be an
entity. Okay.
Right, exactly. It could be a person, a thought, a book, cool. Like just using something, a show like Sex Talk with Kelly. You can use that to talk about sex. Exactly, just using something else to ignite anything within the relationship, really. Do you do that in your practice too sometimes?
Yeah, I mean, not everything is going to be somehow ingrained and in tune. You don't know everything about yourself. You need to explore that, and exploration means going beyond a certain level and kind of learning and being exposed to new things. And fantasies are kind of a fun way to do that, especially if you feel a sense of freedom and wanting to explore new ideas. And fantasies can be grounded in reality, so to speak. They could be like, hey, this person I think about, that part of my fantasies, or it could be something completely, weird, like having, sex with Chewbacca or something, which, fictional character that you've thought about in space, in zero gravity, may not be feasible for everyone. So
is that the fuzzy guy?
Yeah, the fuzzy guy.
So dog's name. Chewie.
But I mean, how do you incorporate something like that? It's not in any way applicable. It's not a realistic fantasy, but there might be some aspect that you, enjoy from it, that sense of like
creativity,
or maybe you're thinking about texture and hair or something else. So maybe it's really about the texture that you're interested in, or that sensation. So a lot of it might not necessarily be about, well, I need you to dress up this way and perform according to the fantasy I have in my mind, but there's this one really neat or interesting aspect that I want to explore. So maybe there's a way that we can find that aspect that we can kind of explore together.
You could talk about the fantasy during sex, right? Or does Chewbacca have a voice? You could like do the Chewbacca voice. I haven't seen Star Wars.
Little growl.
You were gonna do it. Yeah, totally.
But it is a good way. Like, fantasy is a healthy way to, expand your sexual repertoire within the relationship without maybe crossing boundaries and things like that. However, in some relationships, even fantasizing about certain things might cross boundaries. However, it can be a really safe way to be in the comfort of your own bed with one another or own home with one another, where you are exploring different things and even just seeing how it makes you feel without even trying it out even even if you wanted to.
Yeah. I think it's important to mention too that not all fantasies are positive and lovely. Sometimes we do have thoughts or ideas about things that might make us feel uncomfortable.
Right. I think rape fantasies are some of the most common fantasies, are they?
Yeah, biastophilia. Yeah, so it's that whole element that some people feel really uncomfortable because there's a social stigma associated with that. So you feel somewhat like, oh no, I shouldn't be having these thoughts. But that's the thing, they're just thoughts. I mean, this is part of your mind trying to make sense of the world and trying to get all these sensations that you have and try to make sense of them and everything else. So it can seem a bit jarring for some people to have these thoughts that they don't necessarily want, but it's there, and it's just your mind trying to really evaluate what's going on. So we shouldn't judge ourselves as being like, oh, I need to have this or fantasy, or this is telling me something deeper about myself. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything like that. It's just you trying to make sense of certain thoughts and feelings.
So I think you're trying to normalize it, that everyone has thoughts and feelings and fantasies, and if some of them might feel jarring or interesting, just try to approach it with curiosity more than anything
rather
else.
than judgment.
Rather than judgment. Thank you for clarifying. That's good. Well, thank you both so much for being here. Just because we're out of time doesn't mean the show has to end here. If you want to explore and continue exploring and embracing your sexuality, please visit sexologyinternational.com. And if you're interested in sex therapy, please visit blisscounseling.ca or get in touch with Dr. Martin Dragan. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm wishing you a very sexy night.
You use them when you call them by their chosen names and by using their proper pronouns.
Right.
And that's a really good, easy example. And also, I understand, like, for parents and stuff, that can be difficult. But at the end of the day, giving someone the respect that they need to not feel vulnerable costs you $0.
Right.
So it's important if you...
That's a really great place to start. It's just by calling someone by their names, using the proper pronouns, and then when someone brings something to you, do the work. Even if you don't know, like, 'cause if you're conditioned or taught a way to be, you can unlearn all of those things and unpack that.
Yeah, and the thing is too, is like, everybody's human and everyone is evolving in some way or another, whether it's learning how to be more inclusive or just your own personal emotional work.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Here in the region of Waterloo, emergency preparedness and emergency management is very, very important. There's 3 things that you need to do and know what to do in case of a disaster. 1, know what the risks are here in the region of Waterloo. Number 2, make a plan for you, your loved ones, including your pets. And finally, number 3, you want to have a 72-hour emergency kit.
Your 72-hour emergency kit should include the following items: water, food, manual can opener, a crank or battery-powered flashlight, a crank or battery-powered radio, extra batteries, but remember to replace those batteries once a year, a first aid kit, extra keys to your house and car, money, and a copy of your emergency plan and contact information.
For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Hick Talk, start the clock.
Critics everywhere agree you need to watch Letterkenny.
Well, that's a Texas size 10-4.
Deftly crafted and oddly poignant.
We are in the platinum age of television.
Crave has every episode.
Can confirm.
Of every season.
Get it?
Got it.
Good. Now that's a show.
Letterkenny, now streaming. Only on Crave.
Hey folks, it's me, Giovanni Patiti, and Halloween's right around the corner. You know, Halloween, from the Latin word for teaching your kids how to extort stuff from complete strangers. Well, this time we got a very special treat for you. It's the Giovanni and Me Halloween Marathon. It all starts Halloween night at 6 p.m. Remember, kids, candy is dandy, but Giovanni and Me won't rot your teeth. Nice.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Here in the region of Waterloo, emergency preparedness and emergency management is very, very important. There's 3 things that you need to do and know what to do in case of a disaster. 1, know what the risks are here in the region of Waterloo. Number 2, make a plan for you, your loved ones, including your pets. And finally, number 3, you want to have a 72-hour emergency kit.
Your 72-hour emergency kit should include the following items: water, food, manual can opener, a crank or battery-powered flashlight, a crank or battery-powered radio, extra batteries, but remember to replace those batteries once a year, a first aid kit, extra keys to your house and car, money, and a copy of your emergency plan and contact information.
For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
This is Rogers TV.
Yu Suzuki is a video game creator that joined Sega in 1983. During his tenure at Sega, he created some of the greatest arcade games ever made. The list of games he developed at the time was the stuff of legends, having had a hand in directing, designing, producing, and even programming many titles like Hang On, Space Harrier, Outrun, and even Afterburner. These games were fast and graphically visually impressive, but the arcade cabinets themselves had a look and style to them that attracted anyone that would walk by. A common visual feature that you would find in his arcade games was the use of sprite scaling. Sprite scaling is when you take a digital image and rescale it dynamically on the screen. This effect in practice can give off the impression that an object is very far away or very close, and through the use of Suzuki's game designs, it always made it feel like you were playing something that was in 3D. Suzuki's game designs typically featured very fast frame rates, so not only were you getting sprite scaling, but you were also getting incredibly fast responsive gameplay controls. This gave the overall impression that many of Sega's arcade games from the time period were faster than their competitors, and that philosophy of making fun games with a fast frame rate would continue well into the use of 3D polygonal graphics. There are multiple examples of other companies attempting to make 3D games utilizing a 3D engine, but when it came to Yu Suzuki, he just figured out how to make it work better. With his introduction of virtual racing, he set the standard for what 3D racing games would feel like from that point forward. Not only was the game visually rich due to its use of 3D polygon graphics, but it also had a very fast frame rate which had quickly become an iconic staple of Yu Suzuki. And just a year later, after successfully mastering 3D graphics, he would release the very first 3D fighting game, Virtua Fighter. This was a landmark title as it had to introduce the ideas and philosophies for how a fighting game would work in a 3D space. At this point, it would be impossible to ignore how much of an impact Suzuki had on Sega and the arcade landscape as a whole. Having been with Sega for less than a decade, he had already influenced hundreds, if not thousands, of other game designers that were entering into the field. He would go on to produce other notable games like Daytona USA and Virtua Cop, but around the time that Sega had introduced their home console, the Sega Saturn, it started to become clear and evident that Suzuki's interests were starting to sway. Arcade game design has plenty of limitations, but one of the biggest ones is the use of a time limit. The gameplay of many of these titles was designed in such a way to increase the difficulty and eventually make the player lose. Once they've lost or the time limit was up, they'd have to put in another quarter to play again. This is the philosophy of what makes arcade games the way they are. To escape this, Suzuki started to explore the idea of creating an RPG with a large-scale narrative that wasn't bound by those game designs or the arcade time limit. With all that in mind, Suzuki and his team created a prototype for the Sega Saturn to test out all these new functions that they were trying to design. The prototype proved to the team that they were capable of utilizing the Sega Saturn hardware to achieve their goals. So in 1996, Suzuki and his team began building a 3D RPG using the Peachtree game design as a prototype and the basis for all of their work. In the game's early design stages, initially the main character was supposed to be Akira, one of the fighters from Virtua Fighter, while also using the same fighting engine found in that game. While Suzuki and his team had proven time and time again how good they were at making a video game, when it came to actually telling a narrative story, that was a bit more difficult. Knowing this, Suzuki brought in a variety of playwrights, screenwriters, and movie directors to help flesh out the script and prevent it from solely focusing on the gameplay alone. Multiple aspects of the game would change throughout its development. Eventually, it wouldn't even be focused on any of the characters from Virtua Fighter at all. Instead, they would create an entirely original new character named Ryo Hazuki, and he would be featured as the main protagonist in a game that would now be titled Shenmue. The vision for the game greatly expanded, and with it, so did its budget. Lots of work and time had gone into the creation of the Sega Saturn version of the game, but unfortunately, this would never be released. Instead, the game would be moved over to Sega's next-generation video game platform known as the Dreamcast. But it didn't stop there. Shenmue was not designed as a single-title game, but a sprawling epic that would go across multiple titles. This means that while the first game was being developed and created, its sequels were also being made at the same time. This bold and ambitious take on game design would expand the game development's cost to be the most expensive game ever produced at its time. Upon its release in Japan in 1999 and the following year in the rest of the world, the game was critically acclaimed. But that acclaim would be short-lived. Sega had been struggling with console development, having seen problems with the Sega CD, the 32X, and the Sega Saturn. And when it came to the Dreamcast, the ride was unfortunately over. The Dreamcast was discontinued on March 31st, 2001. While Shenmue 1 was released worldwide on the Dreamcast, Shenmue 2, on the Dreamcast at least, only came out in Japan and Europe. A year later, Shenmue 2 would be released in North America. This time, though, it would be on the Xbox. And for many gamers out there that had played it on the original Dreamcast, certain game features were lost, having moved to a new system. And as it was a sequel, in order to prevent people from being lost in the story, they included a movie of the first game on a separate disc. This version of the game failed to gain traction, and after so many years of issues in development and unfortunate circumstances, Shenmue 3 seemed to be halted forever. But then, over a decade later, at the 2015 Electronic Entertainment Expo, this happened. A surprise announcement from Yu Suzuki announcing that he was launching a campaign to finish Shenmue 3 by crowdfunding. Hitting its initial target goal of $2 million in under 8 hours, it was quite apparent that there were still a lot of people out there that still like Shenmue. With the recent hype and interest in Shenmue, Sega decided to take Shenmue 1 and 2 and remaster them in high definition. This remaster would be playable on Windows, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One, and for the very first time in North America, take both games and put them together on a single platform to play as one cohesive experience. But what is it that made people fall in love with Shenmue 1 and 2? Why would they spend millions of dollars of their own money to help fund a Part 3? Is this HD collection of the first two games good enough to answer those questions? Well, let's find out. The original release of Shenmue on the Dreamcast is considered by many to be one of the premier games that was ever released on the platform. Not only were its graphics impressive for the time, but it also made use of several uncommon features that were not typical for the time period. One such feature was having every single line of dialogue performed and recorded by a voice actor. Another was designing unique assets from multiple character models, the idea being that if you walked down the street, you wouldn't see the same character twice. The game would also feature plenty of things to do that typically may not have actually been needed to complete the main story. These features and many more made the original release of Shenmue 1 and Shenmue 2 on the Dreamcast utilize multiple discs. As time has moved on, we've seen the release of more powerful and capable video game systems, but we've also seen the introduction of new television technology that has unfortunately made older video games look a little little bit worse for wear. This would lead to some gamers playing Shenmue for the very first time on a television that was never intended for the experience. But now, with Sega enlisting the help of developer D3T, we finally have a version that looks great on our modern televisions. This is Shenmue 1 and 2 HD. The plot of the game begins with Ryo Hazuki, a young teenager from Japan who's immediately thrust into a tragic situation. Somebody has forced their way into his home. Upon finding his family members beaten and abused, he quickly rushes to his family dojo to find his father confronting their attacker. The man, known as Lan Di, is demanding the location of some kind of mirror. They fight, and Ryo's father is quickly overpowered. Ryo attempts to intervene, but is unskilled enough to defend his father. Ryo's father refuses to let Lan Di know where the mirror is, but upon that moment, Lan Di threatens Ryo's life. Acting as any father would, he reveals the location of the mirror. While Lan Di's henchmen leave to retrieve the mirror, he reveals to Ryo's father a name of a man that Ryo's father had killed years prior. He invites him to die like a warrior, and then Lan Di lays upon him a devastating killer blow. His henchmen return into the dojo having found the mirror. Upon being satisfied of finding what he was looking for, he leaves. Ryo rushes to his father's side and holds him as he passes away. These are just the opening minutes of the game. You're already thrust into a situation of finding out who all these people are. Who is Lan Di? What is that mirror? Who did his father kill in the past, and why did he have to die? All these questions need answers, and Ryo is set out to find them.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
It is time.
Dear everybody, you'll see thousands of images today. Here are 3 you won't see.
A girl who uses a walker eating ice cream with her friends.
A young woman with a prosthetic leg modeling the latest denim trends.
A kid who uses a wheelchair busting a dance move.
You're influenced by the images you see and the ones you don't. It's time to include disability in the picture. Sign Holland Bloorview's Dear Everybody agreement and help create a world without stigma for kids and youth with disabilities. Visit deareverybody.ca.
OHL action on Rogers TV.
Shenmue 1 takes place entirely in Japan and begins in the city of Yokosuka. This location and many of its residents, including many of the owners of the shops in Dobuita, know who Ryo is and already have a built relationship with him. But as the mystery continues to unfold into Shenmue 2, Ryo will find himself in China, visiting Hong Kong, Kowloon City, and even Guilin. Ryo's adventures begin in 1986 and continue on into 1987, but the time of which elements take place in the game will always be different for every gamer, because this game utilizes an active weather and time system that can change based upon the time that you play it. Though the relative story structure stays the same, certain elements of the game may change drastically, like snow on the streets, maybe it's raining, some characters in the game may reference the weather and other days they might not. This is the way that the game is made to feel so unique and original for everyone playing. But the one thing that won't change is the core story of Ryo trying to avenge his father's death. The location of Shenmue 1 is definitely smaller compared to all the locations of Shenmue 2, but the characters in Shenmue 1 seem to be more alive. They have jobs, they have lives, they go around doing things like partying at night or going to restaurants. You can see this actively happen as you pay attention to them walking around in the game. There is absolutely no reason to speak to some of the characters that you'll find in this game, but if you want to, you can, and when you speak to them, their narrative and their stories add to the texture of the overall experience. When Ryo leaves Japan for China, entering into the events of Shenmue 2, he's surrounded by a world he doesn't know and by people he's never met before. Many of the elements of exploration and conversation from the first game follow with this one, but they're a little bit less pronounced with every individual character. Now there are primary characters, larger ones that assist you in your adventures moving forward, and those characters have a far bigger impact and their narratives are far more drawn out. But both Shenmue 1 and 2 aren't just about the characters and story, it's also about the places that Ryu visits, and the best way to represent that is through visuals. The HD remaster takes from two different sources. Shenmue 1 is taken from the original Dreamcast release, and Shenmue 2 is taken from the Xbox port. In both cases, they use the original textures and model work found in both games, but they've improved things like graphic overlays and text. Those original models, though, look even better in high resolutions, and things like the amazing model work done with the hands look even better now than they did in the past. Every location in both games is packed with rich visuals and details. There's so much to look at and take in, and whenever you go to explore this game, you're going to be seeing things that you're probably going to miss the first time that you'll catch around your second run. This release presents the majority of the game in a widescreen aspect ratio. However, there are elements that were originally presented in 4:3, like cutscenes, that have retained that format. At any moment, you can enter into the options and revert the game back to its original 4:3 aspect ratio for the entirety of its gameplay experience. You can also drop down the resolution and also turn off some other features to make the game look pretty close to what the original Dreamcast release was like. There's some added visual enhancements as well, but the game is still locked at the original 30 frames per second. This is simply because the original code of the game can't be altered that much, and they couldn't really change it for the HD release. On a positive note though, even though it is just limited to 30 frames per second, it's a consistent locked 30 frames per second. This means that it doesn't actually dip below, which was very common to see in the Dreamcast original. Regardless of how you choose to set the game up, it will always look visually more impressive than its original releases.
Safety tips with John Percy.
One of the questions that we get asked when it comes to working smoke alarms in the home is, what do I do if I can't hear the smoke alarm go off? In Ontario, it is required that you have a working smoke alarm in every level of your home outside the sleeping areas. So the kit that I have here has been very kindly donated by the Canadian Hearing Society down in Kitchener. And this is for people who may have hearing impairments. So what happens is, when this smoke alarm goes off, twofold. It actually sets off this radio. It will give you a verbal command. A light will go off. But what's really important, as an important feature, is when I set off this smoke alarm, this is a vibrating pad that will go underneath your pillow on your bed. So you probably won't hear the smoke alarm. You may or may not see the light on the radio, but what should get your attention if there is a true fire is this vibrating pad that should wake you up if you're sleeping in the middle of the night.
Blood in the urine is the most common symptom of bladder cancer. Don't ignore this warning sign, not even once.
Another very important aspect of Shenmue was the use of sound. As I already mentioned, every single piece of dialogue in this game has voiceover for it. But it's not only that. With this new release, they've also included the Japanese voiceover alongside the English, and you can choose to play whichever one you want. In both instances, you'll be hearing the original voice acting performances from both games. One aspect of this, though, is that the original voice acting performance quality is retained, which means that while some of it does sound okay, there are a couple of instances where the compression motion artifacts can be pretty noticeable. But due to the insane amount of voiceover that can be found in this game, it really doesn't bother me that much. Multiple music sequences in this game are synthesized or created electronically, but there are very key pivotal moments in the game that utilize full orchestral suites. These pieces of music are incredibly well composed. They add an additional layer of drama and emotion to every single scene that they accompany. Combined, these scenes create a cinematic quality that was very uncommon for its time. Every location in Shenmue is matched with a wonderful sound design that makes every place feel authentic and real. In the courtyard of Ryo's home, you will hear the notable sound of a shishi odoshi, which is essentially a little bamboo device that's meant to scare away animals. In the restaurants, you'll hear familiar sounds of pots and pans while chefs prepare meals for their patrons. The streets of Debuita will sound alive with the movement of vehicles going across the streets and people going about their days, the memorable chime of the local convenience store attracting people to come inside. And as the adventure continues into Hong Kong, the sound of the ocean lapping up against the coastline of Aberdeen. Needless to say, both games make great use of sounds, making these locations feel very real. But both sounds and visuals can only do so much. When it comes to a world this detailed, it has to be interactive. And that's where the philosophy of free comes into play. Many people refer to Shenmue as an RPG. However, that's not quite accurate. It's not even an open-world RPG or what we would typically call a sandbox game. The game genre is known as free, which is an abbreviation for full reactive eyes entertainment. The premise of this genre was that anyone that played the game should be able to do whatever they wanted. If they were walking down the street and saw something, they should be able to look at it a lot closer. If they picked up some kind of object, they should be able to move it around and explore it. If they saw somebody on the street, they should be able to go up to them and talk to them and have a unique piece of dialogue happen. If they went into an arcade and saw a video game, they should be able to play that arcade game. Those examples might be more obvious, but there's also smaller details in the game world, like going up to a vending machine, buying a drink and drinking it, and having that have absolutely no impact on the game. It doesn't give you extra health, you don't get a stat boost, nothing. You can also go to the convenience store and buy items that have no impact on the game, like potato chips or chocolate, and although you can't consume them, they do remain in your inventory throughout the first game itself. While it is true that by buying some of these objects you'll be rewarded with collectible toys, but that's not always the case for every object in the game. These collectible items encourage the player to explore everything. By going through every drawer of every desk and every dresser that you find, not only will you see a unique interior for every single dresser, but you'll also find objects that can help you with your adventure. In one specific portion of the game, you'll find yourself in a dark room. While in that room, you might be able to illuminate it with a light bulb, or maybe light a candle, or at the same time, if you were lucky enough, you found a flashlight that you can use to illuminate the room as well. But this one exact room perfectly illustrates what Shenmue is trying to achieve, because two of the items used to light up this room may never be used again, and what's very interesting is the fact that some players may have avoided these items altogether, not knowing that they could be used down here. But there are items in this room that if you do not find, they will not carry on with you to the next game. This was a revolutionary concept for its time. The idea that if you played the game into completion, you would get a completed game save. That game save could be moved over into the sequel game. That means that any item you would have collected would move forward with you. This was a feature that was lost on many North American gamers, as the first game was released on Dreamcast while the second one was released on Xbox. There was no way to take the game save from the first game onto the second. But now with the Shenmue 1 and 2 HD collection, that feature is completely intact. While the collectible items were fun, what was more important though was Ryo's moveset, because he learned martial arts moves from one game and brought them over to the next one. The story of Shenmue begins with a martial arts battle, and the idea of martial arts continues as a primary focus between the first and second games. The combat system is obviously inspired by Virtua Fighter and feels very similar. In the first game, Ryo will learn moves from people that he meets and also by collecting martial arts scrolls. These techniques can be mastered over time by practicing them in multiple locations found in the game world. While Shenmue 1 has plenty of battles, there's simply not as many as what you will find in Shenmue 2, and I believe because of that, they chose not to continue the practice mode in its sequel. Based completely upon my own impressions, I feel that the fighting that takes place in Shenmue 1 is a little bit more rigid, where Shenmue 2's fighting engine feels a little bit more fluid and responsive. Perhaps though, that's just Ryo becoming a better fighter throughout his journey, but who's really to say? The battle system though isn't the only way that fights can be interactive. Shenmue makes use of Q QTEs, an abbreviation for Quick Time Events. Sometimes through cutscenes, sometimes just randomly, button prompts will appear on the screen that you have to push instantly as fast as you can. The system is used in multiple situations and not just limited to fights. Throughout every single cutscene in the game, you need to be paying attention because at any moment a QTE could pop up and you need to be prepared for it. Shenmue 1 and 2 make use of a time system that's much faster than in the real world. There are points in the game that are time sensitive and require you to be at a certain place at a specific time. You might find yourself waiting an entire day just to wait for something to happen, so you have plenty of options to go around and do other things in the game world. This is something that's more prevalent in Shenmue 1. In Shenmue 2, they introduced a wait option that sped up the time for an event so that you didn't have to wait around all day. But you might find that it's better to utilize that free time. In Shenmue 2, most notably, you need to get jobs and earn money so that you can continue your adventure. In Shenmue 1, you eventually go through the main story and get a job working at the shipping yards, taking a forklift and driving it around and moving boxes from one location to another. Some of these jobs, like the forklifts, are time sensitive, and you have to complete them in a certain amount of time in order to get bonuses and to make more money. Some of these jobs may be hard and some of them may be boring, but they're essential onto completing the main quest of the story. Throughout the experience, you'll find multiple mini-games that you can interact with and play, but there's also variants on the basic gameplay that keeps you on your feet. It's easy to understand why so many gamers fell in love with the original releases of Shenmue 1 and Shenmue 2. There was just so much to do and so much to explore, and the narrative and story seemed on a scale unlike any other game that came before it. But I believe one of the biggest reasons why all these gamers helped fund Shenmue 3 was because Shenmue 2 ends essentially in a cliffhanger. Having a tale such as this remaining unfinished would have been a travesty. But for gamers out there that have never played Shenmue, should they go back and play the original releases? Or should they play the new HD remakes? Or should they just avoid them altogether? Well, let's explore that. The original releases, both on the Dreamcast and Xbox, have aged significantly. For their time, they were impressive examples of video game design and visual fidelity, but for many, the experience in no way felt complete. Outside of Japan, the game never quite followed through. The English voice acting was lost in Shenmue 2 on the Dreamcast in Europe, and when it finally arrived on the Xbox release, gamers were unable to continue their game saves from the previous console. But now with the HD collection, the story and game elements of these first two entries in the Shenmue saga are finally combined. While I would personally recommend exploring the originals for what they are, newcomers will not miss out by beginning with this new remastered collection. And I also hesitate to call it remastered, as many of the assets are relatively unchanged. This really is a port of the original Dreamcast release for Shenmue 1 and the Xbox release for Shenmue 2, but what has changed is, in my opinion, welcomed. The increased resolution and graphics tweaks make the original model work and textures in the game stand out, giving a whole new appreciation for the work that went into them originally. Loading times have been virtually obliterated. In the original, they could add untold seconds and sometimes minutes to the game that would slow the player's progress. In this release, loading times are barely noticeable, which alone will be enough for some gamers to play this over the original releases. The original tank-like controls are still intact. Now, some might find it troublesome, but I was able to complete both games easily. After a short few minutes of gameplay, everything kind of felt natural. Ryo's movements can be controlled with the D-pad, but they can also be controlled with the analog stick. This is something that we didn't actually have in the original Dreamcast release, and even though the controls still feel a little bit rigid, it's better than it was in the past. The original stock gameplay experience of Shenmue has largely remained the same. They have not added extra elements in the game world or introduced anything significantly to alter its original design. As such, new gamers to the series may need to brace themselves. There are moments throughout the gameplay when Shenmue shows its age, having extended and sometimes confusingly long sequences that will test the player's patience. While the mechanics become more refined in the sequel, there are points in the game that will seemingly never end. Surprise QTE sequences might trip you up, fights may seem impossible, and at times, you'll likely feel completely lost. But all of this, like any good game, is temporary. The combination of all of these game elements that are challenging, frustrating, fun, and brilliant are what makes Shenmue a wonder to behold. Shenmue 1 and 2 Remastered is, in my opinion, not only the best way to play the series, but it surpasses all previous releases. And yes, that also includes the Dreamcast originals, but it also stands as an essential title for any dedicated gamer to take in. Just as Yu Suzuki's arcade games inspired game designers of the time, Shenmue influenced an industry and progressed gaming onto a whole new stage. However you choose to play it, whether it be on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, or PC, this is the version to own. The gamers who experienced Shenmue originally will be happy to return. For the players who are to start this journey for the very first time, prepare to be enticed by its brilliance. And for these reasons, and many, many more, Shenmue belongs in the Game Club.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
We're the generation that had it all. We're the generation that had the music and the moves. We're the generation that had a dream. We came together to feed the world's children. We came together to protect them. And in this dangerous world, we have to keep on saving them and protecting them, even when we're gone. If we remember UNICEF in our will, we'll be the generation who left a better world for children. Please visit uniceflegacy.ca.
Hi, I'm Dave Carroll, host of Brant Life. Join me every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a brand new show featuring you and your stories and the things you care about right here on Brant Life on Rogers TV.
Safety tips with John Percy.
One of the questions that we get asked when it comes to working smoke alarms in the home is, what do I do if I can't hear the smoke alarm go off? In Ontario, it is required that you have a working smoke alarm in every level of your home outside the sleeping areas. So the kit that I have here has been very kindly donated by the Canadian Hearing Society down in Kitchener. And this is for people who may have hearing impairments. So what happens is, when this smoke alarm goes off, twofold. It actually sets off this radio. It will give you a verbal command. A light will go off. But what's really important, as an important feature, is when I set off this smoke alarm, this is a vibrating pad that will go underneath your pillow on your bed. So you probably won't hear the smoke alarm. You may or may not see the light on the radio, but what should get your attention if there is a true fire is this vibrating pad that should wake you up if you're sleeping in the middle of the night.
This is Rogers TV.
Download the free Stingray music